I'm so grateful to introduce you to this episode of the America Happens News. I am your hostess, Corinne Clifford. I am live in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. It was Mother's Day yesterday, but it was also the graduation for Duke University. And I want to talk a little bit about that before I introduce my first guest tonight, because I think it's really relevant to know what's actually happening at the college campuses in the United States of America right now. Duke University's graduation made, worldwide news because about 25 students walked out of the graduation right when uh, comedian Jerry Seinfeld started talking, and half of the news media said Jerry Seinfeld was getting booed. That's not true. It wasn't Jerry Seinfeld getting booed. It was the Duke University students booing their fellow students who were walking out of the graduation ceremony yesterday. What else really needs to be made clear is that in these college campuses across America, 50% of the pro-Palestinian protesters are not students. So we have some really incredible investigative journalism to do, because who is funding this movement? Who is paying for these students to have food, water, medics on all of the campuses where they're protesting yesterday? I was just curious as to who was paying these students to actually get up and walk out of the graduation, but who is paying the activists who went to the graduation and walked off the bleachers? So it wasn't a big deal. The graduation was not affected at all, but the students across America are really beginning to realize that we're basically on the verge of World War III. And that's a huge problem to us at the America Happens News. Of course, we are pro-Israel, 100%. Israel should exist. But the highest level information that we get, and I've interviewed a lot of people who actually live in Israel. I haven't found anyone brave enough to come on the camera yet, but I will. The bottom line is that Benjamin Netanyahu was asked to resign in Israel before this war broke out in October. And a lot of Israeli people believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is the problem and that he's allowing this war to continue. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, is a globalist, and what he is doing is genocide. But at America Happens, we believe that Israel should exist. None of us know how to solve this problem, but it's so important because the college students now really have to face this problem. They really have to think about what they believe in. Right now, there is a video going viral all over the internet of famous mothers, celebrity mothers, saying that there should be no war. Well, if you really look at who's setting up this war, it's the globalists, it's the powers that be, because they make money off starting World War III. So we really all need to just stand up and back Israel, but also note that Benjamin Netanyahu, the current Prime Minister of Israel, is not well liked by the people of Israel. So there are multiple levels of this problem that need to be discussed. I'm not going to do that today because right now I'm in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and I'm doing my favorite thing. Every year I love to come here and I like to investigate the professors. The professors at the University of Chapel Hill, North Carolina are a problem. The professors in general did help Dr. Fauci in the United States of America create the COVID vaccine, create everything COVID. We've been researching this, investigating this, me and several very top secret investigative journalists. It's very dangerous to do this. I was arrested in 2021 in Chapel Hill University, North Carolina, for investigating this. But I am here. I went to one of Professor Ralph Barrick's locations yesterday, and I tried to confront him. It wasn't successful, but I have another week here, and I'm going to try to confront him and just ask him simple questions. First Amendment, free speech, for First Amendment, free press. He has been asked to sit in front of Congress, but somehow the real questions always get evaded. And then we got mainstream media, which twists the story because mainstream media really is controlled by the major corporations. So we're going to set that aside. We're going to have a 5-hour show. And I want to introduce our first guest on May 13th, 2024. This is Matt Strickland. And I think it's really important to understand that Matt ran in the state of Virginia and that he's probably going to run again. But what he really did is he stood up in his restaurant in Virginia and said no, he would not close during the COVID pandemic. How are you, Matt?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Corinne. I don't know about running again, but
I think you will.
I absolutely did run. I wouldn't run, to be honest with you, unless there was some kind of campaign finance reform.
Okay,
Because,
talk about that.
well, I mean, what happens when somebody like me runs? And when I say somebody like me, I mean somebody like you and a lot of the listeners right now, which is somebody that is absolutely America first, that believes in the Constitution and will do anything to defend the Constitution, including calling out these establishment, rhino, uniparty, globalist Republicans. Because to me, that is the biggest issue here in the United States of America. It is not the Democrats. And the reason I say that is because we know how corrupt the Democrat Party is. If you don't know by now, there's nothing I can do for you. But the problem is there's too many Americans that trust and believe in these Republican politicians that they believe are representing them, that they believe are giving them a voice with via legislation, but in all actuality, they're not. And the people don't understand and believe and realize that they're not because nobody pays attention to what these people actually do when they take office. But I started to, and that's when I realized that it is not just the Democrats, it's also the Republican Party that are corrupt and very corrupt and that are ruining this country and driving this country into the ground. And that's the reason why I ran. And I was very vocal about everything I just said. And that's the reason why the establishment came at me as hard as they did.
And I think that's such an important point for people to realize because I've been doing, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you? I've been doing a lot of research in Virginia because I just recently moved to Virginia because I don't want to be in Washington, D.C. during the November 2024 election cycle in case I expose election corruption and the feds try to arrest me. I don't want D.C. to be my domain. I need it to be a state. Especially, I'd like to have a sheriff that would stand up for me, but that's not possible. Let's see if this is better. Can you hear me? Bottom line is that Virginia is so corrupt, Matt, and that's what I
Absolutely, it
found.
is.
Yes, and it's not the Democrats in Virginia, it's the Republicans in Virginia.
Yeah. Well, it is the Democrats as well, but they don't hide it from us. We know we're in a fight against the Democrat politicians, but these Republicans are the worst because they come to you and me and they say, hey, we need your vote. We're going to do X, Y, and Z for you. We're going to stand up for actual conservative principles. And we believe in every election cycle, so we vote for them. And, you know, Americans, we have a huge issue with doing one thing that keeps these people in power is we vote for the lesser of two evils. And we say, well, I don't want a Democrat representing me. So even though this Republican has many, many faults and has not done anything that they said they would do when we put him in these seats, I'm going to go ahead and vote for him anyway because it's the lesser of two evils. And I believe that is the biggest issue we have in America, and especially, you know, here in Virginia, especially. Virginia is one of the biggest establishment states there is. I truly believe, and I believe that the only way to stop this, the only way to stop the uniparty, the globalists, is to stop voting for these establishment Republicans. Because if they keep getting our votes, why would they change? They won't. And I'll tell you why I got involved in politics and how I came to be a candidate for state senate here in Virginia. It all started during COVID. I joined the army when I was 17 years old, and I spent majority of my adult life fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. And something you said in your monologue, which was perfect, it was a great monologue, and it really hit home, is that Netanyahu, and I believe every leader of every country, are very corrupt, and they are part of this globalist establishment that's ruining their countries and in turn the entire world. If you remember, right before October 7th, what was happening in Israel?
They were trying to
This,
get rid of Netanyahu.
the citizens of Israel were in the streets protesting because Netanyahu made it so that their Supreme Court in Israel can no longer check the legislative process. So they can pass any laws that they want, and the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction over deciding whether or not those laws are constitutional or not. So those citizens were in the streets protesting, and then boom, October 7th happens. So it's not the citizens of Israel that I'm against. It's not the citizens of Palestine that I'm against. It's the leaders of both of those countries or states or whatever you want to call them. Just like I'm against pretty much every single leader of every country because they're all corrupt. And it's the people, it's us that suffer. And I saw that firsthand when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, as a young man. A lot of the people on the ground in Iraq, we radicalized ourselves. They were happy that Saddam Hussein was gone. But then they were pissed off that we were occupying their country for 20 years and dropping bombs on buildings and killing their uncles and killing their nieces and killing their nephews who were innocent. If you had, let's say the Mexican army was stronger than us, was stronger than our army, and they invaded the United States of America, and they imposed curfews on us and told us we can't come outside of our house after a certain time. And they told us that if we get close to their convoys, they're going to shoot us. And then they did. They killed our uncle, or they killed our son or our daughter. Yesterday, I didn't give a damn. I didn't think one way or the other about the Mexican army. But today, you killed one of my loved ones. So now I'm going to fight with whoever is fighting against you. And that's what happened to a lot of people. We radicalized a lot of people by occupying that country for 20 years. And the same with Afghanistan. Yes, a lot of people had to die in both countries. There were some bad guys that had to die. But we could have got that done in 2 months, max, not 20 years. We were over there for 20 years for one reason. And that's this right here, for money. And that's it. So I came home. I was in the Army, and then I worked for a company called Blackwater. I did that for about 5 years, and I came home in 2010. And
is that Eric Prince of Blackwater? Did you work with him, Eric Prince?
Yeah, I worked for Eric Prince. Yeah,
is he good or bad?
Well, Eric Prince, his company Blackwater was the best company I've ever worked for. Eric Prince absolutely took care of us. I mean, he would come down personally on the ground and let us know what was going on with the different policies that were changing and what was going on with the company and the contracts itself. So my perspective of Eric Prince as a man is, he was a hell of a businessman that took care of his guys. He definitely took care of us 100%. I will say that about him. But I came home in 2010 and I worked as an intelligence analyst for 4 years, actually until 2014. And it was about that time that I started to realize how corrupt my country actually was while working as an intelligence analyst. And to be honest, I didn't like the office life. It wasn't for me. So in 2014, when ISIS started taking over Iraq, I felt it was my duty to go back to Iraq and fight ISIS because they were killing innocent Christians just for being Christians. And
who created ISIS?
Absolutely, we did. No doubt about it.
No, who? The CIA created ISIS, right?
Yeah,
who
exactly.
created ISIS?
Yeah, well, it's us, the America created ISIS, in corroboration with the rest of the globalist countries, which is all the superpowers. They want us to think that we're fighting against each other, but we're not. These people are all in cohorts together. Can you still got me? The screen froze on me.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Okay, all right, sweet.
The internet has been so weird because of the solar flares, allegedly.
Oh, I got you.
So just keep going.
My video froze, but so anyway.
Okay.
So I did that, and eventually in 2016, my wife said, "All right, it's time to come home. You spent enough time downrange fighting for your country. Now it's time to come home and be with your family." And so she said, "If you don't like the office life, you got to think about what you want to do here in the States." And I've always wanted to be a small business owner, and the reason for that is because I'm a very self-motivated person, and being a small business owner, your paycheck reflects how hard you work. So working for the government, as I did pretty much my entire life up until that point, you get the same amount of money every 2 weeks, no matter how hard you work or no matter how hard you don't work. And that doesn't motivate me. I was as I was working as an intel analyst, I see people sitting beside me, doing the same job that are doing nothing. And it just wasn't fulfilling for me. I'm a very self-motivated person, and I got to feel like I'm doing something. And that's what being a small business owner does for you. And I wanted to own a restaurant specifically because one of my biggest passions have always been cooking. And one thing I teach my children is that when you're trying to plan your life and figure out what kind of career path you want to take, one thing you have to do is make sure you absolutely enjoy that line of work. Don't just go after something for money. Make sure you actually enjoy that line of work because you're going to spend majority of your life at work. So make sure you enjoy it. And absolutely love cooking. So I wanted to own my own restaurant. So in 2016, I came home, opened a food truck, and it quickly grew into 2 trucks, 3 trucks. And then in 2018, we opened the restaurant version of Gourmelts here in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Can you
And
spell that? Can you spell
yeah,
the name? Give us
it's
the address.
GOURMELTZ, and it's at
Cool.
10013 Patriot Highway in
In
in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Yep.
that
So
is that is a very important place to stop if you're ever in Virginia, and I just found out about it.
absolutely it is, and I'll tell you the reason why. So when COVID happened, we were doing absolutely great here at my restaurant. In fact, I was about to sign a lease on another restaurant to open the second location. And fortunately, God was looking out for me. I didn't like something in the contract, so I sent it back, and then COVID happened. So God was looking out for me because if I would have signed that lease on that second restaurant and then COVID hit, I'd have been screwed. But I didn't, and COVID happened. And at the time, so when you open a small business, especially a restaurant, you're not making money right away. So you got to have a way to supplement your income. So I actually took my job back as an intel analyst while I was, growing my restaurant. And in 2020, when COVID hit, I was working as an intel analyst at the time still, and they closed the entire skiff down that I was working in because of COVID. And it set off alarms with me because that has never happened before. And the program that I was working on was a pretty important program, national security wise. So I figured that this was something very serious. I believe that this might be something that's going to kill half the world, like they were saying. Like everybody else, I had no idea what this was about at first. So I closed my restaurant in March of 2020 just to take a step back and make sure I was being responsible and not putting anybody in harm's way. And then about 3 months later, in June of 2020, that's when the governor of Virginia at the time, Governor Northam, that's when he said, okay, restaurants, you can open back up, but under these provisions. And it was at that time that I truly realized that these COVID mandates and COVID in general was more about it was more about control than it was health and safety. And the reason why I say that is this: some of the things that they wanted us to do as restaurant owners made absolutely no sense. Things like nobody was allowed to sit at my bar, but I could pull a bar height table up to my bar and you could sit there. And my bartender could make a drink right in front of somebody, but couldn't pass it over the bar to them. They had to walk around the bar and hand it to them side by side. Makes no sense at all. And they even here in Virginia put a curfew into place that said between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m., you're not allowed to come outside of your house. Now, how is that curbing COVID? It's not. It's all about control. They wanted to see how far they could take it with us. So at that point, I said, hey, listen, I've been downrange fighting dictatorships my entire adult life. I'm not coming home to my country and allowing the dictatorship to rule here. So I won't be following these COVID mandates. And I didn't. So from June 2020 on, I opened my restaurant business as usual, not following any mandates whatsoever. And and actually, I did so kind of under the radar at first, not on purpose, but I didn't blast it publicly. People just knew when you came into Gourmelts here in Fredericksburg, Virginia, you didn't have to follow any of these ridiculous, arbitrary COVID mandates. But what changed is in January of 2021, Biden took office. Now, between June 2020 and January 2021, I did get a few calls from the health department, and they were saying that customers were turning me in for not following COVID mandates. And but these health department officials were not allowed to come on site and inspect because that was their regulations. They couldn't come on site because of COVID. So I was kind of safe in that regard. So they would just say, just follow COVID mandates, Matt. And I would never confirm or deny if I was or wasn't. I just keep on rolling. So January 2021, Biden took office. And if you remember, he started just hammering out executive order after executive order day one when he took office. Now, one of those executive orders mandated that OSHA, along with local health departments, come out and shut down restaurants specifically that were not following COVID mandates. And if you remember, they came after restaurants harder than any other type of business in America, more than any other industry. And the reason why they came after restaurants so hard is because restaurant owners make up the majority of small business owners. And that's who the real fight was against. These people want to eliminate small business owners, they want to eliminate the middle class, and they want you either part of the elite or totally dependent on the elite. They don't want you to be self-sufficient. So in January 2021, when that happened, my story became public. I said, all right, I've got to let people know what I'm doing to kind of protect myself, because once you get the word out, that equals protection. So I
Wait,
did.
so once you get publicity, that equals protection, correct?
Exactly, it does.
Okay.
You have to
I
you have to
agree.
get
I agree.
100%. You have to get publicity and eyes on your story, because then people start asking questions and people start emailing and making phone calls, and it's they're not taking your rights away from you behind closed doors. Now they've got to do it publicly, and that's what I wanted. I wanted, if you're going to take away my constitutional rights along with my customers' constitutional rights and my employees' way to provide for their family, then you're going to let the entire world know you're doing it. And so that's why I made my story public. And I didn't have a huge following on social media, but I just made a video and I said, hey guys, this is what's going on, but I don't give a damn. They can take everything from me, but one thing they're not going to do is make me kneel down and kiss their ring and do whatever it takes to keep my business open. I'm going to stand up for your rights in the community, my rights, my employees' rights, and we'll let the chips fall where they may. And I did. And the day after my story became public, it was overwhelming. I had a line out the door from open to close. I had people flying into my restaurant from across the country. I had one guy that flew in from Iowa. And my restaurant is actually right off of 95. I mean, you can walk to the 95 exit. So
95
we get
South. 95 South? 95 different.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, 95
From
South. So
DC, it's 95 South. Okay.
yep, from DC is 95
Okay.
South. Yeah, we're about 45 minutes from DC. And so we're right off the exit. So we get a lot of people who are just traveling through. They look up, hey, places to eat in the area, and they see mine, they see that it's different, and they want to come try it. So we get a lot of people from out of the area that come in, and I thought that's who this guy was. I thought he was just traveling through. But he said, no, Matt, I flew in here from Iowa just to step inside of your establishment, look you in the eyes, and shake your hand and thank you for what you're doing. And it just sent chills up my spine. And it let me know at that point that if I didn't know before, I know now that what I'm doing is the right thing. And it just gave me more motivation to fight. And so I did. And then so what happened is OSHA, in conjunction with the local health department, they came into my restaurant and they suspended my health department license. And in this state
What
of
month? What month was that?
that was just a few days after that executive order was signed, so probably early February
Okay.
of 2021.
Okay.
And so in the state of Virginia, when you lose your health department license, your license to serve food, you also lose your ABC license, which is your license to sell alcohol.
That's so evil.
Yeah.
Who did? Okay, so was it the Department of Alcohol and Tobacco? Was it the ATF? Who
The-
did that?
it was OSHA
Okay.
in conjunction with the Virginia Department of Health.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
So
I witnessed the ATF going into different restaurants in Washington D.C. at that time. But that was
oh wow.
yeah, the ATF got involved.
Oh wow.
In 2021, I was in New York City documenting the fact that you had to have a vaccine to go into restaurants. And so there were sit-ins every single day in New York City. So it was so interesting to witness this history. But you stayed open. So what happened?
Yeah, it's crazy how people forget about what they did to us so quickly. Doesn't it?
Oh,
It's insane. But so they took my licenses away from me, and I continued to operate business as usual. I sold food without sold food without a health department license, and I sold alcohol without an ABC license.
I mean, that's huge. The alcohol is the one that they could put a felony on you if they want to.
Yeah, oh, well, they came after me. I'll get to that. So, so, and my thought process behind this was, if the Constitution means nothing to you, then your licenses mean nothing to me. And I continue to operate business as usual. And so what happened is, since I operated with suspended licenses, they took me before the Virginia Department of Health Board, and of course they upheld the suspension. And I appealed that, and it sent it to the circuit court here in Virginia. And I was able to successfully argue my case, and I won. I proved in court that those mandates were indeed unconstitutional, and the Department of Health had to give me my health department license back.
Okay,
So then,
what year were you in court?
what year? This was all in 2021.
Okay, and then how much did you have to spend on lawyers, or did you find a lawyer that helped you?
So I had a bunch of lawyers. I've had multiple lawyers. I had some. So Bob Barr, who's a former congressman, who actually led the impeachment against Bill Clinton back in the 90s, he helped me for free. He has a nonprofit where he helps people fight unconstitutional issues against the government. So he was on my team for free. But I did have Virginia lawyers that were paid, and I had other lawyers to fight what happened to me after what I'm talking to you about. I mean, in all, in a nutshell, to answer your questions, well into six figures is what I've had to spend fighting these legal battles and clearing my name and keeping my business open. So I won my health department license back. So then I went before the Virginia ABC board, and we thought it'd be simple. We thought it'd be, cut and dry. You took my ABC license from me only because the Department of Health took my health department license. Well, we went to court and we won, and they had to give me my health department license back. So now you in turn should have to give me my ABC license back. Makes sense, right? Well, they said, no, Matt, we're not giving it back to you. We don't care if you proved it was unconstitutional or not. The point is that we took it from you and you continued to sell alcohol. And I said, yeah, I did, but I only had to because you unconstitutionally took it from me. And they said, well, we don't care. We're not giving it back to you. So I said, Roger that. Walked out of the courtroom and I said, once again, if the Constitution means nothing to you, your license means nothing to me. And I went to my restaurant and I sold alcohol. So during this entire time is when Glenn Youngkin was running for governor in Virginia. Jason Miyares was running for attorney general. And they all came by my restaurant, called me, supported me.
Glenn Youngkin went to your restaurant?
Glenn Youngkin came to my restaurant. I have a voicemail from Glenn Youngkin praising me for this fight that I took on.
Okay.
I still got the voicemail from him right now.
Okay.
I've got Jason Miyares still today has a post on his social media, a video of him in my restaurant talking about how unconstitutional these mandates were and how what the state of Virginia was doing to me was wrong. Now, this is when they were on the campaign trail, right? And they all told me, hey, Matt, what's happening to you is wrong. It's unconstitutional. If we win, we're going to make sure these mandates stop. And we're also going to make sure that no more businesses continue to be prosecuted for these COVID mandates. And they told me these things because I had a ton of support, as you can imagine, in the community for fighting back. And they wanted the support that I had. So I gladly supported them because I thought they were telling the truth. And what happened was eventually they won. As you know, Glenn Youngkin's our governor right now. And what happened after they won is Glenn Youngkin and Jason Miyares turned around and continued to prosecute me for these COVID mandates. After Jason Miyares was in my restaurant on video praising me for this fight, talking about how unconstitutional it was, not even a year later, he was in the courtroom on the other side of me prosecuting me for those same COVID mandates. And that's how the establishment works. They tell you what you want to hear until they get into those seats to do what they need to do for their donors. And that's it. So I started blasting this from a mountaintop. I started hammering them on social media. I started, anybody and everybody who would listen, I started telling them how corrupt the Republican establishment here in Virginia is. And that, I'm sorry to tell you, Glenn Youngkin, Jason Miyares, and everybody, or every other politician here in Virginia is a part of that establishment. We should have known, knowing where Glenn Youngkin came from. I mean, he was the CEO of the Carlyle Group, which is one of those globalist companies like BlackRock and Vanguard that own majority of businesses here in the U.S. We should have known who he was, well, not just the U.S., the world. But he got over on us. But anyway, I started being asked by a lot of people in the community to run for a seat, and they were saying, "Hey, Matt, we need somebody as strong-minded as you who is willing to fight against both corrupt Republicans and the Democrats." And at first, I'll be honest, I wasn't interested in running for any kind of political seat. And the reason is because I've always had the mindset that politicians are absolutely corrupt. But my mindset was that they're going to do their corrupt things. But, when it comes down to the big things, like actually looking out for America, in totality, they're going to do what's right for our country because they live in it too. So, they want our country to prosper. Well, I was wrong, and COVID showed me I was wrong. They will absolutely work against our country because they're after another goal, and that's global dominance. They don't give a damn about the U.S. or you and me or patriotism, none of that. And that's what I learned through COVID. So when I learned that, and I started digging into who these Republican politicians actually were, I said, you know what, Roger, that I will run. Where do you guys want me? And the overwhelming majority of people said, we want you to run for state senate against this state senator who is absolutely corrupt. And I said, well, funny you say so, because I've been looking into this guy, and he is absolutely corrupt, and he's lied to me personally to my face multiple times. So I said, all right, I'll do it. So right before I announced that I'm running for state senate against this corrupt Republican establishment politician here in Virginia, whose name is Bryce Reeves, he called wind that I was going to be jumping in to run against him. And he had somebody come into my restaurant and try to convince me not to. And I knew this guy because he came into my restaurant before. So he asked me, could he sit down and talk? And I said, sure. So he said, I heard you're going to be running against Bryce Reeves. What can I do to convince you not to do so? And I said, why would you try to convince me not to do so? And he said, well, he's a good guy. You'd be a great representative, but you need to run after somebody whose seat needs to be taken. And I said, well, what if I can prove to you that he is not a good guy and that he doesn't deserve to represent anybody at any level? And I started proving that to him via text messages where he straight up lied to me. And at that point, he realized he wasn't going to convince me not to run against this guy. And he tried to promise me other seats. He said, well, what if he can promise you a seat as a delegate if you don't run against him as a state senator? And I said, well, first of all, that's not his seat to promise me. And second of all, everything you're telling me right now is the reason why I'm running against him. So then it started turning to threats. He said, well, listen, I'm just going to tell you that if you do end up running against him, he'll dig up every piece of dirt in your history. And I said, listen, I joined the Army at 17, been overseas I've been in the U.S. my entire life. I got a TS clearance. There's nothing to dig up on me, dig away. And then he said, well, he'll put you in places you've never been, basically saying he'll make up stuff about me. And then he said, he'll have you followed, he'll have your family followed. And that's where I stopped him. I said, hey, listen, man, it sounds like you're threatening me. He said, no, I'm telling you as a brother. I said, well, it sounds like you're threatening me, man. And you let him know that the first time somebody follows me or anybody in my family, it'll be the last time that they follow somebody. I promise you that. And I will not jump out of this race against them, and I will win. And not 2 weeks after that is when redistricting happened here in Virginia. And this guy, Bryce Reeves, had a friend on that committee that redrew the lines, and they redrew me less than a mile outside of his district, so I can no longer run against them. That's how corrupt Virginia politics are. So I was put into this new state senate district, and people came to me and said, Matt, will you still run? We want you to represent us. So I said, Roger that, I'll do so. And I started to campaign against not just the Democrat Party, but like I said, these corrupt Republican establishment uniparty shills. And as a Republican candidate, when you start speaking out against the Republican Party, they obviously don't like that. And I started exposing Glenn Youngkin personally. And the reason I started doing that is because of what he did to me, but also I had a guy that came to me within my district that needed help. And he said, Matt, I reached out to everybody. I need your help. And I said, well, I'm not an elected official. I'm just a restaurant owner, but I'll see what I can do for you. What's going on? And he said, well, I'm on dialysis on a daily basis now, and I could die any day. And I've been on the kidney transplant list at UVA Medical Center, which is a state-funded hospital, for a very long time. And they finally called me and they said, we've got kidneys for you. They said, come on down and get these kidneys, but first we need your COVID vaccine card. And he said, well, I didn't take the vaccine because my immune system's already compromised and I'm just not comfortable with the vaccine. Plus, I've already had COVID. So I've got the best vaccine available. And UVA Medical Center told him, if you don't take this vaccine, you don't get these kidneys. And they stayed true to their word. And so he said, is there anything you can do for me? Because I've been emailing Glenn Youngkin, Jason Miyares, everybody, nobody will get back to me. Well, the very next week, I did an event here at my restaurant for the person that won the Republican primary for the last congressional cycle. And Glenn Youngkin, I knew, was coming to support her at this rally. So I told him, I said, actually, Glenn Youngkin's going to be at my restaurant next week. Let's ask him face to face why he's ignoring your requests. And so we did. He told him his story face to face right here at my restaurant. And Glenn Youngkin acted like he had no idea about it. And then he said, we'll get on it. And then he didn't. He allowed this man to be kicked off the kidney transplant list at a state-funded hospital and die.
Whoa.
Yeah,
You have so much to talk about.
Yeah, and
Whoa.
so I started digging into why Glenn Youngkin would allow this, and I started uncovering who exactly Glenn Youngkin takes money from, and I started uncovering the hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars that he takes from big pharmaceutical companies, including Pfizer. So that's why he would not stop these vaccine mandates. And I started blasting that from a mountaintop. And when I did, Glenn Youngkin and his PAC, Spirit of Virginia, and the rest of these quote unquote conservative organizations and Republican politicians, they all got behind my opponent in the state Senate race. And they spent over $1 million, which is unprecedented in a Republican primary. They spent over $1 million, Glenn Youngkin and Spirit of Virginia, his PAC, to beat me. And what they did was, and so I only accepted donations from people because I only wanted to be beholden to people that I'm going to represent if I win this seat. And I beat every candidate in the state of Virginia in the number of low dollar donations. So the number of donations from people. I beat every state Senate and delegate candidate, smashed them all. But I only raised $180,000 because that's the only money I would take. And 180 grand versus over $1 million, you're going to lose every time. And they took that money, that $1 million, and they put commercials on TV with straight up lies about me, saying that I'm in support of transgender ideology in schools and I want to over sexualize children in schools. Straight up lies. I'm the one at these school board meetings fighting against this transgender ideology. But the reason they do things like this is because they know it works. They know voters are uninformed. And they know if voters see a commercial on TV where Glenn Youngkin says, go vote against Matt Strickland because he's really a Democrat, they're going to listen to it. They're going to believe it. And they're not going to do any research. And that's what they do every election cycle, and it works and they win. So I had people going to the polls voting against me because they believed in the lies from Glenn Youngkin. It was me versus Glenn Youngkin. I didn't even get a chance to run against my opponent. I mean, he had his face on all of her signs here in my district. He was sending mailers to people's house saying, Glenn Youngkin needs you to vote against Matt Strickland on June 20th. That's how corrupt it got. And even with all of that, you know, the most popular governor in America, over $1 million against me, I still got 43% of the vote. You know, so we almost did it, but it's very tough, you know, when you're up against a machine like that. And that's why I said at the beginning of this interview, I would only run again if there was some kind of campaign finance reform. But so what happened is while I was running, I told you, I'll back up a little bit. I told you that I went before the ABC board and they wouldn't give me my ABC license back. Well, I was reaching out to Glenn Youngkin and Jason Miyares and everybody, telling them how unconstitutional this was because I've already proved that in court. And on December 6th, I believe it was, or December 2nd of 2022, while Glenn Youngkin was the governor, so not too long ago, December 6th, 2022, the Virginia ABC agents, along with Virginia State Police, 25 of them, raided my restaurant and took every drop of alcohol.
What
What's
time of
that?
day? What time of day?
Before I opened. So I pull up to my restaurant and there's 25 cop cars out there, unmarked white vans. I thought somebody got murdered in my parking lot. I have no idea what was going on. So I pull up. I'm like, hey guys, what's going on? Well, we got a search warrant. Are you the owner? Yeah, I'm the owner. We got a search warrant for your restaurant. A search warrant for what? And they said for you, violating ABC laws. And I said, I've already proven in court that you guys taking those licenses from me were unconstitutional. And well, we don't care, sir. We have an order from a judge to take everything. And they did. They came into my restaurant and they took everything. And I
How,
live
how,
streamed that when it happened.
how much? How much did they take? How much
Oh,
money?
thousands of dollars, thousands of dollars. And I mean, I can't even quantify it because, they took all of my alcohol away from me. So obviously I lost food sales as well because people, they come to hang out, have a couple beers, eat something. So I lost a ton of money. And so what happened is I live streamed that raid when it happened. And it went viral when I live streamed it. I didn't expect that to happen, but it did. And shout out to the Hodge twins because they're the ones that shared it first and made it go viral. So thank you guys. Those true patriots right there. And
Did
so
you live stream it on YouTube? What channel or Rumble? How did you live stream it?
I live streamed it on Facebook actually.
Okay. And did you get banned on Facebook for live streaming that?
I got banned on Facebook a couple of times. But yeah, so I got that live stream. I got banned from Facebook for like a week or something like that for it. Gave me no reason why. But anyway, somebody took that raid and they made a TikTok video out of it, shared it on Twitter, and that's where the Hodge twins, that's where they shared it from. But so anyway, I started getting calls from people from across the nation that said, hey Matt, we saw you being raided by the police for COVID mandates. Was that 2 years ago? And I said, no, that was yesterday. And they were like, how? Glenn Youngkin's your governor. And I said, great question. If you can get an answer from him, let me know because I can't. So what happened at that point is supporters of mine from across the nation started hammering Glenn Youngkin's office with emails, phone calls. He couldn't make a social media post without them jumping on there saying, hey, what about Matt Strickland at Gore Melts? What's going on there, man? Why'd you allow his restaurant to be raided for COVID mandates? So one thing that these politicians, one thing they do react to is political pressure. So it was so much pressure that they put on him. And thank you guys so much, the American people that did that. Because there was so much pressure that they put on him, he had to respond. So he reached out to me and he said, hey, Matt, instead of your license being suspended for 3 months and you paying us, I forgot what it was, $30,000 or whatever it was. How about this? And by this time, it was almost Christmas. So it's already been 3 weeks now. He said, how about we bring everything back to you and you just pay us $2,000? And I said, absolutely not. I said, here's what's going to happen. You're going to bring everything back to me and I'm not going to pay you a dime because I did nothing wrong. Actually, I've already proven in court that you guys are the ones that violated the Constitution. And I said, so I'm going to close my restaurant on the 25th for Christmas, obviously. When I open back up the next day, I will be serving alcohol. And I'm guessing at that point, you're going to have to come arrest me. So if you're ready for the political backlash that follows from you arresting a veteran small business owner that has done nothing his whole life but serve his country, if for COVID mandates, if you're ready for the political pressure that follows that, I'm ready to go to jail for my country. And on December 23rd, they brought everything back to me and I didn't pay a dime. We won once again.
And that is the power of making this public. So many people are so scared to make their court cases public, but they have to.
You have to. I mean, I have a lot of friends that are J6 political prisoners, and I tell them all the time, blast your story out there. They told me, my lawyer told me it's not. My lawyer told me the same things.
Hey, don't listen to the lawyers.
My lawyers told me all the time, hey, listen, chill out a little bit on social media. You're going too hard. And I said, let's try my way. Because the legal way isn't working. The judicial system is absolutely corrupt. So I went as hard as I could. I still do. Every single day, I call out the corruption that I see. I don't give a damn what the consequences are to me. As long as I'm calling out facts and I'm not lying and I'm putting, factual information that I think the American people need to hear and see, then I'm doing what's right. And and uh, and we were successful once again against these establishment Republicans that just want to get rid of the middle class and small business owners. So at that point, my campaign proceeded, and I ended up losing the primary, as I said, because of the corruption. And at that point, I had a lot of my followers come to me and say, "Hey, Matt, we saw how corrupt the primary was that was ran against you, and we're tired of voting for these people in general elections just because they have an R behind their name. Because what these Republicans, what these establishment Republicans do, is they run a corrupt primary, and then they turn around in the general and they say, hey, we know that we ran a corrupt primary, and we know that you don't really 100% trust and believe in us, but you have to vote for us now or else a Democrat's going to win. And far too often we say, yeah, you're right. You're a horrible person, but you're just a little bit better than the Democrat. So I'm going to go ahead and give you my vote. And we do. And so when we do that, what gives them the motivation to change? Nothing. Because we keep rewarding them with our support and our vote just because they're not Democrats. So the only way to stop that is by not giving them our vote. And if they start losing these seats that they should win in droves, yeah, we'll have Democrats representing us, but we already do. So what's the difference? And maybe they'll learn, and maybe they'll actually start supporting and defending the Constitution. So I had a lot of my supporters come to me and say, hey, Matt, we want to write your name in, and we want to start a little writing campaign for you. And I said, Roger that, you've got my blessing. And I said, but I can't be involved because if I am, the Republican Party can bar me from running as a Republican ever again. And not that I have plans to run, as I said, but you never say never. You never want to burn a bridge. So the guy who was kind of the lead on that, my real good friend named Mike Rose, he said, no, Roger that, Matt. He said, I don't even want you to be involved. I'm doing this. And it's going to be the people running this campaign for you. So they did. And not one phone call was made. Not one door was knocked. Not one mailer was sent out. It was just word of mouth. And it was people buying their own signs and putting it in their yards that said, write in Matt Strickland for state senate. And it really caught fire. And I got more votes than they expected. Obviously, I didn't win. And we knew I'm not going to win a writing campaign because we weren't actually running a campaign. But I got more votes than the Republican establishment thought I would, and it scared them. So what they do after that writing campaign? What they did was that guy that I told you about, Bryce Reeves, that I initially jumped in to run against, he introduced legislation here in the state of Virginia that says if you run as a candidate in a primary and you lose, the people are not allowed to write your name in the general election. And the Republican that I ended up running against voted in favor of that. And I believe it's passed. So I believe it's going to be a law here in Virginia. But not only that, they fined me $75,000 for that writing campaign. So they continued to politically persecute me, just like they're doing Donald Trump. And the reason they do these things is it's even though I won every case that they put before me, the punishment is in the process. So the punishment is keeping me before a board, keeping me in court, draining me of my resources and time. And I'm not a billionaire like President Trump. I'm not even a millionaire. I don't have a ton of money. So I can't afford, all these legal battles. And they know that. And that's why they keep taking me to court. So anyway, I had to go before the Board of Elections to answer for this. And what they were charging me with is they said those signs that people put in their yard that said, write in Matt Strickland, they should have had a disclaimer on it that said, paid for by my campaign. And I said, no, they shouldn't have, because one, my campaign was over, and two, they were not paid for by my campaign. These people went out and spent their own money and bought it themselves, and they're allowed to do so. That's their First Amendment right. And so I went before the board and I explained that, and I explained all of my constitutional rights that they were violating just having me there. And Jason B.R.'s office was once again there. The Assistant Attorney General here in Virginia was the one leading this prosecution against me fining me $75,000 for these signs. So I broke it down for them right there in front of the board. I broke down every section of every article of the Constitution they were violating. And the Attorney General's office is so incompetent, they didn't know if I was right or wrong. So they continued it to the next month. Now, there were like 14 or 15 other prior candidates that went before the board that day as well for various election or campaign violations. And each and every one of them got up before the board and begged for mercy and apologized. And they got mercy. They were all given $25 fines for bending the knee and kissing the ring. And then I got up and I ripped their ass apart. And I told them how they were violating my constitutional rights. And they didn't know what to do. So they continued it to the next month. And the next month they reconvened. And they said Matt Strickland was right. All charges are dropped. So I beat them once again. But like I said before, Corinne, the punishment is in the process. You know, they don't like you. They don't like me. They don't like any of us that actually love our country and want to see our country go back to some kind of semblance of what it used to be. And that's why they hate President Trump, because they know when he takes this seat again, it's going to be hell to pay. And he knows who's coming with him, and that's us. And that's why they're working so hard to silence us and to mentally and emotionally defeat us. But it's not going to happen.
I mean, you're renewing my faith. Your faith in real men in the United States of America. I am so grateful that I'm actually experiencing people in Virginia. The people of Virginia, the real American patriots in Virginia, you guys really stand up for liberty. And so when I was asking questions, I've never met you in person yet, but a lot of my friends know you, like Cameron Hamilton. Cameron Hamilton, he had a fundraiser at your restaurant. He's running for Congress.
Yep. Yeah, Cameron Hamilton, he's a good dude. And he's my choice for the 7th Congressional District here in Virginia. He's the anti-establishment candidate. And it's really, there's more people running, but there's really a two-headed race in that primary. And that's Cameron Hamilton and Derek Anderson. Derek Anderson is funded by who? Kevin McCarthy, Speaker Mike Johnson, the Congressional Leadership Fund, the establishment. So, and to me, as a candidate, I look at what you're willing to do to win a seat and who you're willing to take money from to win a seat, because that lets me know what you're willing to do to keep that seat. So I hope that Cameron Hamilton wins. I do. But, as my race proved, fighting the machine is very difficult. It is an uphill battle, but it can be done. So I've been doing everything I can to make sure that guy gets across the finish line, and I hope he does. And if anybody is in Virginia's 7th Congressional District, vote for Cameron Hamilton. Actually, voting's already started. The election is June 18th. That's election day. So we got it. When somebody that loves this country, that is willing to fight this globalist uniparty, we got to get out and support them, guys. We can't hope and pray that somebody else fights our battles anymore. We got to get active. And I'll tell you, you hit on something, Corinne, and that's strong men. And that's what really disappoints me, to be honest with you. When I'm at these campaign events and when I'm at these school board meetings, it's 75% women fighting. Where's dads for liberty? Why is it moms for liberty that's fighting? Where's dads for liberty? Men need to stand up and do what God gave us the intuition to do, which is tell our women to get behind us. We got this fight. And nobody's doing it. These men are cowards, and it's disappointing. And I think that one of the major reasons is because we're too comfortable, and as long as we have heat and AC and, we can buy things off of Amazon today and get them tomorrow, and we got sporting events that we can, forget about everything else while we watch, nothing's going to change. We're too comfortable. People don't want to give up, their comfortable lifestyle. And I tell people all the time, you have to be able to be uncomfortable in the short term to give your kids a chance in the long term. Because if you don't fight right now, all you're doing is passing this fight off to the next generation. And by the time they're old enough and competent enough to fight this battle, it's going to be too late. And uh, people, my age and my generation, we've just spent the last 20 plus years fighting. We just spent the last 20 years in combat. We know how to do this. This is all we've done our adult life. So I need my veterans to come out of the woodworks. Where you at, veterans? I need you to be more vocal. You were willing to go downrange and fight. I need you to fight right here on our soil. A lot of you are. So, it's not everybody, absolutely not everybody. There's a ton of veterans that are standing up, but not enough. I need every single body who raised their right hand to fight for this country to do it again. Because right now it's more important than any other fight we've been in. The fight we're in right now is way more important than the fight we were in Iraq or Afghanistan or wherever else. The fight that's going on our soil right now is the most important fight of your lifetime and of my lifetime, because we've got people right now, as you and me speak, Corinne, coming across that border that want to kill you, that want to kill your
They want to
family.
rape me first and then kill me.
Exactly. They
Yeah.
want to. They want to do horrendous things to you. They want to torture you. They want to kill me. They don't want my family to prosper. They want to take over my country, and they want to implement Sharia law. That's their goal. And I just don't. It blows my mind, especially these college kids that are promoting these open borders and, you know, praising Hamas, and that don't realize, hey, listen, if Hamas took over the U.S. and actually implemented Sharia law, you're right. As a woman, the drive would be taken away. You wouldn't be able to have the job that you have. You'd have to cover up and obey your man. All the women's rights that we've been fighting for decades and decades would be gone overnight. Is that what you really want? These people are ignorant, and it absolutely it blows my mind that they're willing to stand up and fight for this egregious stuff. And
Do you think they're brainwashed, Matt? Do you think the CIA has some type of crazy plot where they're getting the college students and brainwashing them? Because I talk to these college students across America at college campuses, and they're all saying the same thing. They all say the same words. They say, oh, we can't talk to media. They all say the same chants. They're usually BLM chants that they change to be pro Palestinian chants. Is there some type of operation by the CIA to brainwash college students?
absolutely, 100%. I mean, and it's not hard, because if you ask these college students, they don't even know why they support Palestine. They support Palestine because of genocide. Well, they have no idea what they're talking about. Absolutely none at all. And it's very easy to persuade them because people of that age are very impressionable, obviously. And when something is shoved down your throat so much, you start to believe it. If that's the only message that you're hearing, and they're hearing it left and right, So it's absolutely coming from the top. But tell me if you've seen this, because one thing I've been noticing is that this college generation, I'd say maybe a freshman in college today up until about 35 years old, those are the ones that have been absolutely indoctrinated. But I'm starting to see with these high schoolers these days on down, they're not they're not buying into this indoctrination as much as that generation before them. Are you seeing that? Because I'm seeing that with like because I have two kids in high school. I've got two kids in middle school, and obviously they don't buy into it because they've got parents that teach them not to. But even with their friends, I'm seeing they know all of this, transsexual promotion and just the ridiculousness that they try to promote in school. They laugh at it and they don't buy into it. But somehow that generation before them and after you and me, right there in the middle, they were able to just absolutely 100% indoctrinate those folks. But I guess it's a little bit of hope on the horizon with that generation that's coming after them that have seem to have a little bit more common sense. Have you noticed that?
I mean, I'm not allowed to talk to kids under 18, so I haven't noticed that yet. But I think that you are 100% right because there's a young woman named Hannah Faulkner. There's a whole movement going on, and the kids are under 18. But I make it a point that I don't really talk to kids under 18. I really don't try to talk to kids under 22 because I
Yeah, I
feel
got
like,
you.
kids need to be kids, and it's really the parents, it's really you men. At America Happens, at this network, we always go to different locations across America and say, where are the real men? And I'm finding a real man here. Matt Strickland is a real man, and I'm finding real men in Virginia. I'm not finding too many real men in Washington, D.C. I find them in U.S. federal court because they're getting persecuted and prosecuted. But there is a war against real men. And then women like me, I got brainwashed. I was told that feminism was good. Feminism is ridiculous, and it was created so that there would be more taxpayers to the
Yep.
federal government. So we have so much to talk about. You said you didn't have anything to talk about, but there's so much to talk about. This is just what I want to focus on for 1 second, because I'm a journalist. I get told about election corruption across America. I'm getting the craziest stories about election corruption in Virginia. Do you believe that Trump won 2020? Do you believe that?
100%. Yeah.
Okay, because
100%. I
obviously,
believe he won.
so obviously then there's election corruption in Virginia, and I think that's what we all should focus on as we go into the November election cycle, because you're going to know. People around you are going to know, and I'm here to report on that. But you need to run again. But the bottom line is that it's not really the money, it's the election corruption. It's set up, it's rigged.
It is. Yeah. Well, just speaking about my state alone, and many other states are like this, not just Virginia. In Virginia, you don't need an ID to register to vote, and you also don't need an ID to vote. Not a lot of people know that. Yeah, I made a video of myself voting with no ID in the last midterm election just to prove that you could do it. All they do is they make you sign this slip of paper. You put your name and your address and your signature on it, just promising you are who you say you are. That's it. So for anybody to try to tell me elections are secure, all I've got to say to you is, if I don't have to show an ID to prove who I am when I vote, to do one of the most important things that you can do as a citizen of the United States, there's no way that you can argue that these elections are secure. And when I was on the campaign trail, I had a lot of people tell me, hey, Matt, you got to go visit this lady who owns this upholstery shop because she's got a great location. She's conservative, and she'll let you put a sign in front of her business. So I said, all right, Roger that. I'll go talk to her. So I went to talk to her, and she had this Vietnamese guy working for her, older guy. And he told me he'd been in the U.S. for 30 years. He's here legally. And we were talking, and he said, you know, Matt, almost all immigrants are conservative by nature, because we believe in God. We're religious. So by nature, we're conservative. He said, so he said, I agree with everything that you're saying. And I came to America for a reason, because America provides me something that no other country does, especially my home, Vietnam.
The American dream is supposed to be alive here.
That's right. And then he told me, he said, if I voted, I'd vote for you, but I don't vote. And I said, why not? And he said, well, these elections are rigged. They're not real. They already know who's going to win. And I knew where he was going. And I said, sir, I agree with you that these elections are absolutely rigged and they're corrupt. I said, but we still have to vote, because us not voting makes it even easier for them to steal these elections. And then he told me a story. He said, well, my nephew is here from Vietnam. He lives in Fairfax, Virginia. And he said he's here illegally. He's been here illegally for 2 years. And they pay him, some organization up in Fairfax, Virginia, pays his nephew $100 per vote to go vote.
I mean, can you give me those stories, Matt? These are the
Yeah,
stories
absolutely. I'll
I
introduce you
need
to him.
to give to Mike Lindell. Like, we are
Yeah.
ready and organized. Mike Lindell's whole network, this is all we're going to be focused on,
So
is
this is
exposing election corruption.
what these people do. So in the state of Virginia, I'll talk about Virginia because I know Virginia, but it's probably every other state as well. In the state of Virginia, I can see who you vote for. I mean, I can't see who you vote for, but I can see if you vote. So if I see Corinne only votes in presidential elections and she only votes in general elections, I can go vote for you in a primary because I know you're never going to know. The only way you would know that I voted for you is, one, if you check your voting record, which nobody ever does, or if two,
Okay.
if you went to vote in that same election after I had already voted for you, then they would say you've already voted. And so at that point, what would happen is you would say, no, I didn't. And then they would say, well, we already have a vote in here for you. And if you're saying that's not you, you have until election day to prove that that wasn't you. If not, that vote is the vote that's going to count. And how are you going to prove that that wasn't you? You have no idea who it was. You have no access to surveillance cameras. So and that's how corrupt it is.
So in that particular situation, if that happens to anyone across America, you have to find a constitutional sheriff and take it to that sheriff. And so right
Well,
now we have a man named Sheriff Mack who is in charge of all the constitutional sheriffs, because we're going to bring it to the sheriffs this round, but also bring it to people like me, and I'll get it to the different people that care. Because
I'm gonna I'm gonna introduce you to my neighbor, and I'll tell you why. So as a candidate, you get what's called a walk book, right? So you get a walk book which shows you in every neighborhood where the Republican or Democrat voters live. Because in the primary, you only want to go talk to the Republican voters, obviously, because they're the ones that's going to be voting in that primary, right? So my neighbor, who I know is a staunch conservative, actually ran for school board as a Republican. He was like, "Hey man, look my name up in your walk book. I'm just curious." So I looked his name up in the walk book, and he had voted twice in a Democrat primary. And I said, "Chris," I said, "You voting Democrat, man?" He said, "Holy shit, absolutely." He said, He said, "One, I've never voted in a primary in my life except for you for the first time, and two, I've never voted Democrat in my life." So this guy had two Democrat votes logged in for him that were not him. And so he called the Board of Elections here in Virginia and told him about it. And you know what they told him? Oh, those elections were years ago. They've already passed. There's nothing we can do about it. And that's it. No investigation, nothing. And that was just the one guy who asked me to check his voting record for him. It's happened in thousands and thousands of cases. There's a guy that you really need to talk to here in Virginia. His name's Daryl Bowe. This guy knows more about election integrity here in the state of Virginia than anybody I know. And what he's uncovered is here in Spotsylvania County alone, where I live, there have been multiple votes from vacant lots. And I'm talking like 30 votes from a vacant lot where there's no building. There's been votes from businesses, which is illegal. But there have been votes from businesses. And he's even gone to people's doors where from one house there'll be like 5 different votes or 10 votes. So suspicious, right? So he's gone to those doors and said, "Hey, just here to ask you, does so and so live here?" "No, so and so doesn't live here." "Oh, funny, because we have these 10 people that voted from your address." And those people would say, "Well, it's just me and my wife that live here. Those people don't live here and have never lived here." And they'd say, "Well, they're voting from your address." And things like that happen all the time here in Virginia, and nobody knows about it. And when civilians take their own time and their own money to investigate and alert the authorities about it, the authorities do nothing. And so it's frustrating because we know the election corruption is happening and we know there's nothing being done about it. And one of the main reasons the borders are wide open and these illegal immigrants are allowed to come in and establish residency here in our country is, because they're trying to make sure that the electoral college is corrupted. So they're trying to put more electoral votes in these blue states. So they win these presidential elections, and that's obviously what's happening. There's no other reason for it. And now they're taking it one step further, and they're allowing these illegal immigrants to vote. So it's just absolutely insane. I mean, here in the state of Virginia, you can even register to vote with no social security number.
I'm gonna try to do this. This
You
is
should.
so crazy what you're
Well,
telling me.
here's what I would love to do. I would
Okay.
love to just send in, false applications and register to vote. I would love to do that to check my government. But you know what they would do is they would arrest me for doing
Charge
so.
you with election
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
interference. They charge you with
So
election interference.
so if we try to investigate our own government, they'll turn the tables on us and lock us up for doing so.
But I have the right to do it now. So I have the right to try to register myself. So you're going to guide me top secret off record. I'm going to do it.
Let's
Because
do it.
that's my right. Yeah, I want to do that. The other thing I really want to go over, though, is that you really know the truth about the deep state. Like, more than anyone, you know that Biden is not running the White House. There is a deep state that is basically controlling the Bidens. family? What's the truth
Absolutely.
about that? Are they in Langley, Virginia? Is it really the CIA? Is it the senior executive services? Who really is the deep state?
Well, the deep state, I think, is a conglomerate of a lot of organizations and corporations and people that nobody even knows who the hell they are. But it's all about financial interests. And you're absolutely right that the White House is not run by Biden or I don't even think Obama. Obama absolutely plays a part. But the country and the systems are run by these administrative bureaucracies that have been created illegally, like the FBI and the Department of Education. It's crazy so at the height of COVID, when the kids were kept out of schools, there was a huge group of parents here in Spotsylvania County, including myself, that were at these school board meetings fighting to get these kids back into schools and back into schools without a mask on. And do you know what the school board's excuse was for not saying you guys are absolutely right. We're going to do what's right and bring the kids back into schools? Because they were admitting, yeah, it's probably better for the kids to be in school than to be at home missing their graduation, missing sports, missing their prom, everything they worked their entire childhood for, they're missing. And and just on top of that, it's better for them to be in school getting educated. How many incidents of child abuse do we find out about just because these kids come to school and teachers talk to them? So they admitted that the kids should be in schools, but do you know the reason they gave while they were keeping kids out of school? They said, because we agree with you, but if we bring these kids back into schools, the federal government, the Department of Education, is going to pull their funding, and we can't afford that. So they were being held hostage by the federal government, by an administrative bureaucracy, the Department of Education, that shouldn't even exist anyway. So that's why I say it's these administrative bureaucracies that actually run this country and hold us hostage. And the people that run those organizations are obviously working for somebody else, and that's who the deep state is. And it's like I said, it's a conglomerate of these big corporations. The people that you always hear about, absolutely, they're part of that global elite. Everybody that's at the World Economic Forum, who was at the World Economic Forum in 2017 speaking about Chinese economics? Glenn Youngkin. So these people have their talents everywhere. And what people don't realize is it's just not the White House that they have. They have this is and it seems to us that this has happened overnight because it seems like all of this just came about during COVID, but this has been decades in the making, and they have their claws dug into even at the local levels, the school boards, sheriff's offices. I mean, they've got everything, and that's why it's so hard to defeat them. But we can. But the only way we defeat them is if we're willing to give up some of these luxuries and we're willing to be uncomfortable in the short term. And men, strong men, real men, stand up and say, I see what's happening, and whatever I have to give up, whatever I have to do to make sure that it stops, I'll do. I'll tell you, Corinne, one of the smartest things that this country has ever done is make so many people dependent on the government. And what I mean by that is the vast majority of people here in the U.S., especially here in the Washington, D.C. area, are either on government assistance or in some way they work for the government, whether directly or they work for a contractor or a subcontractor, or in some way, shape, or form, they receive their paycheck from the government. And that's the smartest thing the government's ever done, because if I'm paying you 140 grand a year to do a job where, if we're being honest, you don't do much, then and with full benefits and a retirement package and all of that, and you can't make that kind of money anywhere in the private sector with those benefits. When we do things like strip your rights during COVID, we know that you're not going to push back because you don't want to lose that paycheck, do you? You don't want to lose that retirement plan, and you don't want to lose those benefits. So you're thinking out of self-preservation. You're saving yourself rather than looking at the long view of saving your country, which in turn does more for your family and your children than saving your paycheck here in the short term does. But these people are they're worried about the here and now and that paycheck every 2 weeks and those benefits more than they are worried about this country. And I mean, I wish I could speak to all of them at once and tell them, hey, listen, guys, if you all fought back with us in unison, there'd be nothing these people can do. We'd win overnight. And guess what? You wouldn't skip a paycheck. You wouldn't lose those benefits because we take over. We, the people, would take our government back like we should have never lost. But they won't do it. I mean, they're cowards. They're scared. Not all of them.
You grew up in Washington D.C., so you know the truth about D.C. You
Yeah,
grew up
absolutely.
there. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
grew
don't. I
so
don't. I don't come from a background where I grew up in in the country, in fields where I had a great life, and I grew up, in a patriotic environment. I grew up in the hood.
yeah, you grew
I,
up. I met some of your friends. You grew
yeah,
up
I,
in a bad neighborhood
I
in
grew
D.C.
up in these areas that are controlled by Democrats. I mean, I
Yes.
lost my oldest brother to gang violence. He was a high-level drug dealer. He was killed in 1996. My other older brother has been in prison since 1997. One of my oldest sisters were killed by her husband, and then he killed himself. I've been through a lot, and
Wow.
I've seen what these democratic communities do to families and do to the people that grow up in them. So that's the perspective I'm coming from, and that's why I've been watching this my entire life. I'm a very perceptive person,
You
and
are.
and
You
that's
should run
why
for sheriff. You should run for sheriff, Matt.
I, w-
Sheriff can say
I,
no to the feds, and sheriff has all the power. You should
listen,
run.
Corinne. I do it in a heartbeat, and I would love to, but it's just so frustrating how uninformed voters are.
I
They
know.
will they will
I'm
they will
frustrated.
vote they will vote for the sheriff just because
I
they've always voted for that sheriff and they know him and they said what's up to him one time at the store and he seemed to be a nice guy. That's how people vote. It's insane. They don't look into who these people are. Speaking about sheriffs, let me give you a quick story about what happened with my sheriff during COVID.
okay.
So this guy calls me and it was the week before I was going to court with the health department. And he said, hey Matt, I didn't know, never talked to this guy before. He called my cell phone and he said, hey, I got a lot of your supporters coming down to my office. He said, can you let them know I'm not going to come to your restaurant and arrest anybody for not wearing a mask? And I said, well, I'm first of all wasn't aware that anybody was coming down to your office, but I'm sure they're not coming to ask you if you're going to arrest anybody for not wearing a mask. They probably want to know what's going to happen next week because I'm going to court for not following COVID mandates. Well, first, let me preface it with this. When he first called me, he was praising me for fighting COVID mandates. And he talked about how I was standing up for the Constitution. He's a constitutional sheriff, blah, 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 blah. And then he went into what I just told you. And then I said, they want to know what you're going to do when I go to court next week because I'm going to tell you right now, if I go to court and the judge decides not to uphold the Constitution and he rules against me, as soon as I walk out of that courtroom, I'm coming to my restaurant and I'm going to open the doors. And I'm assuming at that point you'll have to arrest me. I'm assuming they'll put out a warrant for my arrest. So they probably want to know what you're going to do at that point. And you know what he said to me after telling me I was doing the right thing and he's a constitutional sheriff? He said, well, man, if they put out a warrant for your arrest, I got to come get you. And I said, wait a minute, you just told me I was doing the right thing and I was standing up for the Constitution. And he said, well, how about this? Let's hope it goes well next week. But if it doesn't, would you agree to sit down and have a conversation with me? I said, absolutely. But we're going to have that conversation at my restaurant. I'm not coming down to your office so you can arrest me quietly. And I told him, I said, hey, listen, if you're going to arrest me, you're going to do it in front of everybody. And I'm going to record it so they see what kind of unconstitutional sheriff you are. And that was my first interaction with him. And then when I was being raided by the police that day that I told you about, I called his office and I asked to speak to the sheriff. And they said, okay, let me get him. He'll call you back. So I got a call from his, I guess, second in command. He wouldn't even call. He didn't even have the balls to call me back. So this other, I guess, deputy calls me and I tell him what's happened. I said, I'm being served an unconstitutional search and seizure warrant right now. I need my constitutional sheriff's office to come down and intervene. And they said, well, a judge signed that warrant and, we're not going to get involved. I said, wait a minute, you guys are here to uphold the Constitution. I said, I have the state police in my restaurant right now serving an unconstitutional search and seizure warrant. I've already proven in court that what's happening is unconstitutional. And he said, we're not getting involved. and I have that all recorded, and I put that recording out there. They wouldn't even come. They wouldn't even come down here and investigate what was going on, ask questions. They just flat out said, "We're not coming. The state police have a warrant, as you're saying, and so it's all legal. We're going to allow it to happen." So there are no there are no sheriffs, in my opinion, that are willing to put their career and their badge on the line for the Constitution.
Okay, I
They're
have
all
five.
for a
I have
paycheck.
five. I have five. I can name 5 out of 3,000. But Matt, you have so much to say, so I need you to come back on for an hour and talk about all of this because you said, "Oh, you don't have that much to say." You are one of the most incredible men in Virginia, and you have so much to say. So please come back. You're incredible.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't remember telling you I don't have much to say. I've got a lot to say. Trust
I
me.
had no idea. I
Yeah,
mean,
I got
this
a
is
lot.
amazing.
I got a
And I
lot to
have
say, and,
I have
and I'm
other
not afraid to say it.
shows. I know, and I love this, and I have other shows I want to book you on because you are so brave. I use this show just as my introduction, and then I book other shows. So I'm so grateful. So please come back. I mean, you're amazing. We just talked for over an hour, and it
Oh
was
wow!
incredible. Yes.
So anytime, anytime you need me on any show, I'm there. I'm here to
Thank you.
expose. I'm here to expose everybody that's involved in this corruption, and I'm not worried about what happens to me. I'm here to make sure that my kids don't have to fight this fight, man. That's the only reason I'm doing what I'm doing.
Okay, prepare because the next 6 months are going to be so wild.
Oh, I
Six
know.
months are going to be wild.
The next 6 months, I don't care if you're 80 or 8. The next 6 months is going to be the most important 6 months of your life.
Yes,
And if we don't take this White House, and you know what, I'll preface it with this: I don't think Trump winning is solves everything.
it doesn't,
One
but
man is
it's a
not
step.
going to. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. It has to happen. If it doesn't happen, then we're screwed. But
You still
even
have
if
to
he
do it in
does,
your county.
absolutely, we still see what happened here in Virginia is Glenn Youngkin won, and people said, "Oh, a Republican won. We can go back to sleep," and that's what happened. And I just want to make sure people know if Trump wins, which has to happen, then that just means we need to put the foot on the gas pedal even harder. But first things first, we need to get Trump across this finish line because if we don't, I mean, I don't see a way out of this other than moving to an extreme, to be honest with you. And it's well within our constitutional rights.
I love it when you say that. And you know what? That's, I think, why I'm in Virginia, because that's where we're headed, honestly, we the people. So please come back and I will call you tomorrow and tell you some more stuff. But I'm going to come to your restaurant in the next couple days.
Come on
I'm
down. We'd
so
love to
grateful.
have you.
Yeah. I want to film it and I had no idea you had so much to say. I am so grateful. So please come
Absolutely.
back, Matt. Have a beautiful evening. I'm so grateful to have you. God bless you.
You do the same. God bless you as well.
God bless you. That was Matt Strickland, and what he's saying is so powerful. I want to bring Dr. Mark Sherwood. How are you, Dr. Sherwood?
I'm doing great, Corinne. Thanks for having me as always. I appreciate it.
Of course. I'm so sorry that went a little longer, but that's Matt Strickland, and he is a real man from the great state of Virginia. You saw how much he's getting persecuted and prosecuted because he kept his restaurant open during COVID, and he's just suffering the repercussions of it. And so it just comes full circle about the mask issues, about the COVID issues. Something's going to happen before November. Something's going to happen.
Well, I can make a lot of comments on that from being a former 24-year veteran in law enforcement. I have a lot of experience with understanding where warrants come from, understanding where probable cause comes from, and understanding the duty of a law enforcement officer when it comes to honoring the Constitution. And I'll just say it like this. When a lawfully issued warrant from a judge is given to a law enforcement officer to serve, the law enforcement officer is bound by his duty to support the Constitution to serve that warrant. Whether they like it or not, whether they agree with it or not, they have to serve that warrant. Otherwise, they become a person who doesn't follow the Constitution. So there's a lot of misunderstanding about law enforcement out here that we need to get. And from one that's been on the inside, I can tell you that there's a ton of misunderstanding about the duties, responsibilities of what it means to serve your country, serve your city, and serve your state. Because I swore at one time, Corinne, to protect my my city and the Constitution with my life if need be. I still stand for that. We've got to be very cautious in our world, in the conservative side, about looking at law enforcement as evil. And instead, we need to look at them as the first line defenders of the safety we have, because no matter how much we like them or how much we don't, who are you going to call when you get robbed? Don't know. Good luck. We saw how that went well in Portland. So I'm passionate about that too, and I appreciate people's opinion, but it needs to hold some level of accuracy, and that's something I'll stand against till the day I die.
Listen, Dr. Sherwood, I got robbed. I've been robbed 3 times living in actual Washington, D.C. since 2021. Call the police. They take like 2 hours to come. It's so pointless.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I'm in North Carolina, and my daughter just graduated from Duke University. Whoa! And there's a train going by, which I'm not used to trains. I hope you're not hearing that. It's so wild. But listen, every time I was robbed in Washington, D.C., and one time it was really volatile. They broke down my door at 2:35 in the morning. I just had to take the hit because the police were worthless and the private security did nothing. But that's Washington, D.C. That's a totally different level. Usually police help. Like here in North Carolina, the police would help you in a second. But what I'm worried about is I'm worried about the fact that, people need to really understand that the police are supposed to be helping them, and the police aren't supposed to be doing things that are going to evade their constitution. So
yeah, that's a fair point. And to your point, I don't know the situation, the call load, the manpower issue in Washington, D.C., but to believe that they don't care because it took them time to respond. I've been in those situations where we were backed up, 5 people covering 30 square miles. You're doing the best you can to try to get everywhere you can, and you can't because crime is the problem. In that case, DC has a crime problem. They have a leadership problem. They have a politician problem. And the way I look at it, Washington, D.C. is the epitome of a problem because you got people up there in suits that don't do anything for their communities at all other than collect a paycheck. And when they put everybody else out of work, they still get paid. So I have no love lost for that nonsense at all. And I know how the inside is played. And you're right. People need to begin to, if they see a law enforcement officer out, buy them a meal. Every
say
single
thank
time.
you.
Tell them thank you because nobody understands what that job is like until you've done it. And I, for one, have been out there wearing a vest and a badge, carried a gun, been scared out of my mind, knowing I could die any minute from any lady, any boy, any girl that I pulled over one night. So it's a very volatile situation, and a lot of men and women suffer. And the life expectancy for the 20-year veteran male police officer in our country is 66 years of age.
Whoa. What is our life expectancy for someone like you or even someone like me? I'm trying to take care of myself now because of you, but is it 120? What do you think it is?
I think that we have potential to have organ systems operate, Corinne, 120 years as per God's directive. I believe that is potentially there, but also understand that there's variables such as the environment, such as accidents, such as pollution, such as other things, genetics as well. And then what we do with ourselves. Like I was giving somebody a good example today, Corinne, like I don't know, let's say maybe a classic car, right? A classic car. Some people take good care of a classic car and it looks really, really good after it's 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years old. It still runs, still a classic car, but it still runs. I think that can be like people. I also think that there's classic cars that haven't been taken care of and they rust out and they don't run. They end up in a junk pile. And so I think we have potentially opportunities to live out there to 120 years with high quality of life, as has been noted in some of the blue zones, across our country and world. And we just got to take care of ourselves. And today, that's not part of the conversation. Unfortunately, we have this. extreme, stuff going on, and the extremes will hurt us. We need to become more balanced, more calm in the storm. And that was so many times, Jesus never told us he was going to take us out of the storm, but he does tell us he's going to take the storm out of us. And I hope people got that mindset right there. That's kind of how we can start looking at things.
That is so deep. I really appreciate that. While you were telling me that, I was filling my H2 machine
Oh, yeah.
up with water. Now, this is so interesting because I'm in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and my daughter just graduated from Duke University. And this is something that I was giving to her and her friends because they had to sit through a 5-hour graduation. It didn't really get disrupted by pro-Palestinian protesters, but all the news coverage of it was shocking because the news is saying the pro-Palestinian protesters disrupted the graduation. It really didn't. Jerry Seinfeld was speaking, and like 25 kids walked out, and then some people in the football stadium walked out. It was no big deal. It was totally calm. So mainstream media lies. But in the middle of that, all the kids have a tradition where they stay up until sunrise in front of the main campus of the school. So I
Wow.
went there last night and I gave all the kids water from my water machine because
Oh, how
I could,
cool.
yeah, because listen, I couldn't bring bottled water because I can't carry that much bottled water for kids. So I had to use the water that was there. And so I just filled it up and I pressed the button and I brought a charger. I made sure it didn't run out of battery. And all the kids were shocked that this water made all the normal water that they
Yay.
had, like that I could find. Like I used sink water. Honestly, I mean, I used bathroom sink water. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry to say, I used bathroom sink water. Okay, so because I didn't have access to other water, I put it in this, and there was 1,000 kids. I maybe gave like
Oh, that's
50
funny.
kids water. So I filled this up and I gave them all the water, and they loved it, and they were so happy because they didn't have access to anything, and this was the greatest water. So I just want you to know that the kids, this is such a new device. The kids that I'm dealing with yesterday, they know all the fads. They watch Kim Kardashian and her favorite products. They watch Paris Hilton. I don't know. They watch influencers, and they all have those cups with the straw in them. It's called a Stanley Cup, but none of them knew about
No.
this. And it was so fun to say, hey, I might be old, but I've got a brand new product for you all to try. And even though it's $200, that is in their price range, because
Oh,
when
yeah.
you realize that for $200, you can put this in your purse, in your backpack, anywhere you go, and drink any water. Bottled water is more expensive than oil, and people need to realize that. And so when people
Yep.
realize that the price of bottled water is more expensive than gas, oil, anything, bottled water is really expensive now. And you can basically
Yes.
turn normal water out of a sink in a bathroom into water that you can drink by using the H2 machine that you buy on Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA, and you get 30% off. $200 is worth it. You can keep this for years.
You can, and that transformation process of normal water into hydrogen water is extraordinary, because what people need to understand is, from a biochemical process, Corinne, hydrogen coming into the system can cross every barrier because of its molecular size. It's the smallest element in the periodic table. We learned that in chemistry class. It's number one electron, one neutron, one proton, and it's made of, everything is made of hydrogen somehow or another. And so hydrogen crosses into those barriers, and it can actually mitigate any free radical damage and lower inflammation. People say they feel better, they have better recovery, they have better energy, they have better brain function, better brain speed. And I don't doubt that, because it actually does work. And I use mine every day, multiple times, and obviously you do. There's no reason everybody shouldn't be using that. Duke's a smart place. I could only wish they would give their students that. They might even see those A- students go up to A+ students. I don't know. There's a possibility there.
If you drink this every hour, just any water you can find, you might actually get better grades because you'll feel better.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because ultimately inflammation is a part and parcel of every disease process, every one of them. And yet, if you can mitigate some level of inflammation that's unnecessary by just drinking water, I don't know why you wouldn't do it. It's that simple because you have to have water to survive. You have to have it to live. Our body's made up of mostly water. So all we're doing is something we have to do anyway, but we're making it better. And so, a lot of people are, starting to see the hydrogen phenomenon come about, but there's a lot of cheap products out there that are going to be knockoffs, of course, but you want high quality, one where it doesn't leach metals into your water, and all you get is hydrogen water, and that's a very fair process. And that machine that you're holding right there has been individually tested to ensure it doesn't leach metals, and it properly puts into that water the saturation point of at least 5 parts per million of hydrogen into that water.
And it's gorgeous. And so
Oh
this is
yeah,
the
needle deal.
H2. It's called the Kingdom H2.
Kingdom
And this
H2.
is an incredible product. You find it on Sherwood.tv/Corinne, CORINNE, USA. It's 200. You get 30% off if you use my code. And this will change your life forever. I gave
Yeah.
this to I didn't give it to her, but I let her try it. My mother's
Mm.
actually with us because
Oh
my
my.
daughter's graduating from college. So we have 3 generations here. And my mother is a health guru. She's an actress on Broadway. She knows everything about health. And she was mesmerized. And now she wants one. And I said, we'll go to Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and buy it because this could change her life because my mother is so active and she loves to walk around. I was going to bring her on the show tonight, but I didn't want
Oh,
to
that would be
traumatize
cool.
you. I didn't want to
No, I
traumatize
think
you
that's
too much.
great. I mean, congratulations with your daughter graduating from a great university and your mom being so vibrant as the years that went on. What an inspirational 3 generation successes there. I love that. That's
Well,
beautiful.
let me give you a better story about this H2 water machine. So, this is the Kingdom H2. So then, of course, I get stuck with my ex, my daughter's dad, who I particularly don't want to deal with. But the bottom line is that we end up at a table. And so I had this and I was, filling. Then I was at a table, a really nice table, and I was filling it up with my table water. And I was, putting the cap on this. And he is a health nut. We're all from Beverly Hills. So he's a health nut. And he said, wow, Corinne, what's that? He talked to me over this water machine, which he and I don't talk. Like we have nothing in common. Okay. So the bottom line is the fact that he wanted to give this to his dog because my daughter's father, and I could say this in public, he's very public about it. He has a charity called Dog Bless You because he likes dogs more than people.
Oh,
He goes through that. So he actually gave the water to his dog and then he drank some of it, but he's a health nut. So
wow.
everyone I met was so mesmerized by this, and I was so close to showing it to Jerry Seinfeld, but I decided, I don't want to get that. I don't want to get that pushy, but I mean, all these kids at the Duke campus were so into this water, and I think that this could be considered one of the new cool things if we really
Yeah.
expose it to the people. My daughter's dad, who is in super fit shape. I mean, he's dating a girl, 20 years younger than him? He's from Beverly Hills. That's normal. And then my mother, who's super fit. Yes, my mom, who's super fit, who is an actress off Broadway. She loved it too. So I haven't met anyone who's told me that this is too expensive or that
No.
this is not worthy because the kids were stuck for 5 hours out of graduation. There was no water. There wasn't. They were on a field for their graduation and they were so grateful that they had access to this. So this saved a
Yeah.
lot of kids' lives in the last couple days. And I'm falling in love with this. When you first shipped it to me, I was a little concerned because I don't know how to do this stuff. You have to keep it plugged in. You have to make sure
Yeah.
it's charged. But you put any water you want and you can put it in here and you turn it on for 5-8 minutes and then you just drink it one time every hour.
Yeah, real simple. It's not a big deal. I mean, I've got mine running right now, and I'll be drinking it in a little bit. But ultimately, there is, get this, over 1,200 papers on PubMed right now that cite the efficacy of using hydrogen water in its mitigation and notation of 170 disease processes. That's extraordinary. And we can't find so far any negative responsiveness to that. So, again, how can you find something that's so good but has no negative side? Well, water is that. You can even drink too much water and hurt yourself, I suppose, because, water's got a limit. But as far as the hydrogen water goes, if you'll get yourself, 4 or 5 glasses of that a day or more, you're going to find yourself in a much better, healthier place.
That's why this H2 machine, this Kingdom H2 machine is so important. It's 200. It's totally worth every dollar, and you get a good discount if you use my code Corinne USA on Sherwood.tv. It's in my bio. It's everywhere. This is so important. And then that brings me into the next topic, which I thought was so fun. So my daughter had a presentation for all of her best friends and professors. So now we're dealing with college professors who pretty much have, PhDs and doctorates, and they're the wisest people on earth. So then at the presentation, I gave everyone the Kingdom Fuel. I gave them a sample, not of the chocolate because I like the chocolate, so the chocolate's for me.
That's
I
funny.
gave them vanilla. I gave everybody a little cup of vanilla, and I took a portable blender, and then I took my shaker and I shaked it and I blended it. But anyway, everyone got a cup of the Kingdom Fuel and vanilla.
Wow.
And then I put some fruit in it. I put some berries in it, and it was like amazing, because usually what they serve is like a little bit of champagne or alcohol. That's because my daughter wanted to be proper. But having this stability in the middle of a graduation, when you don't know where you're going to get healthy food, the college campuses are not really that healthy, even though they try to
No.
be. But having this, just 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops in the water from the bathroom that I found again, I would clean the water with the Kingdom H2 machine, and then I would put it in a cup, and then I would put the Kingdom Fuel in it with some fruit, with some berries, raspberries, strawberries. The kids loved it, and the
Oh, yeah.
professors loved it, and everybody loved it. And I was like, wow, your mom's cool.
Well, I tell you, I've used Kingdom Fuel. I use it every day. I usually, my habit is I'll get up and exercise and then go to work. But usually post exercise, I'll have one of those and I'll mix some stuff in with it too. But it works great as far as a complete meal. And you talk about nutritious, we should not be eating calories. We should be eating nutrients. And so from a nutritional standpoint, I don't know of anything that sort of parallels that with its volume of completeness. It has a complete organic pea protein, greens and reds, vitamins and minerals, and soluble and insoluble fibers. That's not just a protein drink, that's the whole meal. And, people can use that and you can live off that potentially. You really could. I've had people do that for a month, and, we've talked about it before.
Okay, so that is my goal. So my goal is to spend 28 to 30 days just living on Kingdom Fuel. So what I have to do is I have to actually eat the Kingdom candy. Now
You
listen,
do.
I don't have a sample of the Kingdom candy because of course I had to live on it the last couple days, because I didn't even have time to eat in restaurants. I don't have time to go when you've got all these guests in, and then you've got, all of these graduations and events and ceremonies. And then I'm also doing something really high level, Dr. Sherwood. I'm trying to get an interview with Professor Ralph Barrick, who's at the University of Chapel, North Carolina. And we all know that he's one of the professors that actually helped Dr. Fauci create this whole COVID situation for us. So I don't want to drag you into that because that's too political, but I'm saying, like, I am busy. You know what I mean? I don't have time to go sit in restaurants and just la la la. So basically, the Kingdom candy, which I don't have a sample of, you can buy it at Sherwood.tv and use my code Corinne USA, and you get 30% off. And it is amazing, and it gets you through your day, and it's in caramel and it's in peanut butter and chocolate. And it was so incredible to have that. And then I cut that up into it. It's a normal bar. I've showed it on here many times. You can go on my X account and you can see it. I post it everywhere. And basically I cut it up into little pieces, and just those little pieces of the Kingdom candy, The students love it. The parents
Oh,
love it. The
yeah.
teachers love it. Even the dog wanted to eat that. I'm like, no,
The dog.
no.
That's funny.
Because my daughter's dad, he loves dogs. Like I told you, he's got tons of charities for dogs. And so he always has dogs. And so even his dog wanted it. I mean, the dog jumped on me, was trying to get to it. So the dog wanted the kingdom candy over a brownie. The dog didn't want human food. The dog wanted the
No.
kingdom candy. He wanted our superfood. So the key to life is to eating the superfoods so that you have what you need to nourish your body. And that's your whole point, Dr. Sherwood.
It is. A lot of times people today are suffering needlessly. And, Corinne, that's heartbreaking to me because most of our problems we face today in our world are self created. Specifically, and I used this analogy before. I know you've talked about border security, but this border we have right here at our mouth is wide open. And it's more open than the southern border right now. And we let all kinds of crap in there and we encourage it. And I'm talking Republicans and Democrats. We all encourage the open border right here. And it's a problem because it's making us all sick. The sicker we become, the less we can actually think. The less we can think, the less we critically think. The less we critically think, the less communication we truly have. And boy, are we not in that place right now. And the obesity crisis, the type 2 diabetes crisis, autoimmune, just extraordinary numbers going more and more and more. Alzheimer's, dementia, heart disease, osteoporosis. I can go on and on and on. Most of these diseases are like needless. We don't need to be there. We're at the most unhealthy place we've ever been in the history of planet Earth right now in our health. And nobody is sounding the alarm. And we better start waking up because our destruction is imminent from the inside out if we don't fix the problem, which is us.
And that's why after 3 years in Washington, D.C., I begged you to help me in Tulsa, Oklahoma, because I was pretty much dying. I
Mhm.
started the end of March. I started about April 1st, and look how vibrant I am now. I'm feeling really good. I'm
Much better.
feeling
Yay.
really hydrated from the H2O, the Kingdom H2O, and I'm feeling totally satisfied from the Kingdom Candy, which is a bar. It's a candy bar, but it's a supplement bar. It's phenomenal, and it
Very
really
healthy.
quenches your cravings. And then the kingdom fuel is changing my life forever, and you don't have to carry the whole canister. You can put it in a
No.
plastic box, a plastic what, a plastic anything. You can put it in a plastic bag. It's so easy. So this whole process is so easy, and then when you satisfy your hunger, then you don't crave anything. So now I am down to eating maybe breakfast, a little bit of like oatmeal, not too much, maybe some really bland cereal. I'm waiting for your cereal to
I
come
know
out,
it's
Dr.
coming
Sherwood.
soon.
Yes.
Probably by
And
the end of
then,
the month, maybe first of next month, we'll have it. It's on.
okay.
It's on the assembly line, but it takes a while to kind of get it all through, and they have to go through the QC, the quality control stuff. So we're almost there, close.
So then, so then after I do a little bit of cereal in the morning, then I don't have to eat anything because I had the kingdom fuel and I have the kingdom candy, and then I have my water. And if you drink one of these an hour, your hunger really gets satisfied. You basically don't have hunger. And I've been
Mhm.
sitting at dinner tables where my relatives, my mom, everybody would buy me anything I want, the most expensive anything. Because, I'm poor. I live in Washington, D.C. I'm a journalist, but my family, when they take me out to dinners, they're like, anything you want. What do you want? And you know what I've said? I really don't want anything because I don't really have any cravings anymore. So it's
Mhm.
really bizarre. All my body wants is like a pure protein, and I can't even eat a whole steak. I have to share the steak. I get a steak, I cut it in half, and then I just want some vegetables. I want like some broccoli or something, something
Good.
like asparagus. I have no interest in any other carbs. I don't really want to. I mean, I used to eat and I don't want to eat anymore because my body's getting so nourished by the kingdom fuel. And people need to
Yeah.
realize that when you do the kingdom fuel and when you do the kingdom H2 water and when you do the kingdom candy, that will change your whole life. So now, like right now, I'm not even hungry. I have no hunger level. Okay. So then let's say, as I keep on doing that, hopefully by the middle of next month, I'm ready to do like 21 days just on the Kingdom Fuel, because I do have about 48 pounds I need to lose from living in Washington, D.C., from not being careful about what I was eating, but also because my body has been changing since COVID happened. And that's why it's so important to go to Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and get on the program right now to actually get your genes tested. Dr. Sherwood
Yeah.
always tells us about this because it's not just the food you eat, it's your genes. And then you have to get your blood tested. And Dr. Sherwood will walk you through all of this. And that's what's so important, correct? So
Yeah,
important.
my wife and I, we really are very relational oriented. So we actually work with people and we walk them through what their genes mean. And people need to know that genetically speaking, even though we're 99.9% identical and our genes haven't changed but 2% in 10,000 years, we still have significant differences with how we process and metabolize different things. And so to understand how that works is nothing more than just a God-sized benefit, because then we can sort of structure our lifestyle to promote good, predictable genetic expression, which promotes good disease resilience on the backside. And then obviously with blood work, the typical labs that we do today in conventional medicine are probably inadequate at best. They don't really tell you where you are in disease processes. They might tell you if you're diseased or not. So I'm not saying they're absent of information that's valuable, but we look at them from a different way. So when I look at a disease process, I'm thinking, okay, we've got symptoms here I don't like, whatever, if you say I've got weight gain symptoms I don't like, whatever that is. Well, what does that mean? Well, you go figure out what the genes are saying to, is there some weight loss resistance there? What am I doing upstream to create weight gain or weight retention? And I change that upstream. I don't have to come down here and give you a weight loss drug. All I got to do is fix the problem that got you there in the first place, and the body tends to correct itself. And so I think if people begin to think about things like that, what is the upstream cause? I think we find ourselves in a very answer-oriented society, which we need right now.
We need answers. That's so important. And we need to be prepared for the next pandemic.
Oh,
The
man.
next pandemic is coming, and we need to be prepared for that. And Dr. Sherwood and his wife, Michelle, are 100% ready to get us through the next pandemic, which is so key and so important.
We're living in a world right now where fear mongering through the media is normal. Normal. You've been in the media for a while, Corinne. It's all about shock. Shock and awe, just to get people's attention. It's shock video. It's fear based. It's fear porn, just designed to get your attention. And once they get your attention, they can get your heart. And so we try to give people confidence. Confidence to not be driven, controlled by, and consumed by this thing called fear, because it will take your life away. It'll suck your heart away from you. And it will take your life away eventually, in a sense of decaying your natural immune system processes. So, we've been doing this a long time, and yeah, there's other viruses out there. The governments are all going to, connect with the Chinese Communist Party and do whatever, call it research or whatever they want to call it. It's gain of function that they're doing. And eventually it's going to be let out again just to try to put more vaccines on the street, which is nothing more than a big profit center for many, many people, because the vaccine liability is owned by our United States government. So it's just a big old mess. People need to live independently of that, be aware of it, not beware of it, and then live independently from it. And that's really goes back to what I consider the great epitome of Americanized American spirit, is this declaration of independence, which we all need to probably declare once again. I'm going to be independent of this federal government whose tyranny-driven style is directing bondage towards its citizens. Government's too big. too controlling, and we got to get back to the people. But it starts with us, taking care of ourselves.
That is so powerful because that's one of the reasons why it's so important for people to really take the time to go to Sherwood.tv/Corinne,
Yeah.
Corinne USA, because you're really here for the people, Dr. Sherwood. You're here to help the people. That's the most
Yeah.
important thing. My own mother, she just admitted to me that during the COVID crisis, she was never told about ivermectin, and she's my mother. So how could she not be told about it? So bizarre. There's so much miscommunication going on, and I feel like this next pandemic, we're not going to have a grace period. It's going to happen hard and furious. So people need to prepare now, and it's really important that they go on to the website at Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and just sign up for what you do the second Tuesday of
Mhm.
every month, which is tomorrow,
Tomorrow
Tuesday,
night.
May
Yeah.
14th. Yes, at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, Dr. Sherwood and his wife do a completely free webinar where you can
Mhm.
ask any question you want about your health and they will answer it. So tell us about that.
Well, yeah, tomorrow night, it's the second Tuesday of every month, and tomorrow happens to be the second Tuesday, the 14th, because we're the 13th live right now. We actually do a little seminar, and it takes about 20, 30 minutes to go over the topic of the day. Tomorrow night, we're going to talk about hormones because that's been a popular topic for many, many, many months now. People want to hear it. Okay, cool. But we're going to talk about what we do as a whole, and we're going to sort of zoom in and sort of micro look at hormones as part of what we do. And then once we finish that, it takes about half an hour, I suppose, give or take. And then we're going to answer questions. And those questions are put into the chat bar, and they're live questions. And we open the chat room and answer those things. And again, we don't charge anybody for that. But then if people want to schedule appointments at that point, Corinne, they can. And we open up spots for them to schedule right there. And they're all within about 3 weeks. Now, that's a shockingly quick get in and get seen time frame. I can tell you right now, because a lot of people that work in that quote unquote functional medicine space might have a year's waiting period. But no, we work it out. We plan this ahead of time, a year in advance. So we put little appointments out there for people that go through the webinar. So rest assured, it's not going to take somebody a year to get seen.
That's so important because when you use health insurance, which we're beginning to realize is pointless, the health
Yeah.
insurance is not
Yeah.
really helping people. Tell us about the health insurance. I mean, basically, I don't ever want to go to a hospital again. At the point I'm at now, I think I'd rather be dead than go into a normal hospital. And so, if there's an accident, I don't want to go to a hospital. So, I don't want vaccinated blood. And that's why it's important. So tell us about the health insurance. It's better just to pay cash and get the doctor care you need, correct?
One thing about health insurance today is to understand there is no such thing. I've said this before, and people are, what? Sure, there's a such. Not really, because when does health insurance pay? It pays when you're sick. It cannot, should not pay to keep you well. Why? Why would I say such extreme thing? It's because, like, if health insurance is for profit and they don't get business if people don't get sick, why on earth would they teach you how to not be sick? I mean, that doesn't make sense. And why on earth would they teach you how to not use medications when medications are straight in bed with big health? So big health, big pharma, big government are all sort of in bed together. And so we got to get out of that. And so am I saying don't have health insurance? No, because if you have like a catastrophe or something like that, get in a wreck, I suppose that's what you got to do. But that's what it's for. We're very good at trauma here in this country. We're very good at fixing things that are broken, but we're not good at preventing the brokenness. And I mean that from a spiritual level and also a physical level. And we've got to turn it around. And so people have to take ownership of their health. I've said this many times. Keep your deductible in your pockets. Don't fool yourself to think that big insurance is going to take care of you, because they can't, as evidenced by today's disease stats. Corinne, we're growing more diseases than we're growing people right now. We are getting sicker as a nation, as I stated a moment ago, than we've ever been in history. We are seeing children become obese. 12% of children between the ages of 2 and 6 are obese. By 2050, 100% of our population is predicted to be overweight or obese. I don't know what system we're in, but it doesn't work. So I figure people need to try something different and quit trying to continue to prove Einstein is a genius.
This is going to get really interesting because once you start really working on your health, it's like a very long process. So
Yeah,
I just officially started April 1st. So now I'm what, a month and a half
a
into
month
it.
and a half
I've
in. Yeah.
lost 12 solid pounds, which is
Come
good for one
on. That's
month.
beautiful. Well done.
Yes, I've lost 12 solid pounds. You love it when I tell you that. Yes.
Yeah, that's
And,
beautiful.
I'm glowing and I really want to get to the point where I just do the kingdom fuel for like 21 to 30 days because it does matter that, that I keep my body as healthy as possible because I want to be on the front line exposing election corruption. I want to be on the front line in federal court telling you who exactly the federal government is arresting just this next week. Okay, starting tomorrow. Just starting tomorrow. There's 7 pro-life activists who are going to be in the U.S. federal court. They've been sitting in a prison outside of Washington, D.C. since they were found guilty by a jury not of their peers. All they were doing was protesting abortion. They're getting charged with conspiracy, Dr. Sherwood, and they've been thrown into the jail from the courtroom last August, September, and now they're facing 11 years of prison time. And so I want to be healthy so I can get there and I can cover these things because we've never had a political prisoner crisis like this ever before, where Christians are being arrested and persecuted and prosecuted at this rate. There's been too many people arrested, and it's so emotionally devastating to go to these trials and to see these people's lives get destroyed. So I need to be healthy so I can handle it, so I can be strong for them.
I agree, and we all got to be strong because the idea of persecution is something that is in the fabric of the Christian life. Jesus predicted that; he talked about that, and we remember the disciples. All of them died brutal, nasty deaths at the hands of persecution. We know that Jesus went through a false trial and was falsely convicted, falsely put to death. So we also know that things have been worse in history before. We're seeing a rebirth of that right now in our country because our country's turned their back on God. Plain and simple. When you turn your back on God, God doesn't turn his back on you. He just stands there waiting on you to run back into his arms. So we need to figure out how, as a nation and leaders, so we can turn around and repent of our ways, of our errors, of our sin, and really restore the idea of this constitutional republic. And that can only be done with, and I'm not saying everybody has to worship God. I'm saying that our nation is founded upon principles that are God-based, God-centered, God-given. And that's the thing. And even in the middle of that, Corinne, I mean, we can't fight for our country. We can't even stand up for what's right if we're sick, and that becomes a great distraction. I've said this before. The greatest distractions the enemy has are as follows: sickness, disease, and lack. One more time: sickness, disease, and lack. When we start thinking about those things, they become distractions. They distract us from our call or our mission. And you have a mission in your life. I've got a mission in my life. Previous guest has a mission in their lives. And so we really got to be well so we can fight well and be examples of something that people can look at and maybe they want to follow.
I mean, that's so important. Tomorrow night, my favorite church is in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And so I got arrested in Chapel Hill, North Carolina in 2021, my daughter's first year
Wow.
of college, because I was exposing the vaccine corruption and the professors that, like Professor Ralph Farrick and the professors that actually created this whole COVID crisis. But anyway, they dropped all charges. It's no big deal. But my favorite church I found here in 2021, I was like, I had to repent because I got arrested. I was so scared. And they took me in and they watch over me. And basically, tomorrow night, I'm going and I'm bringing the vanilla Kingdom
Oh,
Fuel. And, instead of serving, the donuts and, the brownies and the sugar, I want them to serve this in like little cups. It's so cute. And you just put a blender, you blend it up, and you give it to them in cups, and you serve it to people. And it's really important that all the churches realize that there are alternatives to
yeah.
donuts and sugar foods.
Oh
You
my
can
God.
serve Kingdom
Yeah,
Fuel.
you can. I've looked at this a long time, and it might sound funny, but there was no donut trees in the Garden of Eden. They weren't there. It's not real food, and unfortunately, we cannot continue to have the worship of the God of food. The God, Philippians 3:18-19 talks about that. The God is your belly, and we got to get away from that. So I encourage you to stand strong and go in that place and speak life to people that need it badly.
Yes, I'm gonna do it because they take care of me. So now I have to tell them I have a product that we could actually use that at their different meetings and stuff, so people don't have
Yes,
to eat the sugary sweets. So I'm
that's
so
right.
grateful, Dr. Sherwood. Is there anything else you want to cover? I
No,
want
I
people to know
appreciate you,
tomorrow
Corinne.
night, but
Tomorrow
tomorrow
night,
night,
go
Tuesday
there.
night's the night.
You can register for the webinar right there at sherwood.tv/Korean USA. You can also reach all the things we talked about. And again, we're here to try to preserve patriotism, to preserve life so that we can have something to stand upon. So I appreciate you having me as always.
Yes, God bless you. You always tell me something really incredible, and I'm so grateful. And your products are amazing, and I'm waiting for the cereal, and the coffee's incredible. So you have to go on the website. You have to go on sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and look at the products, because every single one of those products is something that I use
Yeah,
now, and I'm glowing. And I have amazing energy, and I recommend it to everyone. And you can bring it to any meeting you have and give them this, like I've been doing, and people are so grateful.
they are.
It's amazing.
I carry mine in a bag when I go to the gym, so I know I know that works. So Howie, the people ask me there, "What's in the mystery bag?" and I get to tell them every day. So there you go.
That's so amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Sherwood. I'll see you next Monday.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me, Kareem.
God bless you. So remember, y'all, that Dr. Sherwood and his wife have a very, very important free webinar that you can actually join tomorrow. You go to sherwood.tv/Corinne USA. It's at 6:30 every second Tuesday of the month. And tomorrow is the second Tuesday of the month. So please sign up for that, because Dr. Sherwood is such a wealth of information. He's a doctor on the front line, and he will be there for us when the next pandemic happens, because they're going to think of another pandemic. So I want to juxtaposition into someone that I really love talking to. I want to bring in Chris Hoare, and I'm going to have you talk about this satellite phone. Chris, how are you?
I'm great, Corinne. How you doing tonight?
I have my satellite phone with me.
Fantastic. That's the one, the 9555.
Sat123.com. Sat123.com.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and this phone, and we talked about this last time, when these phones were created about 25 years ago, they were for the wealthy, the billionaires, the millionaires. They cost these handsets $10,000, $20,000 each, and people were paying $20, $30 a minute. And that's great if you're a billionaire. But Corinne, most of my friends and me, we're not billionaires. And so at sat123.com, what we've done is we've made this phone free with activation. Anywhere else in the country, you're going to pay $1,000 to $2,000 for this phone, but that's too much. We want the average working man and woman in this country to be able to afford to get this kind of protection and this security provided by a satellite phone. Because the main point about satellite phones is that they don't rely on ground-based infrastructure. They don't need cell towers. They don't need anything at all. They communicate directly with the satellites in the sky. And so wherever you are on Earth, that phone you're holding up right now, the Iridium 9555, is going to work, guaranteed. So this is so important. Only 7% of the country and the planet is actually covered by any kind of cell phone service. So even on a good day, there's a good chance you could experience an area that has no sat phones, that has no cell phone coverage. And we all know what happens when you're out there, and whether you're hunting or camping or hiking, things go wrong. People have accidents, and maybe sometimes quite serious ones. And if you can't reach out to the emergency services and the great first responders that we have, you can end up in a whole lot of trouble. But a satellite phone will work 100% of the time wherever you are. Yeah, there it is.
This is the Sat123 satellite phone, sat123.com. And this is something that everyone should buy right now, because you have to have this for yourself, for your wife, for your husband, for your children. We just experienced some very major solar flares, and my phone wouldn't even work. And I was stuck in the middle of my daughter's graduation. My mom was lost. I couldn't get a hold of anyone, and they didn't have satellite phones. So I couldn't get a hold of them. I couldn't reach them. So it did cause problems. But if we had had the satellite phone is not going to have interference with any type of solar flare, correct?
Yeah, no, it's going to work no matter what. And these solar flares, and what they can do is they can take out electronic components, just as an EMF or an EMP can take out electronic components and fry all kinds of electronics, including the electronics in cell towers and power grids and so on. So, this is a naturally occurring event we're in the middle of right now, and all kinds of electronics can be destroyed. Which is why we have the Faraday bags to protect your phones as well at sat123.com. But yeah, look, it's not just solar flares that can get in the way. I mean, we've seen outages, just in the last couple of months, we've seen 2 massive outages across the country where millions and millions of people didn't have cell phone service for quite some time. And look, you're probably like me. If you leave the house and you don't have your cell phone, you panic, right? You go back and you get it. But so imagine if you couldn't have it for, a few hours a day or a week or even a few months. I mean, what would you do? The first thing you would do is you'd be out of touch, right? You wouldn't know what's going on. You wouldn't know if your family members and loved ones were safe, how they were doing. You wouldn't know anything. But if you had a satellite phone, you would be able to stay in touch. And that's why I love your point about making sure your family has these phones too. Because look, it's great if you have one, but if your family and your kids are away, or they're at college or something, and something happens, the first thing you're going to worry about, it's not your money, it's not your house. It's like, where's my family? Are they safe? Are they okay? Do they need help? And that peace of mind, knowing that whatever happens, you will be able to reach them regardless of what is going on. I mean, that is, look, money can't buy that kind of peace of mind, right? But in this case, you can buy a satellite phone and get one for free with activation, and then you have that peace of mind because you'll always be able to know where your friends and family and loved ones are, and if they're safe or if they need help. And if they need help, they can reach out if they have a sat phone, or you can reach out for them. So it's real peace of mind is a hell of a thing. And I think it's so important that anyone who is a parent or has a family, extended family, knows that, worrying is the worst thing in the world, and no one wants that.
And it's so small. You can put it anywhere you want. It's the size of your hand, and it's really tough and durable. So you can throw it in a purse, throw it in a backpack. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, it's easy to use. It's just like it's kind of like an older cell phone. Look, this isn't for gaming or apps or anything like that. This is for real emergency guaranteed communications when things are bad, or when you're in an area where you can't get service. And so that's what they focused on. And so, yeah, you raise up that antenna. You generally need to be able to see the sky to make sure you get the best connection. But as long as you can see the sky, wherever you are on Earth, you can make a call and receive a call. And Corinne, it's important for people always ask, oh, can I just call other satellite phones with this thing? Say, no, you can call any other cell phone or any landline anywhere in the world. And with our at sat123.com, with our activation plan, you're getting about 100 to 150 minutes a month for around, it's $90 usually. And those minutes roll over if you don't use them. But no matter where you call with those minutes, it's the same price. So if you call, like I have family in England, just outside of London. So if I were to call them, it's just 1 minute, it's 1 minute. It's not more to call outside the country. It doesn't matter where you call, this is a satellite-based service. So wherever you call, it's just going to be minute for minute. You get your value for money, but you'll be able to reach out and talk to anybody anywhere on any phone.
That's why it's so important to have one of these for your RV, one of these for your car, one for every child you care about, and for your husband.
Just the ones you care about.
Exactly.
The black sheep, they're on their own.
Your aunt, your favorite aunt, your grandma. I mean, everyone has to have this. We're on the verge of World War III. I'm a very serious journalist. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and we're watching this happen. Everyone in Senate has this phone, and I think it's time for everyone in Congress to get this phone too. It's going to be key to have a satellite phone. They can just turn the cell phones off whenever they want, honestly, and that's the direction it feels like they're going in. They're going to potentially turn the internet off, and if the internet gets turned off, you need the satellite phone.
Correct. Yeah. Look, I mean, it was just a few months back. I know exactly what you're talking about. They gave every senator a satellite phone, like just out of nowhere. It's like they didn't do that for no reason. Satellite phones have been around a long time. They gave them these phones because, they can see what is probably, unfortunately, coming up. We have a lot of trouble going on around the world, but they want to make sure that they're okay. But what about the House? What about the rest of us normal people, right? Us working men and women in this country. Like, we need what they have, right? They're getting those phones for a reason, all right? So I think if that's what they got, that's what we want. And by the way, these are the same phones, Corinne, that the U.S. military uses. Anyone who is brave enough to have served, and God bless all of them, they will have used phones, these exact phones, most likely in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. Navy, anywhere around the world. This is the phone they use. So that's the phone that I want, right? I want the phone the U.S. military completely relies on, and that's this Iridium phone. And then we also have the Inmarsat phone as well, which gives you global coverage. But look, you want what the professionals have, right? FEMA has these phones because they know if there's a hurricane or when these tornadoes hit, these terrible tornadoes cause such devastation, they're not just taking out the houses and the churches, they're taking out the power grid, the cell towers, everything. So when FEMA rolls in, they're rolling in with these exact phones because they know already in advance there's going to be zero communication any other way. But they can walk into a devastated area and start making and receiving calls because they have sat phones.
And when you get this phone, it comes in this incredible box that I was showing you guys in the beginning, and it has everything you need in it. In the box, it has a speaker attachment. It has an antenna attachment. It has all this incredible stuff. You can put this antenna on your car, and you can actually drive in your car with the satellite phone. So it's just so incredible, all the different things that are offered when you go to sat123.com and sign up for the sat phone service.
Yeah. And look, I know people have a lot of questions and sometimes not everyone's comfortable with the internet. So you can always call 941-841-0844. That's 941-841-0844. Our great sales team they're English speaking, US based. They will walk you through anything that you need to know. They'll answer all your questions. And then we have videos that they can send you, or you can see tons of videos at sat123.com. How to use the phone, how to store it, how to keep it charged, and so on. Again, it's pretty straightforward, but hey, you know what? I have a hard time setting up my email, right? So it's like just like Steve Jobs, by the way, apparently. So I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't need to be a tech whiz to use this thing. It's just like a regular old cell phone.
It's amazing. So the phone number is 941
841-0844. So 941-841-0844. Open all the time, and we'll be happy to help you take your questions and take your order if you want to order. And they will ask you who sent you, by the way, if you call in. Please just let them know Corinne sent you, so we can help support this great show of yours. And we really appreciate being a sponsor.
Yes, I'm so grateful to have you guys. And I feel like, people need to know that you also have regular phone service, which is phone123.com. So people can take their phones, preferably not an iPhone. I'm starting, Chris, listen, I'm officially starting a boycott of the iPhone. And I don't care if they try to sue me. My iPhone has been so crazy this last couple days with the solar flares. And then I've been dealing with, football fields of students graduating and things like that where the cell phone doesn't even work. And so the iPhone has been tape recording me without my permission and consent and texting people. And then the iPhone is doing other weird stuff to me. So it's time to stop buying the iPhone and take all your Android phones and go to phone123.com.
Yeah, at phone123.com, you'll be able to sign up for Connect to Mobile, which is the first cell phone service in this country that is not designed to track you and archive you and follow you and report you and whatever it is. All of these big cell phone companies, right? They're storing and archiving everything you're doing, right? Where you're going, your GPS location, that's being archived, not just broadcast in real time to whomever they want to give access to. But look, they are recording and archiving everything you're doing. If you're searching on Google, on your phone, on an app, or whatever it is, like this thing is being recorded, right? It's being archived. When you make a bunch of calls, they know who you're calling. When you're texting people, they know what you're texting. That's why you see in court people bringing up, oh yeah, we know this suspect was here on this day. The only reason they know that is because they got the cell phone records and the data that was archived. Now, look, if someone's doing something wrong, that's on them. But the rest of us who are not breaking the law should not be being tracked. And what we did yesterday, last week, and last year is no one's business, right? Look, in China and North Korea and Russia, that's what they do. That's their issue. That's why I don't want to live there. Thank you very much. In this country, the Fourth Amendment is meant to protect us, as far as I'm concerned, from unreasonable search and seizure. And I don't care what's in the terms and conditions when you buy a phone or sign up for a service. I don't care. It's like they shouldn't be following us and tracking us and archiving us. So at phone123.com, we're a phone company that is here to provide you with secure private cell phone service. End of story, period. Right? If we get a subpoena about one of our customers, we send a blank sheet of paper over to law enforcement because we don't have any record of what you did, because it's not our business. We're not a police department. We're a phone company, right? So we don't think, we're the only ones who think like this, apparently, but we don't think it's any of our business who you're calling, why, what you're texting, who, what you're searching for. That's your business. It is not ours, right? So we think, and we provide that service to you. And at the plan, which is a little more expensive, mind you, given what I just paid for my AT&T bill, I don't know, but $100 a month, you can get a phone that gives you complete privacy and mil-spec encryption when you're making calls. So if I have one and you have one, Corinne, as I know you do, then nobody can get into our phone call. And then also, we don't archive anything so that we don't keep any record that you called me or I called you. Any file you upload to your phone is not stored anywhere else. We don't have access to it. It's also scrambled. So if someone else gets a hold of your Connect to Mobile phone, there's nothing they can do. It's a bunch of gibberish, right? And if you lose your phone, we could just wipe it instantly. And so it's completely gone. All the data is gone from that phone. So all of these services, and you can call, make calls and receive calls and send text just like every other phone. But we don't also allow apps that invade your privacy to be loaded onto the phone. So we're protecting you in advance from acts that are invasive, spyware, because as you said, there are many apps. It's not just the phone itself or that is recording your conversations and listening. A lot of apps do that as well, and you don't even know it. You download an app, you think, oh, that's useful. And then in the term somewhere, it's saying, oh, yeah, by the way, we're going to be watching you from the camera, listening to everything you say and selling that data. And that is not a good thing. If you're searching about a health issue, that data could be sold to an insurance company that then denies you coverage, right? I'm just talking about in theories here, but all of this is possible. And we all know it goes on because when we're talking just every day, you go to a social media site and if you're talking about like getting some new windows, you'll see a bunch of ads for Windows. That's not a lucky guess, right? That's because they are listening to you and they're watching you all the time. So if you want to get away from that, yeah, phone123.com.
Phone123.com. I'm going to be talking about this for the next hour. I'm just talking about communication right now because I live on 3 phones. Okay. Right now I live on my satellite phone, obviously for emergency, but I live on 2 iPhones and an Android. I'm going to get rid of the iPhones and I'm going to just go to my satellite phone. And then I'm going to bring in a phone with phone123.com. The most important thing to do to prepare for someone like me as we're on the verge of the November 2024 election cycle, I deal with a lot of very high level information and I cannot have anyone spying on me. And worse than this, Chris, I can't have anyone try to blackmail me. And this is what I'm worried about. With the iPhone, they can get access to your location. They can get access to your photos. They can get access to your text messages. I can't have anyone blackmailing me. It's already happened to me. I had an ex-boyfriend blackmail me, and it's unacceptable behavior. If they somehow figure out how to get into your phone, and iPhone spies on everything we do. So it's time to make the switch. T-Mobile is disgusting. It's a disgusting company and it doesn't care about us. It's very important to move to phone123.com. You're going to have the most incredible customer service and you're going to be able to broaden your horizons and live your life without getting spied on.
Yeah, look, you bring up some great points here. It's like, look, if you have a wife, a daughter, a girlfriend, do you want them to be able to be tracked and stalked? And, and we see people that have used this technology and murdered people, and it's like, we need to be protected from that. Your location, it's great. People say, oh, it's great because I can find out where the nearest gas station is. It's like, yes, you can. And that is useful. But, for me, I look up around here in Denver, there's one on every corner. But I mean, either way, but do you want your kids or your wife or your girlfriend or yourself to be tracked? Can you imagine? We all have people who may not like us and some who are dangerous potentially, and do you want them having real-time live access to your location? I don't think anybody does or should, right? So it's like the fact that all of these companies, even when you put your phone on airplane mode, it's still tracking your location. Once you turn it off, the airplane mode, then it catches up and then archives all of that, historical location information. So you're never safe from any of this. And if somebody else gets access to that information, they can follow you or your daughter, your wife, your girlfriend, your husband, whatever it is, at will. And that is not something that is safe. That is a very big security risk. So with phone123.com, that does not happen. I think there's one location where you're showed all the time. It's somewhere in Florida. It's like wherever you are in the world, there's completely useless data, right? It is impossible to figure out where someone is if they have a mobile phone at phone123.com.
I'm so grateful to have you, Chris. I think this is the most important topic for people to realize now. You have to have a satellite phone. You have to go to SAT123.com and get your satellite phone now. Everything is changing right before the November 2024 election. It's so important to have the satellite phone, and it's time to get all of your phones connected to phone123.com.
Absolutely. Yeah. And look, these phones will not be free forever. And this is going to be a busy year, sadly, I feel. And the satellite phones will run out. They don't make too many of these. They only make I think a few 100,000 a year, unlike the phones. So it's like once they run out, there'll be no more sat phones till next year. So don't wait around. Being prepared means being prepared in advance.
That is so powerful. So I'm going to let you go because I know you're super busy, but I'm going to talk about this for the next hour because communication is the key to life.
Absolutely. Corinne, thanks so much for having me on. Have a great night.
God bless you. Peace. I want to bring in a specialist in this field. His name is Michael. Did I do this wrong? Did I do this right? I don't ever know. Okay, here, I'm my own producer tonight, so y'all give me some sympathy for that. This is Michael Prosper, and he knows everything about how important it is to communicate in privacy and decentralization. This is his phone that you can buy and actually hook up to phone123.com. So go for it, Michael. Thank you for waiting. You've been so patient. I'm grateful.
No, it's all good. And I think that prior conversation was really important. And I think some of the things you touched on are huge. People don't understand how this could happen. And let me just paint a picture for you. Just like what we saw with COVID rolling out and all the different departments complying, and then with the elections, and then the government, and then all the people complying because they're getting paid on it. What happens when identity goes digital? And when identity is linked to the individual, and the one thing that they actually have, a device. So you have a device that ties to an app that then ties to your ID. So device has an app, ties to an ID. When those things all link up, so I'll give you some visuals for your listeners, because it's just really important to visualize this and understand it. I'll show you exactly how it's actually already rolling out, so to speak. So let's say you get an identity card, okay? And
Okay,
that,
like a driver's license?
yeah, you could call it a driver's license, but in the future, they're actually going to link your driver's license with your payment systems. So your payments, there's not going to be cash. When we talk about this destruction that's coming, these wars, these rumors of wars, when we talk about World War III, all these other, what's going to happen is it's going to surface with no cash. There will not be dollars and bills like what we're.
So we're going to be cashless. When this happens, we're going to be
Right.
cashless.
So this
Okay.
stuff here is no
Okay.
longer going to be valid. It's going to be a digital asset.
Well, if you have the dollar bills, will they be worth anything?
Well, how many people do you know don't take them anymore?
I mean, I don't even have cash on me ever. I don't even
How
know how
many
to
other-
get cash. I can barely get cash.
Well, right now they have what's called capital controls in place where you can only get up to $500 in one day. On most consumer accounts, that's the limit, period. If you have a business account, they restrict them based upon the cash flow, and there are limits to it. So they have capital controls. This is the same thing that's happened in other countries. I won't be specific. No, I will be. This is the same.
Be specific.
This is the same exact thing they did in China. Same thing. I've personally been in China. I've personally tried to get the renminbi and try to figure out how it's working. And that's why I'm telling you in advance, these things that we talk about as money here, this stuff is actually going to go away when the war is over. And people may think, well, what war are you talking about? We all know what's coming. It's not like, you need some news flash. And I know you're in the middle of what's happening on the ground day to day. But when the war is over and the rumors of war start ending, it's not going to be this anymore. This is going to go away. You're going to have an identity card that's going to tie to payments. Okay.
Wait, so even if we have 1,000 years of peace or whatever the Bible says, we're still going to have identity cards, or we're not?
Well, the Jubilee actually ties to 70, but it's a little different conversation. Actually, no, it's really relative. So if you think about what decentralization is with the Jubilee and the law of Jubilee, it all ties together. When you talk about the systems for the new millennium, it is decentralization. It truly, truly is. But stick with me on this point, because this is what your listeners will actually get.
Okay.
So we have money today, and eventually it'll go away because COVID was not about a virus. It was about a financial reset and digital control.
Well, finally, you're telling me the truth. What was COVID about?
I actually posted this. I posted this in January 2019, literally. And I got so many people that ridiculed me because you remember, we were in China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, all these different countries before COVID was even broken out. We saw what was happening, the oppression, the riots in Hong Kong with dictators that would come in and say, hey, we're just going to come in, just like they just did in Fiji. But these are all different conversations. All I'm trying to make is a simple point, because coming off of that call with your SAT 123, very important to understand this. So the money, right? The money is going to go away when the war is over.
Okay.
Talk about the war and the destruction and the food. By the way, I ordered some of the protein from the guy that was on prior. What was that? Kingdom protein stuff. I'm actually going to try it. I don't know if it's any good.
It's
Yeah, I
so
actually put
good.
Kingdom
This is
Fuel. There you go.
Kingdom
Yeah,
Fuel.
exactly. So
Thank
I've got some of
you.
that coming. You can actually order it on Amazon. I wonder if your code will work on there. So,
That's why I have sponsors, because you can buy it everywhere and a lot of people don't
well,
use my code.
we need
Now
to
you're
figure out
getting
how to
your
get a code on
now you're
Amazon for you or
understanding.
something.
Once I start promoting products, you can buy them everywhere, but if you use my code, you get 30% off. You should have used my code, you get 30% off.
Done. I'll figure out if I can do that for you.
But I'm saying
So,
it's easier to buy it on Amazon, so that's why I have sponsors
the,
without the code.
what
Because
you're
when you bring the code in, people don't use the
no,
code. You
I'm
know
with you.
that.
I'm totally with you.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is food is very important, and that'll help us get through the war. But when we're on the other side of the war, what we all have as money today will actually be next. I'm not saying it's going to be totally worthless, because the US dollar has been the strong point for a very long time. But here's the kicker, and you got to get this in your head. Ready?
Okay.
Money goes away, it turns into ID and payments. Okay. So now everything is all, and it's not just on a card. I don't know if you know this, but the cards are actually being integrated into the phones.
I could tell with the iPhone that that's what's happening, because it keeps
Okay.
on trying to make me put. You can't. Okay, listen, this is so serious. This is my favorite topic now. You cannot even get an iPhone to turn on or work unless you put your credit card into iTunes. And
Yeah.
then they just charge you for all the stuff that I don't want to pay for. I've
Not
been
only
getting these
that,
crazy iTunes charges. I don't want them to have any credit card for me. They
all
can drain your bank account if they want to.
all of the iPhones also have SIM cards that are built in, eSIM cards.
Okay.
So they've got IMEI numbers that are linked to the physical phone that then forces you to log into your Apple account, which is their systems, their data. You technically don't even own your own iPhone, okay? But just you got to link this up in your head, because so many people just struggle to get this. Money goes away, okay? It becomes a form of payment. You end up getting this payment card linked with your ID, and then it goes digital, okay? I'm not even talking about biologicals right now. But once it goes digital, you literally will not be able to be out of the centralized systems. And when I say centralized systems, we talk about some of these issues. And what I'll do real quick is I'll share a screen. I talked about this last time. At least I hope you understood it from last time. And what it is there's different secret combinations in different parts of the world. You know, Standard Oil came out of the Rockefellers, insurance, media, finance, pharma, all of these different ecosystems, all are secret combinations. And believe it or not, behind the scenes, they work together. I've personally been to Davos. I've personally seen it with my own eyes. I've personally been to the World Economic Forum. I've seen what happens when these organizations are working behind the scenes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dedicated my life to being able to create an alternative that's decentralized to this centralized mess. But you have these different ecosystems that come together, and what they do is they separate into a private and a public environment. The private environment, they continue to do deals behind doors. You know that pharma and insurance, payers, providers, health, it's all basically in cahoots behind it. That's how Standard Oil was able to take over the oil and gas industry. Have you ever heard of Chevron or Exxon? These all come from those ecosystems. You had the same shareholders, they had different front companies, and these are all coming off of an environment that uses non-transparent systems. So you don't know who's being controlled behind the scenes. You don't know who the puppets are and the puppet masters. But what you can do is, when you take a step back, and let's just say on the left, the things that I'm talking about are real. These secret combinations are real. What if then they go into governments and actually take over governments? And on the right, this represents like 3 years or maybe 4 years old data around the currencies for each country. It's a lot more diluted out. There was literally a $91 trillion deal just between China, Taiwan, and the United States. Think about that, 91 trillion. That doubles this whole map within just a couple of years. So when you dilute out all the currencies that are in the world, that's why these dollars and cents are going to go away. When they go away, you end up with an ecosystem that will literally change humanity forever. It will never be the same. It's just kind of like the 12 to 14 million illegal immigrants that are coming through the borders. I'm not saying that they're not good people,
but there are definitely folks in there that are actually, they don't want the strength and the beauty of what America represents.
No, they don't respect the First Amendment. I've interviewed tons of them. The bottom line is that they get given phones. Whoever is funding them, the UN, the NGOs, they get a phone and they live off the phone and they're told
Mm-hmm.
what to do. Their airplane ticket, their money is on the phone. That's the future of our
Got it.
life. Is they're going
Not
to
only
give us
that,
money on
what
a
else are
phone.
they given? They're actually given a credit card, and the credit card
On the
ties to their
phone.
FD. It all ties to these devices. And when the gentleman that was on just a second ago started talking about communication, you know, the key is true decentralization that'll actually solve it. So I'm going to make this point on the right. They have actually, these secret combinations have actually worked together to take over these governments and then take over the ability to create currency. And when they create the currency, they do it in such an irresponsible way that they're doing exactly what you're talking about. Open up the border, let XYZ people in. Why? Because these are voters. And I won't even talk about the voting fraud. I think you've already killed that horse. I won't even talk about the food. I think you've already jumped on that one. I won't talk about the satellites. What I'll talk about is decentralization and how truly decentralized systems can actually solve every single one of the problems that you've talked about. The voting gets transparent and honest real time like that, down to the county, the province, the state, the country, period. You could literally have everyone vote real time, 100% transparent. Literally overnight, you could set this system up.
So
Voting,
why don't they do it on the iPhone?
are you kidding me? The iPhone is a part of the centralized systems. The Apple system is a deep part of the centralized systems. Think about it. You don't own the device. You don't own the hardware legally, even though you think you bought it. You log into their systems. You use your iPhone to log into their environments. I'm going to go ahead and if you share my screen, you'll be able to show your viewers
Okay, I love it when you do
parts and
this
pieces.
because I don't have a
I
producer tonight. I'm going to
yeah,
share
you
the
just click
screen.
on, there you go.
Did I
There
do
you go.
that? Okay, good.
This
Okay,
is
good.
actually, so this was what I was showing before. So this here is the secret combinations, and there's multiple different ecosystems. But what they do is they work together to take over the government. On the left, you can kind of see how they work behind the scenes in a private way. On the right, how they basically will come out in countries, whether it's the elections, the votes, the laws, and they're even literally taking over legal infrastructure, whether it's weaponizing governmental agencies. I'm not saying everyone in the FBI is bad, or everyone in the Department of Justice is bad, or everyone in Homeland Security is bad. But what they're doing with laws that they're creating at the government level is bad. What they've done with programmable money is bad. And I'll show you an example of why it's so very bad. And what these secret combinations do is they do it in test parts of the world. So, for instance, they may not do it in America right now, because once America falls, there is no turning back. They may,
Whoa.
it really, I mean, America is why it was the first country with a constitution and a Bill of Rights around humanity and rights, and it's under God. It's
Because
literally,
we were founded on the principle that it's an inherent God-given right to be
yes,
free. Yeah.
yes. And the key to freedom is really important. The key to identify, I'm not talking about identifying a gender. I'm talking about who you are, what your name is, what you stand for, where you come from, that name of your lineage is very important. And they want to dumb us all down, water it down, take it away. The Lahaina fires were a perfect example. I know a guy named Kamau, a wonderful man, absolute pure Hawaiian. So if people know Wilmot and Kamanu or Willie K's brother, like this, you don't get more Hawaiian. They're all musicians. His home burnt, his job burnt, or his work burnt, everything burnt. His birth certificate burnt. He says, "How am I supposed to identify myself?" They say, "Go to the state and get another one." They tell him, "You are half Caucasian and half Japanese. You're no longer Hawaiian." So this is a country that's been taken over, literally taken over in the 1800s, the same decade that Texas was annexed as well. So in the 1830s to 1840s, taken over, and their identity was taken. Now, people may say, well, who cares about Hawaii? Who cares about Texas? Who cares about identity? I'm telling you, Identity is the core of how they're going to strike us. They're going to link. I don't know if your viewers can see this, but they're going to link your identification card or your driver's license with a payment, and then they're going to tie it to an app on a phone. You don't believe me? I'm going to show you something real fast. This is how it was done inside of Nigeria. Now, this is the Nigerian government's told the telecom companies in Nigeria, you have to comply. If you do not actually download this link, this is the national ID. If you do not link the SIM cards, so your phone numbers, with your actual app on your phone that ties to your identity, they will shut off your phone number. So think about this. Your phone that you pay a bill on, the government tells the cellular providers, which has been centralized. You basically have Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T in America. You have Vodafone, Telstra, and Optus in New Zealand or in Australia. You have the same types of things all around the world, okay? These GDM or GDRP or GSM providers that literally have, and then you talk about the satellite stuff and some other spectrums, it's frequencies in the air that they've standardized these things on, and then they standardize how they actually roll it out, and then they control them from it. So in Nigeria, what they've basically done is said, hey, if this almost 100 million people don't comply with this, we will be turning off your phones. And they already tried this twice. People were rioting in the streets. They were burning things down. And after about 2 or 3 weeks of rioting, they stopped it. And then people broke into the centralized database. That's another thing that's really important.
Okay, explain that. The centralized database.
Yeah, so
okay.
I've personally spent my life 30 years in the technology industry. There's a beautiful God-given story behind it, but 30 years in the sector, 15 years building centralized systems, 15 years building decentralized systems. I'm going to explain to your viewers the differences between the two. So what you have here is you have on the left a centralized system where one person, maybe they just get elected in the government, and the next thing you know, this one person or entity or organization or House or Congress or any of them can basically, I'm going to turn this back on.
Okay.
Can basically just say, this is what's going to happen. And so the rest of you need to comply. And this is what I was trying to say with the FBI and Department of Justice and even police forces. But it makes the importance of what our forefathers did so very important, because the forefathers and founding fathers of America actually decentralized the authority. They did not want this centralized authority from a hierarchical structure from the top down. They wanted it. They literally wanted it to be decentralized. And so you know how they did that? They gave the authority to the elected sheriffs in the local regions. That's why voting happens at the county level. That's why your health records happen at the county level. That's why a ton of stuff, all your licenses, your key licenses, not driver's licenses, but marriage licenses, they happen at the county level. And then when you start looking at it, you start figuring out, hey, maybe there's actually some logic to it because there's some nuances that are local to them. And so decentralization is a very important principle that's not just scientifically built into us or from a design of who we are. Look through a telescope into our bodies. That's how our bodies reproduce themselves. The cells just know what to do. They turn into an organ. They turn into an eyeball. It's amazing. And then on the other side of it, you've got, look through a telescope. You can look up and see decentralized universe, planets, galaxies everywhere. It's a natural law. But if we centralize everything, then this kind of control. So if you think about it, this control that comes right here within the Nigerian ecosystem, where they say, and this is actually the third or fourth time they pushed this out. This is actually going to be, I want to say it's October. Yeah, here we go. So they started in February 2024, but it's October of 2024, and it'll be all the 5G ecosystems. So when we talk about 5G, whole nother conversation. When we talk about SIMs inside of phones, so for instance, these are SIMs that are physical SIMs. What you're talking about with your iPhone is an eSIM, but they all tie to what's called IMEI numbers. And those IMEI numbers then link to your different profiles. whether it's an Apple profile or Google profile. And that's why we build these different systems, and you'll be able to get them on phone 123 store. You'll be able to get them. Actually, you know what we do?
phone123.com.
You know what we need to
But
do? We need
I
to
think the best thing to do is to buy your phone. This is the Clear phone, which you really have to explain to me how to promote. Clear
right here.
phone.
So if you can
Clear
see it
phone. Can you
streaming,
buy
can you
this on
see?
Amazon? Can you buy Clear phone on Amazon?
Yeah, but you what they need to do is just click on the link that's down below, or there's even a simple. We could even do a simple barcode where it pops.
Okay, but you
All they have to-
said if they
all they-
go on Clear phone and they use my code Corinne USA, they can get $100 off. Otherwise, they have
Yeah.
to pay the regular price on
So
Amazon.
if they just if they just take out their existing phone and scan the buy button in the top left, that will actually plug in your code, which is really Corinne USA. It will literally plug it in so that they get a discount. Do you see that streaming at the bottom for those that want to just type it in? It's clear.store/discount/Corinne USA. But let's not talk about the discounts. I mean, I know that's how your viewers literally come to you and buy products based upon what you're recommending. But
Well,
I'm
the
trying to,
bottom line is that most people don't like to use a code, but this phone is key, and I am getting Michael's oath that this phone is going to be better. This phone already is better than Eric Prince's phone.
Eric Prince's phone doesn't focus on decentralization.
Whoa, that's so powerful. Okay.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
very different animal. It doesn't even, and there's a whole history there. I won't even get into it here.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to drive at is when you get these phones, for instance, let's say we want to buy this version without Google, you can actually come in and you can see different apps that come on it. And one of the apps is called Life, Clear Life. This particular app actually gives you encryption keys that are imperative. Like it actually gives you the ability to own your own data, own your own identity, and you even take physical ownership of the phone. So the hardware is yours, the data on it is yours, and then you can walk away from the Apple and Google systems. So these phones are an alternative to what you normally see within those ecosystems. And I wish I could, there's some.
Let me explain something to people because I'm a specialist in Washington, D.C. My focus is who has been arrested by the U.S. federal government. And I'm telling you, in 98% of the cases, your own iPhone, your own phone is what gets you in trouble with the U.S. government.
You're spot on. And the key is, I'm going to turn the stream off real fast so you just really understand. Actually, no.
Well, can I ask a really simple question super fast? I just want to ask this question. Okay, so we've got the satellite phone because there's only, 7% cell towers around the world. So you need the satellite phone to be able to communicate no matter what. But your Clear phone, which I'm falling in love with because your phone you sleep with, let's be honest, the phone is the number one thing you have on you. Everywhere I've gone in the last couple of years, I've had my phone. So let's just talk about how intimate your relationship with your phone is. This Clear phone, I'm going to switch to this. Probably starting next week. So we're going to have continuous lessons on how to do that. But the bottom line is that if they turn off the internet, can this phone work with the satellites? Yes or no?
Yes, they will. So what you're selling with the sat phones, those phones will actually work with the future cellular phones that are actually going to work. And what they did, there's a frequency and a band. So everything runs off of frequencies. People need to understand this is just physics.
Okay.
It's amazing physics. But these frequencies that they run off of have bands and layers and frequencies. And Sprint actually owned a ton of them, which was then bought by T-Mobile, which then did a deal with Starlink. And so what they're doing is in the Starlink systems, in those frequencies, they're enabling things such as text and basic. I'm not talking high data, but you can actually be in a very rural area without cellular access and still be able to communicate over satellite-based communications. And so the goal is to work with, and we love what the Sat 123 folks are doing and what the cell lines are doing, Cell 123. We love it. And we hope to partner up with them in the short term and literally integrate the Clear phone into this user experience so that not only is your data, but your communication is your data. and the communication is redundant when dingy things like this occur. And many people may not understand what this is, and I'm trying to turn this light on as much as I can. But when you talk about the actual fiat, the money, the cash system going away, linking to digital payments like we use credit cards for, but the credit cards actually become a part of your ID. So your driver's license now has a barcode, but which, by the way, the whole credit card stuff is just a joke. You give away your digits on the back, private key, and your digits on the front, public key, and then people can just use it. It's just the most illogical thing. So those 12 words that you get when you get a Clear phone, or you just download, like for instance, we work with multiple countries. I'll just pull up a couple of the countries, like the Hawaiian ecosystem. You can actually go and download, whether it's with Apple or Google or Clear, you can download the actual apps to be able to do this. So this is what these apps actually do. So you get 12 words and then you link it with your fingerprint. If you have an iPhone and you've already linked your fingerprint with your face, it's going to use your face. The problem is, if you get detained, an officer just basically has to say, unlock your phone. You say no, they put the phone at your face and it's unlocked. So you really want to tie to fingerprints. Why? Because your fingerprints tied to the 12 words is actually how you rebuild your phone. So on the left, you see where it says restore my phone. If you already have a phone and you've already basically taken your contacts, your calendars, your messages, your photos, and you've decentralized all these apps, and now all the apps use derived keys, so you're the only one that can actually get into them because it's in decentralized storage, which is called sharding of it. So let's say I take a photo, it blasts that photo into 1,000 pieces and then into 1,000 locations. Not one photo in 1,000 locations. Takes one photo, breaks it into 1,000 pieces and puts that in 1,000 locations. And I'm the only one that has a key. So what it does is it puts the individual in charge of their own identity, their own reputation, and their own accountability. The nice thing is it's not just how you actually hold your assets and your currencies, but it'll link with the future financial system that's coming out. There's a long story there, but it'll do many other things. Maybe it's around a birth certificate.
Wait, what's the future financial system that's coming out? Do you know?
I know all about it. I'm telling you,
Whoa.
we have been with these secret combinations. We've seen what they're doing. We've seen what's happening behind the scenes. As a matter of fact, you talk about Eric Prince, the same guy that actually funded him is the same guy that I went to Davos in the World Economic Forum with. Wonderful man, wonderful people. These are people just like a lot of people that you have on the show that are real men that are caring about the right things and standing up for the right things, even though it may be uncomfortable, even though it may not be common, even though they may be risking everything, including their own freedom to do what is right. Decentralization today, governments have tried to ban it. They have literally tried to say everything must be centralized. I'll give you an example. China. Did you know that they banned digital assets and digital currencies? And then they rolled out their own and then unbanned it.
Okay,
Did
so
you know-
you're saying that the Clear phone is like Bitcoin, decentralized.
It's actually better than Bitcoin. Why? Because Bitcoin
Okay.
is a litmus test. Bitcoin is a very it's an amazing technology. It really is. And I'll go through this real fast.
I mean, I feel like the CIA is in control of cryptocurrency. I actually run into a lot of CIA agents in the work that I do. And I can always, not usually, but pretty much 98% of the time, I can tell what their intent is. I ran into a CIA agent last week, and they always are involved in crypto. So I feel like they can just disappear the crypto anytime they want.
Maybe that's why when you met me, you were like, you're actually doing some good things. You're actually doing the right thing. I'd like to interview you.
Yeah,
And
there
you
was
do?
just something about you. I had no idea because I had no clue, but I meet so many people. I've never explained to you. There's a helicopter going by. It's so bizarre. I've never explained to you how many people I meet on different circumstances. Just yesterday, I met a top doctor who was against Professor Ralph Baric creating what he created with the COVID situation. So I meet tons of people. And in the beginning, I could not understand, and I still can't understand what you're doing. That's why I need you to come on all the time and explain it. So keep going.
Well, what you've heard me talk about is decentralization. You haven't heard me slumming some type of coin or currency or some type of scheme or get rich, because I believe that That is what the centralized systems want you to think. Like you've talked a lot about people that actually are, they go after people for certain things and then they twist it and turn the tables. That's what's happening here. So decentralization at a core and fundamental is actually good. And when people look at it, they're like, okay, well, we know what Bitcoin is. And Bitcoin is actually a very good litmus test for what this is all about. Bitcoin was created primarily to help create an offset of the financial system in 2007, 2008 when it crashed, because you had a bunch of people that were basically doing fractional bank lending, 10-to-1 ratio. So if someone put $1 in, they could loan out, they create money out of nothing, loan it out 10 times, but then they weren't underwriting it right with the mortgages, they weren't doing the insurance right. When the insurance companies failed, then the whole system failed. And that's the same thing that's happening right in front of our eyes, like slow motion. So I'm gonna make some points here. Just keep up with me if you can.
Okay.
This slide here in the middle. So we talk about Bitcoin, Ethereum, Visa, and then what we call native. Okay, and native enables different countries, currencies, states, everything. So when we talk about what they actually we're measuring, it's $14 billion in 24 hours. Why is it $14 billion in 24 hours? Because that's actually what Visa processes on average every single day. So every single day, the fees of 2.4% with Visa is 336 million US dollars on average a day in fees alone. Do you understand that?
That's massive.
Crazy.
And that's where the banks make their money.
That's where Visa makes their money. And when you understand who's behind Visa and who's behind the banks and what did they do, I'm going to spell it out for you. So Visa, well, I'm going to go back. Sorry. So Visa is $336 million in US dollars in a day. Okay. Whoa, what just happened? There we go. Okay. So Ethereum is only about 26 million. Now, in the Ethereum world, it's gas that they charge to go faster, but the average transaction is still over 3 minutes to full settlement. Full settlement means it goes through in real time. Like Visa, people use a Visa, but it doesn't go through in real time. It actually doesn't pay the merchant for at least 48 hours, sometimes 24 to 48 hours, depending on the day of the week. So what I'm trying to articulate is this dollar amount for 336 million and 3 to 5 seconds, really not full settlement. When you look at Ethereum, it's 26 million per day and about 3 minutes on average transaction, what they call proof of stake. Bitcoin is it's under $2,400 a day, but on average it takes about 10 minutes. Now, you may say, well, I know that countries have actually gotten rid of their currency, go figure, because they did the same thing that the US is doing, diluting it all out, because they're recklessly just driving, they're spending and spending and spending by design. Not only is that how you get out of debt with other countries, but it's actually how they never get out of power. They will always be in power. If they spend and spend and spend, especially to buy votes and I won't even talk about the voting system because literally it's frustrating because there's an absolute simple solution, but that's another conversation. So what they do is these countries adopt Bitcoin as a standard, like Venezuela. And then they say, oh, well, we want to buy a dozen eggs, but we don't want to wait around for 10 minutes for it to clear. Oh, so all I have to do is I basically go fill out this form. I give them my phone number. I give them my name and my date of birth and maybe an address, maybe not. And I give them my public Bitcoin address. I keep my private one, so I think I have my own assets. Well, little did you know what you did is you just centralized decentralization. So you literally take something that is decentralized and you link your personal information to it. So now you can be profiled in the future. The thing that's important with all of this, and this is why I say this is all playing out in just slow-mo right in front of us, is it take time out of the equation and it all makes sense. And their game is all right in front of us. Like you could see it. Me personally, I love chess. All my kids play chess. I literally love the game of chess. And what's happening right now is a very simple game of checkers. It's not even that complicated. It's super simple. But you know what's even better? To solve it, it's really simple as well. Because all we have to do is just basically these three things. Literally. If we want to be able to decentralize back, what is it we have to do to get this to become a reality? We have to create products that are local again. We have to buy products locally again, and we have to use a local currency. If we do that, decentralization can actually come back with the future where the individual actually owns their own identity, their own data, their own assets. And when we're talking about that, we're talking about a digital world that not only gives you your reputation back based upon what you want to share and what people want to measure, but it can actually, instead of using Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and all these other systems, to whether it's with, you know, TransUnion, Equifax, Experian, these are all credit reporting agencies, and this is only one service of many. Like, look at the difference. So you've got assets and wallets and voting and land and fiat cards and payments and councils. So you don't have to have the governing bodies that America currently has. Remember, it was a republic if we could keep it, right? We don't have that anymore.
We lost our republic already.
We
You
did.
think so it's over. We can't save it because everybody says we're here to save the republic.
So here's the reality, and I'm actually writing a report on the republic this week. It's due next Monday. A beautiful report. As a matter of fact,
who are you writing it for?
An amazing man that is standing up for what is right. And I believe that there are amazing people all around us that literally, when times get difficult, they will stand for truth. They will do what is right. Some others may not understand.
I didn't see too many do that during COVID. I did, but it wasn't that many.
I agree with you. And it's sad. It was actually really sad to see how many people just didn't stand up.
It really pissed me off. And now many of them are dead from the vaccine. The former sheriff of Aspen, Colorado, my beloved friend Robert Broadus, I told him, don't take the vaccine. And now he's dead.
I had a very dear friend that I worked with for 10 years out of New Zealand. He came to an event. This I don't know if you can see my video stream here, but he came to this event. Let's see if I can turn this on for folks. This event, this summit, he wanted to come to this summit.
Okay.
And I was like, don't get it. Because in New Zealand, they didn't have any deaths from COVID. Yet they're locking all the borders down. They're doing the social distancing. The deaths that they had was suicide, mainly from adolescents, because they didn't go to school. They weren't with their friends. They were emotionally still developing. And when people tried to stand up to that, which there's another gentleman you should have on your show, amazing man, absolute amazing man. His name is Billy. He ran for prime minister when Jacinda took over, which they used Dominion voting systems, which I actually reached out to Jacinda, the prime minister of New Zealand, when I went to Davos 2017, 2018. Literally, I reached out to her and I said, I'd like to talk with you, because I lived in New Zealand and Aotearoa for 2 years, 2011 to 2013. And the point that I'm driving at is these people were standing up for what was right, yet they were still vaccinating people, forcing them. So this guy, Ray, for those of you that know me, that for 5 years, my profile photo on everything was me and Ray.
Why? Where's Ray now?
He's dead because they vaccinated him. He died within 3 weeks after they gave it to him.
Whoa.
Just terrible. I mean, but this is nothing compared to what is coming.
When is it coming? 1 month?
Year. Absolutely,
it's coming this year. By November. We can all feel it.
Within the next 12 months. Absolutely. So the point is some of the urgencies that you're driving around getting food, getting meals, like good protein, getting things that will enable you to become self-reliant, figuring out businesses where you can grow product that are local. Like, it's really important to actually create products that are local.
Okay, I have a question with local. This is a very simple question because I try to keep things simple. How many mile radius do you consider local? Because everybody throws the word local out, and I'm finding out that according to the U.S. Constitution, we should have double, triple the people in the House of Representatives. Because what is local? How many miles do you consider local to be?
There's a book here. This is Strategic Relocations, and I'm actually just going to pull up this guy's site. Amazing man. When I actually moved back from New Zealand to the mainland, I actually went and physically met with this gentleman. He actually breaks down the whole world. Particularly this particular book, this fourth edition, is focused on North America. But it talks about two things. One, well, it talks about a lot of things. But the primary one is all about population density. And there really is no need for us to go and live in highly populated cities. But when I went to China, I saw oceans and oceans. When I say that, I'm talking about rolling hills of just skyscrapers of condominiums and apartments that people were living in. So they centrally put them together because it's easier to control them. Because if people are out on their own, what is it that anarchy and concern would actually rise to? If we don't have food, if we cannot physically feed ourselves and people are starving, and many people think that this is just crazy, but people in Israel, people in Ukraine, they will end up starving. It's not going to be from bombs. Like, the point that I'm driving at is, if we grow local food and we buy local food and we use local currency, we can stop the mess that's currently out there. To answer your question, this book probably does a better job than I can ever answer. It goes through, here's an example. It goes through a lot of the different environments, populations. I think this is about nuclear war targets. There's actually some systems online that you can plug it in. It knows what the population densities are. It looks at the different targets, and it pulls up what the death ratios will be and all that. I don't want to talk negative, because it's not, what's happening is actually not really negative. We as humans go through this pride cycle. It's a natural thing. You talk about the Jubilee, you talk about the future, you talk about the new system for the new millennium. These systems will be rolled out, but they'll use principles that are given. They're already used throughout all of wildlife, all of our systems, our bodies, our nation, everything. And all we have to do is manage them in such a way that's responsible, that's accountable. We don't have to be victims that just say, I'm going to go to a bank and get a bank account number, and that's the only way that I can actually transact in the world. If we do those three things, if we actually create products that are local, if we buy products that are local, and if we actually use a local currency. You may say, well, I'm in America, I use the American dollar. I'm in Canada, I use a Canadian dollar. I'm in Mexico. They all have their own currencies, but those currencies are tied to economies that are tied to exactly what I'm talking about around building products locally and buying products locally. If you do that, all of these centralized systems, because the real next problem is going to be supply chain. So when supply chain goes down, we've already seen 13, 14% of all imported products already attacked. You know how? Did you remember the bridge that was actually had the detonation on it and the ship that ran into it that went down?
In Baltimore?
Yep.
Okay.
That is affecting 13 to 15% of supply chain through America right now.
So that was a setup. We got set up.
There's a lot of setups that people will just say you're just a conspiracy theorist. I'm not going to sit here and say Lahaina is one of them, and I'm not going to sit here and say COVID's one of them. If people can't figure this out on their own and just see the checkerboard right in front of you, it's not a complicated game. Food is important to humanity. Communication is important to humanity. Just decentralize them and you're done. And the technology is there. It really, truly is. I'm going to log into the digital world. I'm going to show you exactly how it works. So you basically grab a phone. It doesn't have to be a clear phone. Just because these are the things that we actually sell are these phones, and they come built in with all this technology, doesn't mean you need to do that. You can get, if you're only on an Apple phone, great. Download the actual app. You literally can find it in the Apple store. You can click here, on your phone, you can do it. Download the app, and what you get, click the red button twice and you're automatically in. When you say you're into an interface that gives you assets or currencies or cards and your identity, and it also gives you the ability to scan. What I'm going to do right now is actually scan, and I'm going to show you how it actually works. Now,
Okay.
this is within the Hawaiian Kingdom. I could do it within the digital world, which I haven't done with your viewers yet. The Hawaiian Kingdom is one country within the digital world. There will be many different countries that build their own currencies, their own systems, etc. So what I'll do here is I'll actually do it in the digital world, and I'll show you how it works. And then I'll do it so I'm pulling open an app on my phone. This is 5-factor authentication of all of the factors that I own as an individual.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to log into the digital world. You can see tons of stuff. Like you can see on the left, you can see organizations, so companies, councils that I'm involved in, disputes, polls, marriages, driver's licenses, agreements, apps, balances, biometrics, calls. All of this stuff is basically something that I, as an individual, like, look at all this list. Like, you can pull in, and not all these are fully deployed yet, but you can pull in everything that you currently have seen out there in the world. And I'll give you an example of what they are. I'm going to go to clear.co.com. I'm going to click on competition. This is the secret combinations in the big tech world that are basically centralized, that the decentralized systems are going to replace. Apple, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, IBM, GoDaddy. And it's not just GoDaddy. A lot of the central
Whoa, wait, go
top-level
slower.
domain.
Those are all companies that have been taken over by the CIA.
You got
You
it.
think the
And
CIA is going to let you do this, Michael?
it doesn't matter. We're going to do it. And then if we die, we die. But this is the
Whoa.
right thing for humanity.
Okay. Whoa, let's say that again. I knew that, okay, when I met you, I had no idea how deep you were, but what you just said to me, and what Matt said to me at the beginning of the show today were some of the deepest of deep, because at the America Happens Network, which I own 2.5% of, the founder is Vem Miller. But bottom line is that we always look for the real men. And what you just said is what a real man said. We're going to try and die trying. We have to try, though, because we don't want to live in 15-minute cities with a government that tells us what we can and can't do. I'm not doing that.
You know what I see? I see beautiful cities in the future
Okay.
that are actually, these cities are actually using homes that are the future. And what I mean by this is, currently, I'm gonna pull up clear.homes. I wanted to keep on that. But imagine homes that are actually safe to live in. They're cyclone proof and fireproof and laser proof and termite proof.
Wait, you have homes you're showing us now? How do you know everything?
So we've 15 years, we've been building decentralized systems. We spent almost $30 million of our own funds to go and do this. We're not in the centralized systems, but imagine a home with a rail system, kind of like, you said you have a daughter. I don't know. Did you ever buy her Legos? Have you ever bought your daughter
Oh,
Legos?
so many, yes.
So
Oh, I
they
bought
just-
so many. Yeah.
And isn't it amazing that you got this box and you got these clunky things, and next thing you know, she made some beautiful thing out of it. She actually follows the directions, and they can make. So the point is
we
why
don't follow directions.
why can't we have homes that are actually safe to live in, and you actually get healthier when you live in them? So imagine systems that are a frame system that's truly strong, that actually stops some of the EMP stuff. It actually gives you the ability. And when I talk about this, I'm not just talking about homes that are in certain locations that are being built to build out villages, kind of like this, but I'm talking about homes that can literally tie the physical and the digital worlds together. And
How do you think the CIA is going to let you get away with this? Because I'm on board 100% for building clear everything.
There are good people in the CIA. There are good people in the FBI. There are good people in the government still.
Okay.
Even though the leadership has been selected and not elected, that doesn't mean that everybody just turns bad overnight. This is worth fighting for. America is worth fighting for. And it's not just America. Like in the Second World War, you know what people did? They came together to try and end the war. 6 countries, actually 7 countries came together. Now it's 27 countries in the European Union that
keeping the American dream alive is the key to everything. And that should be in every county and every country.
Sometimes to keep the American dream alive, many need to come together around the world.
That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to inspire people.
But let me just pull this map open.
Okay.
This is a map of our world that we get to live on. You and I breathe the oxygen from this. We're made up of the elements that come from, when we look at this ocean, like just look at this for a second.
Unless there's a pole shift. Is there a pole shift?
Just work with me. Don't squirrel on me just for a second.
Okay.
Let me make this point. So over on the right here, we have America. On the left, we have Australia. Down here, we have New Zealand or Aotearoa. In the middle, we have the Pacific Ocean. This is half of the world. When organizations print maps, like I'm gonna pull up just one where I know it's at. Let's go to digitalworld.earth. When we look at these maps, this is not to proportion. These maps are not real. This ocean, this Pacific Ocean, is much bigger than what you're seeing here. It's massive. And what I'm talking about is just like in the Second World War, when it started to end, the European Union was created so that unions were actually aligned with different countries. So these countries, the nationalisms went down, and we as humans saw one another as one world and one people more. I'm not saying we're perfect. I'm not saying everybody's going to love one another, which is what we're supposed to do. But think about it.
Now you're saying one people, but not one government. We want the people. We the people. We don't want the government.
Well, and it's not that all governments are bad. It's the key is that people are good, and people should be able to govern themselves. So imagine if this body of water, because did you know that just in this Pacific Ocean is over 40 billion acres of land and water? And did you know that there's over 25,000 independent islands within this ecosystem? And they have been living decentrally for centuries and centuries. In Vanuatu, 3,500 years, literally on their own. Vanuatu. And did you know that's where the piggy bank comes from pig tusks in Vanuatu? It's actually New Hebrides was the original name. They said goodbye British, goodbye French. We're taking our country back. We're now Vanuatu.
Where do you fly to get to Vanuatu?
You would go to Fiji and then so you could go from LA to Fiji, or from LA to Hawaii to Fiji, and then Fiji to Vanuatu. Wonderful place. I actually went through 2 cyclones this last year. Wonderful. The people are as humble as you'll ever find. 81 countries, 83 languages. It's crazy. But if you divide the people, you can conquer them. If they speak different languages, you can conquer them. If they use different currencies, you can conquer them. But if the currencies have the ability to interface with one another, and this is a point that you gotta turn on. If all of these different countries, and I'll actually pull open this oceanic. So let's say this oceanic ecosystem, I'm going to refresh this. No, I'm going to go back over to this one. This will turn on better lights. So let's say this Pacific Union comes together in the Third World War. People may say, what are you talking about, Third World War? Well, use your own cerebral prowess to figure that out. So you got this union in this region, and then you've got different countries that come together that have their own currencies. And they use technology to actually communicate, which, by the way, half of these countries are actually doing more advanced technologies on payments than America. That may be hard to believe, but it's very real. And then when we say we're actually going to link up these different countries with their own systems where the individual can actually govern themselves. So these are countries that say, you know what, we actually believe in a creator, and we believe that the individual should be connected to God instead of connected to a government. So they should govern themselves and be responsible to themselves and to their fellow being. Period. Like in New Zealand, if you get in a car accident, you can't sue the other party. So people are actually more respectful and say, hey, don't be speeding. Don't be driving crazy. Like they literally, they frown upon things that are not good for community and society first. So when you have a decentralized approach, the accountability to systems, like you guys were talking about health earlier, and you're talking about insurance, it's absolutely a corruption. These things are secret combinations behind it, behind insurance, behind pharma, behind the media, it's all in cahoots. And this is not a conspiracy theory. Like I've been saying this for, I don't know, many, many decades. And to the point where it's all the conspiracies are actually true. Sadly, they're true. So let's say there's a new banking system that's actually managed by a system that is autonomous. Like Bitcoin is autonomous, but it takes 10 minutes. But what if the future system is actually backed by real assets that actually tie to a real system, that currencies, both digital assets and real world assets, so maybe it's physical, then tied to reward systems that actually take the ID. Now, if you link the whole conversation together, remember we talked about money going away, and then we talked about identity actually linking with the future of money when these things come together, and then all of that getting stuck into a phone.
They're doing that with the Real ID.
Yep, you got it. And you know when the date is for the Real ID to be compliant?
May of 2025.
You got it. I'll pull that up real fast.
So what does that mean?
It means that if you don't have a real ID by May 7th of 2025, that you can't go into a governmental building. And do you know what governmental buildings are? They're banks, they're libraries. People think I don't care about a library, and you know what? You probably don't, but you probably want to travel. An airport. So think about this. If you don't travel, if you can't travel and you can't bank, what are you going to do?
I mean,
So
you can't do anything.
if you back up and you look at this Pacific Union, if this Pacific Union basically says, hey, just like the European Union has GDRP, we got DDPR, which is basically protecting human rights around privacy and travel. When I say privacy, I'm talking about simple things like when you actually if you go and have a baby inside of a hospital, the name of the baby can actually be protected by the parents. And so you click on this, scan it, and it'll literally give you the ability, or you just click scan here, it'll give you the ability to see the name. So you start it from birth, whether it's birth or adoption. So people can actually get adopted into a certain type of jurisdiction that provides privacy for their identity. And then you can operate, whether you get married, whether you get a driver's license, whether
So
you
you
get,
don't get the social security number.
you got it. The social security numbers can you tell me all income that you've made throughout your life and all the taxes that you haven't filed or have filed? What if you said, you know what, in this new system, you don't even need to file it? Here's an example. So let's say the new financial system, a consumer goes to buy a product that was created locally, hopefully it's locally, and they pay with a local currency. Like for instance, this Hawaiian dollar is actually a local currency. Okay. The Hawaiian dollar was the financial system before commerce was used with the American dollar. That's what people don't understand. America took over the dollar standard, and they weren't the first ones to do it. America was like the 5th or 6th country to actually have a world standard for currency. But they did it in such a time when trade and travel started up. We're doing it in such a time where the digital revolution is going to change everything. I mean, literally, once we're actually controlled, our biological, our physical, and our digital systems are all linked to one system, and we are tied to one currency. Nothing like programmable money that Biden just passed about a year and a half ago. You won't be able to travel. You won't be able to buy what you want to buy. And if you don't spend money a certain way, it can disappear. In this system, you own your own money. You can actually have any kind of tax, if there is a tax, which I think it's a form of slavery, but that's a different conversation. Sales tax are usually decent.
But taxation is a form of slavery.
It's a form of tyranny, especially when it's not represented the right way. But when you tie into this system, so remember this system right here. So they're paying 2.3 or 2.4% on average. So imagine this $336 million that Visa's basically paying. What if this system, could actually just pay for a government to actually run? So for it to deploy a system like this, the merchant save, the consumer saves, and you can actually run the government on it with no taxes. And if you say, you know what, well, we've got roads and schools that are this expensive, and so here's the tax associated with it. You can actually see the tax get paid. You can actually see the tax get applied to the roads and the schools. All of it, it flows. It's not like just some nebulous pot of money where money goes in and then you don't know where it comes out the other side. There's no accountability. Talking about billions of dollars that are just disappearing out of real budgets, out of thin air. In this ecosystem, it won't happen. You can see what went on, what went off, every transaction, but here's the difference. You won't actually know the identity of the individuals that do it. I hope that clicks in your mind.
No, it's going to grow. I mean, we're going to click. My brain's taking it all in. But it's going to take a major takedown of governments to be able to do this, because the governments are not going to allow this.
Can the government stop Bitcoin?
I mean, I think they can.
What if I told you? Well, I probably shouldn't say it here.
No, say it uncensored. This is America Happens. Uncensored. Say it.
This is real stuff. This is like life.
That's why I'm here.
What if I told you that we built 3 operating systems?
Who's we?
We being here, I'll back up.
Your
I'm gonna
group or the government?
I'm going to go to clear.co.com.
Okay.
These are companies, okay, that do different things. This is software, this is storage, this is phones, this is awareness, and this is the actual productivity side of it. These are future businesses and business units. Like we just looked at the homes, you know, this is growing food, and it has some beautiful things with frequencies and seeds. This is all around health. This is all around energy. And these are forward-looking future organizations, and we've already bought all of these companies that plug into the strategy around decentralization. But what if I told you that parts and pieces of this ecosystem, for instance, like with this storage-based company, they build an operating system called Clear Center builds an operating system. So this organization here, okay, builds an operating system that Hewlett Packard Enterprise and almost any x86 and ARM-based server architecture in the world would use this operating system. So for those of you that are technical, you know, if you talk about Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or you talk about CentOS, or you talk about Linux, this is the core of these operating systems that were built. And it was deployed around the world with a graphical user interface. So it was really easy to use. And then Hewlett Packard actually pre-installed it on its servers and deployed it. This is for 17 years, this particular software. So we actually bought a company, partnered with a company that literally started this 2 years before we jumped into the decentralized ecosystem long ago. Wonderful people, amazing people. But it's got deployments in over 150 countries and over 86 languages, over 135 apps, and there's over 450,000 deployments. Only 263,000 of those are active, but that is like 800 times bigger than the Bitcoin network. Did you just get what I just said?
Yeah. So who is putting money into this?
All I can tell you is it is 100% pure. This is blood, sweat, and tears. This is dealing with the brutal reality of growing good business, going to market the right way, you know, applying principles that are accountable every year, setting simple goals and focusing on them and measuring what's important and coming together. You know, when you look at these different companies, it's not just the companies, but the locations. And that's why I'm trying to say we are one world and one people. We all bleed the same way. We may speak different languages. We may have a different value in our pocket, but we are all the same. And it's important for us to come together and see that. Just like we did in the Second World War when it was ending. The European Union was able to come together and make a difference in society. I'm not saying they're perfect. As a matter of fact, I can point out a lot of bad things that the UN and the European Union and the World Economic Forum and the World Health Organization, these are organizations that are centrally controlled because they've been taken over by secret combinations. These secret combinations really care about class distinction and control, and their families' monopolies that are there. But ultimately, what we're talking about is good versus evil, choice versus taking away choice. And we're here to have choice, even if it may be the wrong choice. We're here to have choice. And so the wish is, like your prior folks that were on, I mean, they really are good folks. We're talking about communications. We're talking about food and healthy food. We're talking about freedoms and elections and the ability for people to actually have voices and to be heard. And it happens at the county level. The counties are very key because the counties and you know, we talk about electoral votes and all this crazy stuff. The counties with the right voting systems that adopt them, as well as the states. And I believe that most of them are actually good. When you really get into the fabric of people, not everybody can be bought. Not everybody cares about money. Yeah, 14 million people just came across the borders, but do you blame them? You know, their countries have been dealt with the same type of stuff. You've had Soros dealing in these same companies, these same countries. They've been doing it for decades and decades. And they've been raping and pillaging and taking the God-given assets of this earth, the minerals, the things in the earth, over the earth. They literally have just been stripping them and doing these same things. Again, it's not a chess game. This isn't complicated. This is like a simple checkers thing. You just hop here and you hop here and you hop here and you just take it. They're doing it over and over again. So I'm going to stop blabbing there. But to your point, you know, this phone, when we talk about, we go to the store. So clear.store, And down here streaming, so it's clear.store/discounts/Kareem USA. These phones, they sell out, guys. These, like, if we look at the prior phones, there's only literally, they're selling out. So please jump on them. Now's the time. There's really, I would do this with Google or without Google. If you're already using Google, I don't care if you're on an Apple phone or an Android phone, get this with Google, pull your data into it. This is where you would actually put in the referral codes. You would put in, the details here, unless you clicked on the link, and the link is the one that's actually streaming at the bottom here. But basically, decentralize your digital world now. Don't wait. Get these apps now, start using them now, start understanding what these assets are. When I say assets, what I'm talking about is we all basically have businesses or land or homes or cars or motorcycles or kids, and we can register them where we want to register them. We can title them where we want to title them. We can literally get not just, the existing license plates that are out there, but who says you can drive? You need to be competent. Do you have to have a vehicle that's safe? Yes, 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 yes. Most of us comply with that already, but we can choose what jurisdiction that we choose to be a part of, that we want to actually say, this is who I am. This is what I represent. And I'm not saying that America needs to go away. That's not what this is. But all humanity needs to stand up together. And I really believe that one of the places that's really important is the spirit of aloha. Everybody knows the spirit of aloha. We love one another. We support one another. We don't use and abuse. We give. The earth, akua. The earth is actually something that we've all been given. The sea, life comes from all of it. We've been given these opportunities. So I'll stop blabbing there. I hope this has made sense to some of your listeners. I know there's probably a lot of stuff and maybe someone else that you need to get to. But Kareem, thank you for driving truth, for spelling this out in such a way that you have. It's really needed and very valued. So
I mean, I'm not finished because you have so much more to say. So I feel like we just glossed over everything. I feel like you have so much more to say.
there is a lot. If you want,
I mean, just no,
me.
just give me another one. Like, give me another. Like, just let's go for it. Like, you're on a roll. Let's continue. I want you to tell us what's really going on here. Like, what is really going on?
What's really important is we all live in an earth, and they're trying to take the basic belief systems that we're here under a creator. I don't care what religion or politician you're talking to, because it has nothing to do with politics or religion. It has to do with why we're here and where we're going and the importance of us being here making choices. We are here to govern ourselves. And that's what this system is. This system is actually an operating system for governing ourselves. It's an operating system for humanity to literally be able to govern itself. But we have to do it one country at a time, one state at a time, one province at a time. And right now you can kind of see how it's being rolled out. So these are different countries and provinces and states. You can see within the last 2 years, I've personally been to 21 countries. There are wonderful countries that are self-selecting and saying, we want to be a part of this. And these are countries that know decentralization. They've lived and died by it. I mean, when you think about it, if you look at, let's just take the Hawaiian Islands, for example.
Okay.
They were able to feed all of their visitors and themselves without an issue. They grew the food. But now almost 90% of all food is imported. And on just one island alone, Oahu, $3 billion a year is spent on food. Now, to a point, they've got almost 7 to 10 million visitors, depending on COVID or not. So there is a reality there. But what I'm trying to show you is they're not self-sufficient. They're not self-reliant. If supply chain stops to these chains of islands, they die. People starve because they don't have the food. But the population density is so great that people will start starving. So please, and this isn't just some fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I don't care what you buy and how you buy your storage and how you get your nutrients and where you do it, but make sure you're living in an environment where you can actually get access to real water and real food. These are things that if you go 4 hours without it, your body tells you need something. If you go 24 hours without it, your body starts changing. If you go 21 days without it, well, I think for me personally, I could probably stop eating for 21 days and be just fine. But I personally have one meal a day. It's probably because I like solid meals. I have one meal and my body's just used to it. I don't believe the food pyramid's real. I don't believe the garbage that we've been shuffled through with a system of people that say, hey, this is what pharmaceuticals have to do and everybody should do this. I mean, it blows my mind how the vaccine topic was, well, if you're not vaccinated, well, how do you know what my system is? And that's another thing. We did exactly what we're talking about, and we've already seen the benefits inside of the county. And I'm gonna pull this back up here real fast. Inside of the county of the United States, or in Utah, in the Utah County, there's two things that are material. One is they actually had the ability. I'm gonna turn this other one off. They had the ability. You're okay. You whatever you want to do. They had the ability to make laws and change laws, and they actually listened to their people. New Zealand used to listen to their people, but here's two facts. We as society have grown to learn about vaccinated or non-vaccinated. What if I told you that in Utah County within 90 days, the right people just cared and said, you know what about someone that's been in the middle inoculated? We actually take their blood, have the doctor look at their blood, see if they have the antibodies, and then give them an ID that actually validates what it is. People can scan that ID and it automatically pulls up and says, this person's been inoculated. So it's like you're done. So it's not vaccinated. The conversation is not red team versus blue team, right versus left, vaccinated versus non-vaccinated. That's what the centralized systems want us to do. They want us to think so simple and small and say, oh, bring this neighbor over here. They didn't get vaccinated. They're spreading this. And I mean, you would think that the vaccinated people would be the ones protected, and the non-vaccinated would be, or it's even worse. We all have these beautiful things called our bodies. There's an attack on that. There's an attack on the family. How many people do you know that now I want to call child protective services because the government can raise my kids better than you can, or you shouldn't be disciplining your kid that way? We're here to learn, we're here to grow, and we're here as one humanity under a creator. I don't care what you call him, God, Elohim, Akua, doesn't matter. We are here by design, and we're here to make choices. And I'm not a perfect individual, but I can tell you that we are actually here to learn from our choices. And I know these things to be true. I know it. I know decentralization is true. I know that the ability to focus with decentralized countries and islands with people that actually understand these basic principles and they live by it, they're not just going to sell out because of dollars and cents. It's very difficult. I mean, would they sell out if their kids are dying of starvation? That's a different conversation, and that's a conversation we're going to have. Please get prepared now.
I mean, when do you think this is going to happen?
I'm telling you, within the next 12 months.
Within the next 12 months.
Within the next 12
World War III is starting, and we need to be prepared.
No, it's all coming apart, please. And I'm not one that focuses on the negative. I really am not. I'm very positive. I'm just telling you, 15 years we've been building decentralized systems. 15 years.
Who's we? You and other people, or just you?
There's hundreds of us. Here, I'll pull it back up again and show you. So there's 13 different offices. If we dig into this here, you can kind of see where all the offices are here. And then when we went into this top right here around competition and come down to the bottom, you can kind of see the different organizations. So we literally have less than 100 people that compare to all. These are all the different competitors. So Apple, Google, or Alphabet, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, IBM, they all basically have all of these team members and all this revenue and market cap, and we've got next to none. I mean, next to none. But yet we're using open source and open standards to give it away to humanity so future generations can pick this stuff up, even if we're gone. I mean, some of the engineers behind this I am not even close to some of the brilliance. Like, we're talking 4 or 5 PhDs that are men and women that have dedicated their lives to future generations, not to money, to future generations. Some of these people have sacrificed quality of life. I mean, I'm not just saying these things and then not living it. These people, myself included in some ways, but some of these people even more so, like 100% living off grid, 100% creating their own food, 100% creating their own energy. Well, God gives us the energy. We just haven't tapped into it in so many ways. They're all around us. A lot of the stuff Tesla was touching on, abundant energy everywhere. I've seen it with my own eyes. And it's not.
Tesla Tesla had the invention for giving us energy that is totally free, and the US federal government took it over
Yeah.
and made him broke, and he ended up dying in a hotel in New
And
York City.
it's not just him. There are other people just like him that are trying to do similar things. There are other wonderful men that have picked up the work that he's talking about. I personally know one that's actually patented 22 patents and then gives it away. Like, these people are doing things not for self, but for future preservations. And we talk about value. Energy is something that is a real store of value. You know, we're talking about launching rockets up to launch satellites. We're talking about going to other planets. Well, I would just underscore, we live on an amazing sphere. All we have to do is take care of this and get along as one people. There's not a
So
difference. Go ahead.
how are we going to communicate when they when they break the internet? When we don't have access to the internet, how are we going to communicate? Can you give us a phone that doesn't rely on the internet?
Well, there's multiple sides to this. The internet is just a group of systems that are communicating through a protocol. HTTP, HTTPS, ICP. There's different protocols that they communicate over. Just like there's different protocols and bands and frequencies that cellular phones communicate over. Think about that. That comes from a crystal that's inside of a chip on a phone. That's how we talk. Like, you back up when you and I were born, none of that was what didn't exist. So is it really that unheard of that these types of systems could actually help humanity instead of enslave humanity? I promise you, it's real. All we have to do is adopt it. It's just that simple. The technology's there, the infrastructure's there. You know, is it perfect? No. We still got to make it. We got to make it better, and we'll continue to make it better as humanity. But the satellite phones that you're talking about, yes, they'll bridge a gap. The cellular phones that are out there, yes, there's networks that they run on. The data networks, so the ability to get like Wi-Fi and wired and fiber and FIDI and, you know, ADSL and DSL and ISDN, all these different cabled connections, they're all ways to connect, and that's what makes the internet work. It's not just cellular phones and satellite phones, but the key is data. And some people tell me, you know, Mike, I don't believe it, because when an EMP hits, it doesn't matter. The digital stuff's gone. I don't know, Mike. I don't believe it, because when a fire hits, or when this happens, or when the cell go down, or when the tornadoes come. But this is what I've seen. Like, literally, I've never experienced a cyclone, especially a Category 5 cyclone, especially 2 of them within a week. That's what we went through in Vanuatu. After spending almost a month, of getting to know the people, understanding their buying habits, understanding how it worked. And you know what I saw? We literally were starting a pilot within these stores, and all you use is your cell phone. And you basically, so you imagine, well, I won't even go there.
No,
Imagine,
go there.
no,
We
I
don't
can't. No, I
censor.
don't want to lose the folks that are here, because
No,
I think
you're such a tease. Tell us.
well, it's not that there's, okay. So imagine that. Have you checked out, you have an Apple phone. So you've bought a product at Apple, right? So you've seen how the user experience around checking out is different than when you buy groceries. They say, hey, what do you want? Okay, we'll bring it out and we'll scan it and we'll take your credit card, and we're doing it all at a counter, not at everybody goes through these centralized lines. They go to the customer where the customer wants to be. And so imagine another device that you basically have a scanner that you scan the product, and that has a balance. And then you have a phone that ties with the scanner. They're the same systems, but one has a different scanner. So the user experience at the checkout is very different. And the point that I'm trying to make is in Vanuatu, they had a massive power outage, not just from the first storm, but the second storm. The power was out for 3 months. Okay. This is the main capital of this country. The power was out in parts of it for up to 3 months. You know, all of it? No, but parts of it. We drove around the whole main island and gave people water and a whole island. But what I'm trying to make a point on is when the power goes out, do you think people have cell phones? You would think the cell phones wouldn't work. You would think the cell towers don't work. But that's the first thing that they scramble to get going. And then the next thing is, okay, money. Money comes from where? We think it comes from a government. It doesn't. It comes from a bank. A bank actually creates money when they loan it out. And then they get paid back with interest, and they can do fractional bank lending. So $1 goes in. Here's $1. $1 goes in, and $10 can come out, right? Actually, I'll just do 2. So I got $2 that I stick in, and I can loan out $20, and then they get paid back the $20 and interest. And that's how the money comes out of the ATMs. But when the power
banking system is so corrupt.
But here's the kicker, and this is why this is all going away. When the power goes out, the ATMs don't work. And I would argue it's not relevant anymore anyways, because of the capital controls they put on the ATMs. You can only take $500 out a day anyways, at least for consumers. And I would argue that 30% of places are really only taking true cash in the mainstream. You know,
You can't even use cash in most airports now.
Yeah.
In the Dallas airport, no cash. Washington, D.C., you could barely use cash. They want you to take it.
I went and bought a juice today. They're like, we don't take cash. You go into grocery marts and you see where you put your cash in and you can get a card with a balance on it. Well, when the money that they're putting on these cards, they're creating it out of nothing, and there's no accountability or transparency to it. And that is why these financial systems in the future are actually important. Why? Because crypto or cryptography or blockchain or decentralized systems actually have total transparency. That's why Bitcoin is continuing to go up in value and will continue to go up in value. Why? Because there's only going to be 21 million of them created. So think about it. If I told you, remember that chart that I pulled up with the whole world and all the money? If I told you that within 1 year they issued more money with 3 countries just in a settlement off of the Second World War, yeah, a settlement off of the Second World War, because Taiwan left China and took priceless artifacts and buried them, and the U.S. sent printing presses to print U.S. printing dollars there in Taiwan. Why? Because they wanted it as a currency to standardize on. All they did was go to Saudi and say, hey, Saudi, we will buy oil from you as long as you sell it to the whole world with U.S. dollars, and any profit that you make over, you basically buy U.S. Treasury bonds. And the U.S. Treasury bonds then go to create the engine. It's like a venture capital for, I don't want to be overcomplicated for your viewers because it's really, really simple. Create local products, buy local products with local currency. You may say, well, what's a local currency? And that is what this digital ecosystem is creating. All of humanity can actually create their own local currencies and then tie local assets to those local currencies. You're going to say, well, I've already seen this. Ripple's doing it with cross-border transactions. We just saw HSBC, which, by the way, the United States of America basically has an insurance fund. So if you go and say, I want to actually put in $250,000, they'll insure it up to a point. And then what they do is they try and regulate the banks or the credit unions to say, you have to do this, this, and this, and this. And because of what they've done with keeping interest rates high, people may not understand this, but when you have something that's paying down here and then you're forced to pay for money up here, they literally, by keeping interest rates high, they're killing the banks. And so one of the first ones to go, Silicon Valley Bank. And do you know who actually bought Silicon Valley Bank? But let me back up even further. 97% of all the accounts didn't care about that insurance. They had over $250,000 in their account, and they didn't care. They didn't need the FDIC insurance. So the United States of America goes after Silicon Valley Bank and many other banks, and all within a short period of time. Why? Because a lot of them were funding activities around what they call crypto. And they try and give crypto, media tries to give crypto a bad name. And I would say 80-90% of the folks that are inside of building systems are full-on gamblers, speculators, want something for nothing. They don't understand the technology. But in the end, the cryptography is actually what will keep the banks honest and transparent. Here's the point that I'm trying to make. Silicon Valley Bank was forced to actually sell. Like over in Europe, it was forced to sell to HSBC, which is a Hong Kong Chinese bank. Now, I'm not saying they're bad, but they just did a deal with Ripple for gold digital assets. And China's been buying literally massive amounts. This isn't just for 5 years or 10 years. We're talking decades and decades and decades. They've been buying. And that's another thing. You have to understand the mentality of these different secret combinations, and they're not all in cahoots with different governments. For instance, I believe China and Russia are not in these secret combinations all the way. That's why you're seeing some global conflict and pushback. And that's another big thing. You know, I was blessed with the ability to travel the world 3 times before COVID. And actually, I had family members traveled a ton with COVID, but not with the virus COVID, but around the world. The point that I'm trying to make is I had the opportunity to go to Russia. And as an American, I always looked at Russia as this, and what they're doing to Ukraine is not right, but it's a different conversation. What I'm trying to say is what the media paints to Americans as some other country, whether it's, you name it, you know, Libya, Iraq, you name it. I mean, they try and paint these folks because they won't get in the same playbook as terrible ecosystems. I've always thought, at least as an American, media would portray Russia's dark, cold, mean, people are angry, you know, it's dirty. And it was just the opposite. I'm not saying that the country's perfect, and I'm not saying what they're doing is right, because it's not. What I'm trying to say is the same stage that was just attacked, people were killed at, was the same stage I stood on. And I was blown away at what people actually paid attention to or tried to pay attention to. They just wanted knowledge. They just wanted information. And they're beautiful people. The cities were clean. The flower buds were there. It was really, we live on one earth. But why do they have 5-6 million or 5,000-6,000 nuclear warheads? And they're not using the nuclear warheads right now. They're using intercontinental ballistic missiles or ballistic missiles, but they're not using the warheads that are nuclear based. America has about the same arsenal. And you know what? Utah, which is one of the places where I was born, is the largest reserve for the actual waste. So think about it. We create these nuclear weapons. Then we have to figure out, they start leaking and they start radiation and they start, so we have to have this retirement program for them. Or better yet, let's just use them. Think about it. We're talking generation over generation. You think these leaders are just going to say, go ahead and decimate this and take that and do this? Their whole way of life, people have a certain baseline of their reality, their families, their culture. And when those things are stripped and gone, the human will do really crazy things. So just please be self-reliant. Please be accountable and responsible for your own ecosystem. Don't rely on the hand of man. Don't rely on these centralized systems. You go to a bank to get a bank account. You don't have to. Go download the technology I'm talking about. You can download from multiple different environments. Like you go down to that Hawaiian.life, or go to your Apple Play Store or your Google Play Store and download the app Hawaiian Life. It doesn't cost you a thing, and it never will. You can literally transact, you can log in, you can send assets, you can create assets, all within the same system. So I'll stop blabbing now, Kareem, but I really appreciate you at least providing a listening ear. And I know it's late for where you're at. What time is it for you?
Right now in Eastern Standard Time, it's 10:51, and I have 2 more guests. But
Well, I'm
I
gonna let
really
you.
want
I'm gonna
to,
let you
no,
get.
I want to plug the phone because the key is to buy the phone. It's called Clear Phone. I want you to buy the 620 because I love the bigger phone. I like everything bigger. You buy the Clear Phone and you get involved in everything that has to do with decentralization. This is the key because the iPhone is totally a globalist company. So it's time to buy the Clear phone, and it's the 620. Can you buy this on Amazon?
Yeah, but with your promo code, it doesn't. It's the same thing you were doing with that Kingdom drink
Okay,
thing.
so if you use my promo code Corinne, CORINNE, USA, you get $100 off. And this is the Clear phone. You've got to explain to them how to buy it though. You go to
You just go to the Clear store and you plug in for the discount code Corinne. So that's CORINNE USA, and you'll save $100. The phone is only like literally $399. You're gonna save another $100. You're talking $299. It's
Oh,
we're
I thought this
we're
was
doing this.
$7.99.
Well, that particular yeah, you're right. No,
The
that's $899 with your
620,
discount. You're right. I'm so sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not the other unit. So
Which phone is cheaper?
there's another one that's actually a lower end model. So the camera, the screen, the battery are all lower spec, but
Okay.
it's $399. So I appreciate all you're doing. I'll let you get to your other callers, and I hope to continue the conversation as the
Every
world
Monday.
plays out. Sounds great.
Every Monday. We will
Sounds
continue the
great.
conversation. God bless you. Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I really want you to know that when you buy the products that I ask you to buy on these shows, that's how you support the journalism that I do. I do real and raw journalism. I'm going to bring another guest in right now, but I have to email him. So just give me a second. We're going to take a little break for 1 second because I don't have a producer right now. And so I have to done this before. I'm going to take a little break because I have to write an email. I have to get someone on email really fast. So give me 1 second. So the key to life, the key to everything we're facing is to actually invite people in your county to meet and actually work together. I'm just emailing somebody. I've got to get this right. Okay, I don't have a producer right now, so usually the producer would handle this. The pen went out. So I'm emailing someone the link. It is so beautiful where I'm at. I'm in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and it is absolutely gorgeous. So just bear with me while I email the link to the next guest. And then I really hope that Mark Fincham makes it on the show because we're going to talk about election corruption. So let me make sure I get this properly. Okie dokie, I'm doing this. I'm just emailing someone a link. In the meantime, I want you to think about everything we've been talking about because it's really important to organize in your county. Okay, I'm sending a link to our next guest. And hopefully he gets it because his email is really hard. This email is not easy. I miss you, Debbie. This is for you. I should have had you on, and I should have kept it going, but I just need to take a little break because my next guest did not get the link for some reason, and I don't know why. Okay, so there is the link. I sent the link. Is there anyone in the chat that wants to ask questions? Did you get the link? Okie dokie, our next guest is coming in. See, when I don't have a producer to keep the show going and email the guests the link, and some people don't get the link, then I have to take a moment and actually make sure that they get the link. Because that's how we have to make sure that the show keeps on going. Here we are. I want to introduce you to someone who can really explain how to be active in your county. How to be active in your county is the key to everything. Here we go. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Sorry I'm late, guys.
Sorry that it was so hard for me. I don't have a producer right now to send you the link because my producer is taking the evening off. But I want to introduce you. You've got to tell me you're Tanawa. Tell me how to explain. How do I pronounce your name? Tanawa Downing.
Tanaway Downing. Tanaway Downing. Yes.
Downing.
Yes, ma'am.
Tanaway Downing. And you're doing some really incredible stuff. And I was introduced to Tanaway Downing by Maureen Steele. And what he's doing is really brave. So you can just bottom line us. I mean, today, how many people did you serve and what are you doing?
So today we served the state of California, the Attorney General of the state of California, for a criminal affidavit for the crimes of deprivation of rights under color of law, as well as conspiracy to deprive of rights. Now, we're in the process of actually doing this to 32 different states. And it's important that we do this because I think that a lot of the things that's happening across the country is being done in ignorance. And I think that by awakening these individuals to recognize the true reality of the criminality that they're actually committing is important. It's an important first step because, I'm not trying to destroy anything. I'm not trying to destroy our country. I'm trying to actually help us move forward in a way that's sustainable because, we all to have, a future and to be able to dream and to accomplish our dreams, we need to be able to have faith in the Constitution and know that we can rely upon it and look up to it for needs and sustenance because the systems adhere to it. And today they do not. And so if I could just kind of sum up everything I'm doing into one paragraph, and it's kind of a long paragraph, but if I could sum it up, it would be this. I'm not trying to change laws. Rather, I'm pointing out what the laws state and that the ways in which they're being enforced directly contradict with what is specified. Therefore, I'm not trying to change the laws. Rather, I'm asking that we uphold them. If the laws state that something will be done in a certain way, then we must follow that way. Laws do not change arbitrarily. That is tyranny. Constitutionalism demands that the laws evolve only through suffrage. Therefore, it's up to the people to decide whether or not the Constitution applies to them and not a judge or a state. If, in the opinion of the people of the United States, any of the provisions or guarantees of the United States Constitution be in any particular way wrong, then let it be corrected by an amendment in the way in which the Constitution so designates. When that time comes, every single person in the United States is entitled to every single right secured by and enumerated in the Constitution, regardless of where they choose to reside within the jurisdictional United States. So as of today, what I'm doing is we've got more than 700,000 people in prison across the United States of America today that is there illegally and unlawfully because the states are failing to follow the proper procedures that's written and enumerated within the Constitution of the United States. So what you have to understand is that when government breaches the obligations contained in the Constitution and fails to follow those procedures, they're acting unconstitutional. I think we can all agree with that. When government acts unconstitutionally, then the outcome that they produce must also be unconstitutional, because any unconstitutional act must have an unconstitutional outcome. Wrong will always produce wrong, only right can produce right. So I'm trying to bring it to the attention of our leaders because, our focus on criminality and the way that we're trying to deal with it here in America is never going to work. It's never going to get solved the way that we're doing it. Because today we go out and we arrest individuals, the people in the United States, and we tell them that they're criminals. But the way that we have to deal with criminality is from the top down, not from the bottom up, from the top down. Because if our country is being led by criminals, people are acting outside of the law and the agreed upon code of conduct established by the majority, the very law that creates their office and grants them their authority, then that makes them criminals. Because remember, a criminal is simply one that transgressed the law, and that doesn't matter whether it's a constitution or a state statute. If you transgress the law, you are a criminal. So if our country is being led by criminals, then that means that we're going to be led toward criminality, and that will produce an environment of criminality, which will then produce a society of criminals. Children are a product of their environment. If my wife and I, we create an abusive environment, we're going to produce abusive children because that's the product of their environment. That's what they learn. Same thing with a man. A man is simply a product of his environment. If our leaders that are leading our country are criminals and leading us in that direction because of their criminality, then we can expect that we will produce a society of criminals. So we cannot hold the people accountable for their crimes if the leaders are acting outside of the law, because the maximum law, of course, is you can never break the law in order to enforce the law. So when you choose to break the law in the adjudication of the crime, then what you produce must be unconstitutional because it is tainted by the illegality of the way it was obtained. So these 700,000 prisoners across America today that are being held illegally and lawfully in these for-profit institutions that are for the direct benefit of the state, that we call sweatshop in China, but a prison here in America. The reason why it's unconstitutional is because Clause 1 of Amendment 5 to the United States Constitution, it says, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment of a grand jury. That is a grand jury clause of the Fifth Amendment, and we can all understand what it says. It says that you cannot arrest someone and hold them over for an infamous crime without an indictment by a grand jury. Now, an infamous crime is any crime punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment in a penitentiary. That's Title 18, subsection 4083. And what it says is that an infamous crime is any crime punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment in a penitentiary. However, the United States Supreme Court came out in a case called United States versus Coachman, and they said that it's not the amount of time that you get sentenced to, but the amount of time that you can be sentenced to. Therefore, if you can get a year and a day,
Internet problems. Very normal.
it is an infamous crime, which is, but I'm sorry, was I cutting out?
Oh, we had an internet problem. Wait, just go back three sentences. Okay, go for it.
Okay, so you guys, I really apologize. So I'm on a tour bus right now. We're traveling across the country. We're getting this job done. I apologize for any technical difficulties here. Thank you so much for letting me come and say this. But so an infamous crime is any crime that is punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment in a penitentiary. However, Washington State's Constitution, the state of Washington, its Constitution, 1, Section 26, grand jury shall be drawn or summoned in any. They have never convened a grand jury has ever properly convicted a person of a crime consistent with the procedures and processes established and codified in the Constitution of the United States. That's a very, very serious issue. However, it is not just the state of Washington. There are 23 states across the nation that do not use a grand jury, and as a result, there are 23 states that does not have a single prisoner or a single conviction that they've ever processed, or a single charge that has ever been constitutional. And it's time for us to recognize this. It's time for us to say that the government and judges, you do not make the law. We make the law. You are bound by it. You promise to fulfill a certain outcome, and you're failing to do so. So as long as they continue to act criminally in violation of the Constitution, the parameters that we set, then what they're producing is unconstitutional. And we need to address that because there's a better way for us to deal with the issue of morality, and that is not by enslaving people. That's not by putting them into forced involuntary servitude so that they can make the chipset for General Dynamic fighter jets, or so that they can answer the help desk phones for Lockheed Martin, or sew on the tags for Victoria's Secret underwear. That's not the way we want to treat the hurting within our society. These are brothers and sisters. There are mothers and fathers. There are children and grandchildren. We need to love them, because if a patriot is defined as one who loves and defends his country, right? Because that's what a patriot is. Then how can you say that you love your country if in the same breath you don't say that you love your fellow countrymen? Because our country is simply an aggregate of people. We need to recognize that. And we need to say that if we want to love our country, then the very first step in loving our country is loving our people, because the way you treat the people of the United States is consistent with the way you treat your nation, because the nation is nothing more than them. So I want to change our perspective on this issue of criminality. I want us to understand that you do not take hurting people, put them into a hurtful situation, and expect them to heal. That's insane. It's never going to work. You need to take hurting people, you need to heal them. Therefore, the issue of morality is not one of punishment. It's not punitive. You don't send them to that institution to die and tell them that they're a criminal forever. Instead, it's a matter of public health. Right? It's a matter of public health. We need to take these hurting people. We need to heal them, and we need to resolve this issue of criminality. And that must start from the top and work its way down. So again, if our Supreme Court is leading all the judges and prosecutors toward criminality because they failed to follow the procedures and processes established in the Constitution of the United States, then that means that their whole institution is acting unconstitutionally, and they will continue to produce unconstitutional results until the day that the Supreme Court comes out and corrects these gross injustices that are the foundation of our judicial system, because they believe that judges make law and not the people. They believe that a judge-made ruling has the authority to alter, amend, or destroy the Constitution of the United States, and that is absolutely false. It is wrong, and it is actually seditious. And so we need to make sure that the Supreme Court understands they're our servant. We created them in our sovereignty. They work for us. And as a result, when we create an obligation through the laws of the Constitution of the United States that they promise to fulfill, then we don't ask them to do anything. We order them, because that's our right. So when we go to the Supreme Court and we want to have them hear our case, we need to understand that there's certain things that have been established, certain laws or that Congress of the United States in particular has established that are not constitutional. And so the heart of the issue, right? We're getting in the door to the Supreme Court on this indictment issue because that's a pretty big deal. 700,000 people that are in prison across America on direct facial constitutional violations. That's definitely a big deal. That's worthy of discussion. But we have a much bigger issue, because that's actually the low-hanging fruit. That's the easy stuff, right? You can see right there, requires an indictment. Show me where you have an indictment. If they can't show me it, then guess what? We need to restore the bridge of liberty because they acted unconstitutionally. But the real heart of the issue is this. It is Article 3, Section 2 of the United States Constitution. And what it says is, it says, in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction, right? So the Constitution of the United States establishes jurisdiction. Every single court in the country obtains its jurisdictional authority from the Constitution. It's statutorily imposed upon the court. The Constitution actually has two different types of jurisdiction for the United States Supreme Court. One is original jurisdiction, and the other is appellate jurisdiction. So original jurisdiction means that that's the court that acts first, right? Original court, meaning that no other court can take action before that court, because the obligation is created by the Constitution and the statute imposing the obligation onto that court. So the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction any time that a state is a party in the cause, anytime. Now, it has appellate jurisdiction in all other cases of equity and law. So today we believe that the Supreme Court is the highest court. It's the last court that we go to, right? It's the appellate hold that the court is a court of discretion, and they get to pick and choose what case they want to hear or not hear. But we all know that discretion can be used with regard to one's power, but discretion may not be used with regard to one's obligations. That's Supreme Court doctrine, because an obligation is established by law. So if you fail to fulfill the obligation, you are breaking the law. Therefore, people can use power with regard to their or use discretion with regard to their power, but not with regard to their obligation. Obligations must be performed. And so, in 1925, the United States Congress came out in the 1925 Judicial Reform Act, and what they said was that they said that the court is now a court of discretion. And again, the Supreme Court can be a court of discretion, provided that particular act does not breach the Constitution, because even acts of Congress must comply with the Constitution. So when they say that the Supreme Court's a court of discretion, it is not a court of discretion when a state is named a party. You guys, who is the opposing party? Every single case across this country right now, you can look on your paperwork and it says two parties, party of the plaintiff and party of the respondent. Every single one of these criminal cases across the country is state of Oklahoma versus you, or state of Michigan versus you, state of Washington versus you. It is a state that is named a party. And as a result, according to the Constitution, the state does not have jurisdiction, right? Does not have jurisdiction. Therefore, that judge has a constitutional obligation to recuse himself because he has a conflict of interest. He works for the plaintiff, okay? Never, ever, ever can a person judge their own case. Now, this is supported by James Madison, who's the founder of our Constitution, right? He's father of it. He wrote Article 3. We're fully aware of that. He wrote the article, or the Federalist Number 10, all right? He wrote it on November 23rd, 1787. The article was titled "The Union as a Safeguard Against Domestic Faction and Insurrection." And in that article, what he said was, he said, no man is allowed to be judged in his own cause, because his interest would no doubt bias his judgment and not probably corrupt his integrity. With equal, nay, with greater reason, a man make
We are having major internet problems.
so when you have a body, and that
It's okay. Lost you again. Wait, so
Okay.
bottom line, so you are serving across
Yep.
America. You're in a bus. Is this bus just for what people that you're serving? Like, what's going on here? You have a group of people serving who?
No, I'm doing it personally because I'm compelled to do this because this is the right thing to do. You guys need to understand, like I came
Oh no, the internet's not.
fighting for government,
Internet
protecting.
again.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we might have to
So
get you
sorry.
back when the internet works again. Okay, so
Yeah.
bottom line,
So we're.
how can we help you? Can we donate to what you're doing?
Yeah.
Can we donate to you?
Yeah.
How do we donate to you?
So Venmo, we have Chime, and we have
How do we
PayPal,
donate?
and every single one of them are exactly the same. It is "We shall be free." That's WESHALLBEFREE. We shall be free. We have Cash App, Venmo, Chime, PayPal, and my services are free. All that we need is expenses for our fuel and transportation. That's all we're looking for. I'm gonna finish this job regardless, but we could definitely use assistance in making sure that we have the fuel to get across the country. We've already served 13 states.
13 states. You're going to serve people in 13 states.
We've already served the attorney generals of 13 states, and we have 18 left to go.
That's amazing. Okay, so you have to come back when you're in perfect lighting, perfect internet, and you got to tell me what these attorney generals are doing. Are they ignoring you? What are they doing?
Yeah. Well, as of this
how
moment,
do you find them?
well, we know where they're at. So we're not serving the attorney general.
You just go to their
Absolutely,
office and you hand it to their secretary, or you have to hand it to the attorney general.
We need to hand it to someone who has an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. What I'm doing is I'm following the proper rules of evidentiary procedures, right? So, for instance, when they tell you to mail in your documents to them, they're telling you to do that because it's not following the rules of evidentiary procedures. You know, when you deal with evidence, you need to bring it. You need to follow those rules by handing it off to another custodian, another person authorized to have it. Mail is not acceptable. And so you got to start questioning these things that they're telling you to do, because criminals are leading us, and that's leading toward criminality. So what I try to tell people to do is we need to take a look at them. First off, we need to identify what they are. We know that they're criminals, and as long as they're criminals, we don't want to follow criminals. We want to not be a criminal ourselves. Therefore, we want to turn and go the other direction. So when you're told to do something by attorneys and judges and prosecutors, You need to get a mindset. I'm going to do the opposite from now on, because we know that what they're doing is criminal. Therefore, I'm going to go the other way. So when they say to go to the lowest court, you go to the highest court. When they say to argue case law, you argue constitutional law. When they say to appeal, you say, no, there's nothing to appeal. I'm going to habeas corpus. When they say, use us, every single step of the way, you need to do the opposite. If they tell you to send it in, you go hand it in, right? If they tell you to notarize it, don't notarize it, because every single thing that they tell you to do is leading toward their criminality. It's making the citizens of the United States criminals, because that's their institution, and their institution makes a lot of money off of the criminals that they create.
Okay, well,
So
you are amazing, and what you're doing is so important. Now we can't see you, so the lighting's
yeah,
off. So you've got to call me next Monday when you're in perfect lighting and perfect internet. Until next Monday, how do we donate to you? We
I
donate
have
to you
Cash
through
App.
Cash App.
I have Cash App, Venmo, Chime, or PayPal, and
Okay.
every single one of them are exactly the same.
Okay.
We shall be free. We shall be free.
We shall
That's
be
right.
free. Okay, I'm
Yep.
so grateful to have you. Please come back next Monday. God
Okay.
bless you. Thank you. That was so incredible. He is serving across America, and we're going to find out the whole story when he can come back, when he's in perfect lighting and perfect internet. I want to bring in someone now who is one of the wisest men pretty much in the United States of America at this time. I'm bringing in Mark Fincham. How are you, Mark? Thank you
I'm
for coming
good.
on.
I'm good. Well, thank you for having me. I apologize for the delay.
Oh, it's totally fine. I always have the most interesting guests, but because I do really high level news, sometimes people aren't in perfect lighting or perfect internet, because I like to do the news before it's the news. And so it gets a little wild, and it's very like a little bit, it's a little bit raw. But I like that.
Edgy?
Right now, I'm live in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, because I'm investigating Professor Ralph Barrick. So I've been doing that since 2021, and he's one of the university professors that owns the patents on everything COVID. So when I do my investigative journalism, I like to go live from where I'm at. Where are you? You're in Arizona, correct?
I'm in Prescott, Arizona. And by the way, that sounds like a guy that ought to be in front of the Nuremberg trial tribunals that hopefully we'll see in the not too distant future.
Well, I mean, let's make those happen. How do we make those
Right?
happen? He needs
Well,
to, because
state legislatures could convene those. And maybe we talk about that a little bit. But
okay, so first I want to start with your Supreme Court case.
Sure.
Because the Supreme Court obviously is not being, welcoming. I mean, do you have a plan on that, your Supreme Court case with Carrie Lake?
Well,
What do you
so
want to do now?
for your listeners, Carrie Lake and I brought a case back 2 years ago. We warned the court that we saw provable anomalies in the 2020 election. And of course, you're an election denier. No, actually, we're fraud deniers. We're fraud affirmers. They're fraud deniers. And what we try to do is tell the court, look, the computer system that you're using to so-called tabulate votes is actually calculating them. Big difference. That's why you don't have full integers, you have decimals. Why do you need a decimal? One man, one vote. A 0.9 vote? Why not make it a 0.65 vote? And we can go back to the days of Dred Scott. So what we tried to do was explain to the court that you have a defective system by design. And in the fullness of time, since that court, the U.S. District Court of Arizona, denied our case. In fact, they even wanted to sanction us. And quite frankly, the irony of all ironies, on the day that the judge decided to sanction us, that was the day that the machines failed. Go figure, right? So what we found in the fullness of time through a number of different trials and disclosure and all that were some key pieces of evidence that Maricopa County elections officials and the Board of Supervisors, I think the legal term is misrepresented. I call it lied. They lied to the court, and they said that they were using certified software. They said that the machines that were used in the 2022 election had all been LNA tested, and they weren't. And then they kind of left out the lack of security, that the God keys were actually stored behind the Windows password. on every one of the machines. So anybody who logged into that machine with the password, by the way, admin123, had access to the God keys to go in and surreptitiously remove and insert a replacement data file. In other words, zero security for that election. No wonder Kerry lost by 12,000 votes, 17,000 votes. I lost by 120. Abe Hamadeh by 203. See, that data set doesn't make any sense, especially when you take into account the fact that Kimberly Yee, Republican, state treasurer, wins by 350,000 votes. That was the margin that everybody, including CNN's polling, by the way, said that Fincham, Lake, and Hamadeh would win by. So it's very clear that there was some tampering of the vote. So we go to the Supreme Court. Kerry and I made our case. And interestingly enough, we had 13 different state GOP organizations actually went to the extent of filing an amicus brief on our behalf. That almost never happens, okay? So not only were they able to file the amicus brief, they were also able to insert the evidence that we had hoped could be used in our presentation. Well, that was added to the amicus brief outside of our case. It was a bit of a trick, not a trick, but it was a way to get the evidence in front of the court. Thank God that we've got the Georgia GOP was all over that like ugly on an ape. But the court decided that, no, we're just going to deny cert. Okay. We've just explained to the Supreme Court of the United States that we've got a bunch of lying sons of bitches in Maricopa County.
Oh, you would get in trouble if I had you on Lindell TV.
Oh,
No, with the
I'm
words.
sorry.
I love it. I love
Okay.
You're making me laugh.
All right,
No, it's fine. You're on America Happens, so we're totally
all right.
fine.
All right. How about I just say lying bastards? Is that better?
We're not supposed to say bad words.
Oh, well, that's not a bad word. It's actually an industry term.
No,
It's
I
very
know, it's
descriptive of
good.
their behavior.
I love it. No, Mike Lindell loves you. It's funny. I'm
I
just
know Mike
laughing.
loves me.
Okay,
I love
yes,
Mike too.
yes,
We're brothers in arms.
yes.
So where are we at now? The Supreme Court apparently is okay with government officials lying to the court, disrupting, actually promoting an illegitimate election, an election that chose a Marxist governor, a Marxist Secretary of State, and an out of control, illegitimate Attorney General in Arizona. What are they thinking? Okay, well, apparently they didn't like the way the case was prepared. Okay, they would have cleared about 200 cases that are bouncing around the federal system, challenging Dominion machines. So it's got to make you wonder, who bought them off? Are they now a Marxist organization? I mean, there's a lot of people that are feeling that way. So now the recovery plan is likely to go back to the Ninth Circuit and explain to the Ninth Circuit, y'all were lied to. Do you like being lied to? Because right now, you're looking like a bunch of punks. You got punked by government officials who saw to it that legitimate elected individuals weren't elected. You figured this, okay? Tens of millions of dollars have been spent in legal warfare to do what? Block the paper ballot count in comparison with the machine count in comparison. What happens when one is not in alignment with the other? Well, they want to call that an audit. Okay, you can call it a ham sandwich if you want to. It is a comparison of the paper ballots to the machine count. And everybody in the ultra left, we want to see America go down camp, objects to the idea of comparing the two counts. Why? Because they know damn well what we're going to find. That's why.
So what do we do in November 2024? That is the big question. How do we clean up this mess?
Well, the first thing we do is we get out in the primary and you vote America First candidates. If you've got a Donald Trump endorsement, President Trump has worked very hard to promote individuals who will be America First candidates in office and advance an America First policy agenda. I'm one of those guys. In Arizona, our primary will be on July 30th. And anybody who doesn't vote, you're letting the Democrats vote for you, because an uncast ballot is as good as a Democrat vote. Hard stop. Now, this isn't just about Democrats, by the way. This is actually a referendum against the uniparty, whether it's at the state level or the federal level. I mean, we got guys like Eli Crane. Eli Crane has been endorsed by President Trump. I love that guy. Eli
I
and I are
love him
friends.
too.
Eli is a rock star. So would it surprise you to learn that somewhere out of the woodwork comes a guy, and I'm not kidding you, Jack Smith in Yavapai County is running against Eli Crane. That guy gets $5 million from who? Kevin McCarthy. So apparently they have not done their opposition research, because in Yavapai County, we view Eli Crane as a bloody rock star. He's in the league of Paul Gosar, Andy Biggs. I mean, these are iconic America first. I'm going down with the ship if it's going down, but I'm not going to let it go down on my watch. That's the kind of guys that Eli is in league with. So I'm proud to call him friend. I'm proud to extol his virtues. But then you get a guy of all the names, Jack Smith. Think about that for a minute.
I get it. It's a well-known name.
Yeah.
And they're putting $5 million into his campaign.
Kevin McCarthy has put $5 million behind that campaign.
How
Why?
does Kevin McCarthy have $5 million?
Well, he's the front guy. He's the front guy for everything that, for everybody that hates Trump. Paul Singer, that crowd. Why? Because Donald Trump is standing between them and the people. They hate Americans. Kevin McCarthy doesn't love America. He loves power. And he's pissed off because Eli Crane voted to have him removed from the speaker's seat. Good riddance to bad damn rubbish.
So Eli's one of the one of the original people. The current Speaker of the House just had a vote. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. I was there. And 43 people voted to remove the current Speaker of the House.
If you're not going to do the job, if you're not going to promote America First policies, it's called lead, follow, or get out of the way. Now, I had great hopes for the current speaker. I gave him a lot of deference. And I'm going to have to give him a scorecard F. Actually, now they don't give Fs in public schools. They give U's. A, B, C, D, and U. U means underperforming. Mike, you're underperforming. You don't have
wanted Jim Jordan. I wanted Jim Jordan.
Well, I'm looking for a leader.
Okay, who?
I don't know who. I would defer to Andy and Paul and Eli. Surely there is somebody in Congress who will blow the whistle on. I mean, we already tried to convict Mayorkas. That's what makes me think that the Senate is so beyond corruption. I mean, we don't even have a word for that level of corruption. There's no adjectives that can really explain that. It's very disturbing.
It's very disturbing because I'm in Washington, D.C. I'm there watching this happen. Whoa, I somehow lost Mark. Oh my gosh, there you go. Sorry, Mark.
What?
That was a
They'll somehow justify sending billions of dollars to the Ukraine. So what the hell about our southern border? What about our electrical grid? I mean, right now, we are ripe for takeover by the Chinese Communist Party. All they got to do is penetrate our grid, and we're done.
Whoa.
Now, some people would say, oh, my God, you're talking about national security. Okay, stop a second. If I know it, they know it. We have thousands of attempted penetrations of our electrical grid protection systems. This is the new cyber border. We have thousands of attempts of penetration every hour.
Wow.
Now, they could own us because of the failure of this administration, and quite frankly, administrations over the last 20 years, the folks, Department of Energy, I actually call it the Department of Inaction. The Department of Energy is actually there to do what? To promote somebody's pet project that Congress can throw a ton of money at. Solyndra, now there's an example. The Department of Energy is not there about energy. It's about favoritism. It's about getting money, taxpayer dollars, to pet projects. So as we look at the vulnerability of this nation, we've actually got 3 borders, and I talk about this in the state level race. I'm running for the state Senate here in Arizona. If people want to know more about that, they can go to votefincham.com. But we have 3 borders. We have the physical border to our south. We have a cyber border. The cyber border now is that ethereal, all around you border. You hear about the Internet of Things. In fact, here's a grand example. Was driving through Tempe 2 days ago, and there's a Waymo car stopped in an intersection. No other cars. People are honking their horn. It's like, hey, go already, go. The Waymo car is sitting in the middle of the intersection, nobody in it, just sitting there. Then finally, somebody pulls up behind it and gets so close it finally has to move. And it's like, it looks around and it's like, oh, I guess I better go. Now, think about that for a moment. That is all satellite communications driven.
That is very powerful because the satellites might not fall apart. If they attack our power grid, will the satellites fall apart?
Well, no, the satellites are. So President Trump did something very wise, and that was to form the Space Force. And I know he was ridiculed by the leftist media, you know, the propaganda outfits like WAPO and New York Times, those guys. In forming the Space Force, President Trump did a masterful thing. And that is pull all of the communication stuff that goes up and down in space. I'm not a space guy. I know what satellites are up here, we're down here, input, throughput, all that stuff. That's all I got to know about it. At the end of the day, everything that we do is now, because of the Internet of Things, operated by a signal, except for walking to the grocery store. But think about this for a moment. If the grid operates everything that is electric, we're talking about water, because you have to have electric to move the pumps, whether you live on the farm with a well or you live in the city with a water system. You also have a sewage system that's run by electric. You have, in Arizona, kind of important, a cooling system run by electric. Anything that moves on the road, gasoline. We have 2 pipelines, to the south, Kinder Morgan, to the north, I think it's Western Refining. Those pipelines don't operate by themselves. They have pumps that are operated by electricity. Gas stations, in order to pump the gas out of the tank in the ground into the tank in your car, electric. Food, just-in-time delivery of fresh vegetables, meats, poultry, fish, things that, you know, keep people alive. The cooling, operated by electric. The trucks that deliver stuff, while I know Tesla would like to claim that they're all operated by electric, they're not. Those are diesel. But how do we get the diesel in the truck? Electric. So I think I've made my point. Electric drives everything in the United States. So you want to take down the U.S., you take down the U.S. grid. You liquidate 50% of the population within 30 days, meaning 30% casualty rate, dead.
Whoa.
So you don't have to drop a bomb. You don't have to take out the Francis Scott Key Bridge. You don't have to do it. You take down the grid. So that's our cyber border. And then the third border that I talk about is, frankly, the border that has been erected between the people and the courts. It's called the bar. And, you know, you're not allowed to go so far. It's only attorney world to talk to judges, unless, of course, you do something pro se or
A lot
go
of
hot.
J6ers going pro se.
Yeah. And by the way, the whole J6 thing, that's a farce. It's the cover up for the coup d'etat that the Uniparty attempted to create with a riot. They want the American people to believe that, I don't know, 750 people with a ladder and perhaps a couple of rocks fomented an insurrection that would take over the federal government. If that's the state of the federal government, we're in deep doo-doo.
Deep trouble. Exactly.
Especially when Milley, I'm not even going to give him the respect of calling him a general, Milley and team stood in the way of the commander-in-chief of the United States military, who offered to deploy the National Guard to protect the Capitol against the potential of a riot. They slow walked the order, and the rest is history. What we saw was a riot, nothing more, nothing less, a riot with the malicious destruction of property. And now, God bless Congressman Clay Higgins. That guy, in my view, he's another Eli Crane. I'm thankful for that man because he's got an investigative background like myself. I was a DPS officer for 21 years. He's got an investigative background, and he's looking at video and it's like, whoa, okay, hold on a second. You've got Capitol police officers walking into a room who are in uniform, walking into a room, then they suddenly walk out of the room with Trump gear on. Wait, what? So there's going to be a record of these guys when they badged into work. There's going to be a record of when they badged out. We have this really cool stuff called facial recognition software. I cannot wait for the day when Congress goes down the path of non-Article 3 trials. Because these individuals participated in a coup d'etat against a sitting president of the United States. And there is only one way to deal with that. It is harshly. Otherwise, you will have the ongoing criminal enterprise known as the Democrat Party continuing to foist this BS on the American people. Right now, we got people that really believe, oh my God, we were taken over by a rabble. Really? Ain't you precious?
How are we going to win 2024 if the election corruption is so overwhelming?
Numbers.
Okay.
Numbers. I go back to my original statement. If you don't vote, then you're turning your vote over to a uniparty candidate.
Okay.
Get off the couch, set the Cheetos down, go to the polls and vote. Whether you have early voting, if you have vote by numbers, I don't care whatever your state has adopted, you need to cast your ballot in person. Now, don't give me this crap about, oh, it's so convenient to have mail-in ballots. You know, quite frankly, I don't mind the idea of mailing ballots out to people. That's not a bad idea. Sit at home, thoughtfully deliberate, pray over the people that you're going to fill the bubble in for. But then get your happy ass in the car or the buggy or walk or a bike or call Uber and go to the polling place and deliver your ballot in person. Now, I heard your last guest was talking about chain of custody. Absolutely. That's what's missing in our election process is a chain of custody. And I'm not going to hoot on the U.S. Postal Service, but it does seem kind of odd that you're going to trust your ballot to somebody. The moment you put that in a postal box, I mean, it used to mean something. Yeah, right. So this would be the organization that endorsed Joe Biden. Postal Workers Union.
So we have to vote in person.
Get to the polls and vote in person. Now, for example, here in Arizona, we have voting month. We don't have voting day or voting week. We have voting month.
Okay.
Starts 30 days prior to election day. Okay. So you got 30 days. I mean, in Yavapai County, even if you got your ballot the first day that ballots were mailed out and started walking to the polls, you'd be there in about 15 days. Now, yeah, that sounds very hyperbolic, but my point here is there is no reason for you to not take your ballot in person. There is no reason for you to not vote. Well, I'm disgusted. It's all corrupt. Really? Okay, so you're going to throw in the towel while the rest of us, like myself, like Carrie, while we're on the battlefield fighting for your civil rights, you're going to sit at home? Really? Now I know how the founding fathers felt when they signed the Declaration of Independence, knowing full well that they were signing their own death warrant. I don't want to go to a gulag, but that's what the Democrat Party, that's what the Uniparty, that's what the World Economic Forum has in store. Not just for me, by the way, for every American who disagrees with them. ESG? Oh, wait till you voice your opinion in public about what goes on at a school board meeting and facial recognition identifies you and says, we're going to shut your bank account down.
When is that happening? How fast is that happening?
Well, that's going to happen at the speed. So I think we're at this Overton window moment that the bad guys have figured out that the people ain't buying their crap anymore. And the only way that they can now control the people is to control their ability to purchase goods and services. So ESG, it's coming. You drove more than 60 miles this week, so we're going to have to limit your ability to buy gasoline. People laugh at me when I talk about that. It's already working in other countries. Ain't so freaking funny there. So my fear is that if we don't have a massive turnout that crushes the system come November, we will have the last election this year.
Are we on the verge of World War III?
We're already engaged in World War III. It's marginally kinetic right now, meaning bombs and bullets. But we are already engaged in World War III. It is primarily an information war. I mean, you look at these clowns that are on the college campuses, which, by the way, is interesting. You've got college campus people who are complaining that the students are out of control. Well, no crap. You're the ones that created the environment over the last 2 decades. Really? And you're surprised? You've got a bunch of nattering nabob idiots that you are giving diplomas to who think, oh, communism. There's a better system than capitalism. Oh, really? You mean capitalism that got your happy ass a degree in not how to think, but what to think? That capitalism? Yeah, okay. So every government that falls, every republic that falls because of the internal rot. And that's what we have today. I mean, you look at the vast majority of individuals in Congress are there not to serve the people. They're there to serve themselves.
Shockingly true. It's really shocking because I'm in Washington, D.C., and I witness this pretty much every day in Congress. They lied to you, straight lie to you, say they're doing something. Nothing's gotten done in Congress. Congress has not accomplished anything except switching the Speaker of the House. That's about it.
Yeah, that's like rearranging chairs on a sinking ship. I mean, we are in a death spiral when it comes to our currency. That's why I advocate for gold and silver.
Okay.
All the time.
Do you sell gold and silver?
I don't sell it, but I'm on the board of an organization called United Precious Metals Association, upma.org. The day is coming where fiat currency, we already see it. And I hear this from my constituents often. You know, a year ago, I could afford hot dogs and buns. Today, I can't even afford the buns. These are people that 2 years ago could afford steak. So upma.org is the name of the organization. I'm a member. I'm also on their board, full disclosure.
Okay.
But we're not an organization that exists to make money.
Okay.
We're an organization that exists, in fact, here in Arizona. Let me give you an example. We treat gold and silver bullion as what's called specie legal tender.
Okay.
So whether it's a silver round or a gold bar or you name it. If it's identifiable as gold and it has a weight, or silver and it has a weight, that is called specie legal tender. To acquire that, when you exchange paper fiat currency for gold and silver, that's not a taxable event in Arizona. You're not buying gold and silver. You're exchanging one form of currency, fiat paper, for another form of currency, a piece of silver, a piece of gold. Now, there are people in Arizona who are shocked to understand that. I actually was able to get that bill passed and get the governor to sign it, I want to say 6 or 7 years ago. And now we have people all over the country. I think we've got 7 or 8 states that have adopted the same legislation. We have individuals all over the country who are able to move their paper money, their fiat currency, away from paper into what's called a stop loss mechanism, gold and silver. That means what you're doing is you're freezing the value that you have. Okay. Now, when I ask the question to people, when gold is at a certain price and the price of gold goes up or down, what actually moved?
I'm in the market. Okay, what moved?
Gold stayed the same.
Okay.
It simply takes, when the price of gold goes up, it takes more paper currency to buy the same amount of gold as it did yesterday. What lost value?
The paper currency. Yeah. So you don't sell gold. You just advocate for people to buy gold.
I do. I'm not a gold reseller. I don't sell gold.
Okay.
I hold gold. I hold silver. It is a stop loss mechanism. So think about this. Today, I think the price of gold was like 23 and some change.
Okay.
Silver was probably 26 or 28 and some change. I haven't looked at it today. So let's just say $25 an ounce for silver. If you were to take $25 US dollars, paper fiat currency, and trade that for one silver round, 1 ounce, 0.999 pure, 1 ounce of silver, and tomorrow it costs $30 to get the same 1 ounce of silver, $5 spread difference. What you've done is you have protected the value of your money, the fiat currency. When you moved it into silver, you've now protected the value that you have earned. Okay. So let's say, for example, by the end of the summer, we have $50 silver. You bought it at 25. Did you make any money? No. You didn't make money. What you did is you protected the value of what you had already earned, and it has now kept pace with inflation, with the devaluation of the dollar. And here's what the federal folks and the banksters, the gangsters that are bankers, hate about this. You can't track gold and silver. They want to track every aspect of your life. They want to control. This is all about control. They want to control what you buy, where you buy it, what you say, what you do, where you live. And how do they do that? By controlling your currency. So I would urge your viewers, visit upma.org. I think we got about 50,000 members. It's a membership organization, and they've got a really cool feature that when you have gold and silver on account with them, you can get something called a TrueLink card that works kind of like a credit card or a debit card, and you're actually spending gold and silver as opposed to fiat currency. So when you get fiat currency, you just move it in there on a regular basis. You build up your gold and silver holdings, and what are you doing? You're protecting against inflation because you're moving the paper away. Look, at the top of a Federal Reserve note, take a look at your money. A Federal Reserve note is evidence of debt. It's not money. Now, they call it money, but it's debt. It's evidence of debt. And to extinguish that debt, what do? You get something that's real. You get a car, a house, gold, silver, whatever. I would advocate that moving away from fiat currency, like a frightened school child running away from a bad guy, probably a good idea at this point.
Whoa. Who do you think should be Trump's vice president?
No, I'm not going to go there.
Come on.
No. I get asked that at least a dozen times a day.
I know. Okay, give me something deep that you haven't told anyone else today. What's the most important thing we have to focus on in this next month?
Make sure that the candidate that you are looking at for any particular office has a 1-to-1 say-do ratio.
Okay.
Do they do what they say they're going to do? Have they done what they said they would do? That goes for Congress all the way down to mayor. And don't just rely on the propaganda media. In fact, the reason I was late to your event, to this interview, I had an event, meet and greet event, an hour away from my home.
Okay.
In Cottonwood, Arizona. I live in Prescott, and it's not an easy drive. There is no straight line drives in Arizona to anything. They're all switchbacks. The individuals there twisted the wheels off of this guy. They wanted to know what's your position on this? What do you stand for here? Tell me about the Constitution. And I said, well, tell me about the abortion. Where do you stand on abortion? I said, well, I took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That doesn't mean I took an oath to protect the parts of the Constitution I agree with. It's all of the Constitution, including the preamble, which says we secure these rights for ourselves and our posterity, capital P. That means our children's children's children, those who have not only not been conceived, there's no way to even have conceived of them. So it's like, well, you're being pretty bold about that. Well, if you don't have leaders that are willing to be bold and show leadership, then what exactly are they? They're not leaders. They're dressed up followers. They're individuals who are going to follow somebody else and call that leadership. No. So one of the things that I'll let this one out of the bag. Right now, Arizona is contemplating a voter initiative to allow abortion in Arizona. We had some weak-kneed Republicans that abandoned our, they call it territorial law, but it was actually restated in 1970 or in the 70s, that prohibits abortion in the state of Arizona. Okay. Well, if y'all want to vote that in, then I want to make it illegal to sell abortion baby parts. Make it illegal to sell the aborted baby parts.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that has to do with the product of abortion.
That's where the real money is made.
You eviscerate their cash flow, and all of a sudden it's not that important.
Right.
This isn't about, we hear all the time, oh, my body, my right, my body, keep your hands up. Well, okay, that was all good until COVID came. Now all of a sudden you're going to bend over and get the jab. Really? Where were you then? And now we have hundreds of thousands of deaths because of the jab. Why? Because we didn't do clinical trials. And that comes back to your visit in North Carolina. I didn't mean to bring that full circle, but I guess it works.
No, full circle is that starting tomorrow, the 7 pro-life activists that have been sitting in the Alexandria, Virginia jail since last August and September, they were taken from the courtroom last August and September, thrown in jail before their sentencing. They're facing 10 years in federal prison for conspiracy for protesting in front of the Washington, D.C. abortion clinic. So the persecution and prosecution under the Biden regime of Christian American patriots is out of control. If we don't get Trump back into the White House, by January of 2025, then we could all get arrested. I mean, how many people have been arrested? Stephanie Lambert, everyone. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So this is what the cult of Baal does. B-A-L-L.
Okay.
B-A-A-L.
Okay.
All right. It was the sacrifice of children. Look it up. It's in the Bible. For all those who
Yes.
want to fact check me. Yeah. So you have a demonic presence in Washington, D.C. that is obsessed with killing babies for money.
Mm.
And they will do anything to anybody who gets in their way, including the suspension of their civil rights. The last time I checked, peaceable assembly to protest is a First Amendment right. But you would have the WAPO and the New York Times suggest that only they are entitled to protection under the U.S. Constitution. And I would remind people, the Constitution is there to restrict whom? The government, not the voice of the people. So I'd like to know when these individuals are exonerated. You say that's in the state of Virginia? Will the people of Virginia be forced to pay for a wrongful, malicious prosecution? They should be, because these individuals were standing up for the voice of the voiceless. They were standing up for the Constitution. While the baby killers want to drive around in their limousines and brag about how many babies they killed today, and their bottom line, how much they grew their bottom line because they sold aborted baby parts.
You say that so eloquently. I appreciate that so much. In the U.S. Supreme Court, what is going on with Carrie Lake's case? The Supreme Court won't hear it. The U.S. Supreme Court.
You mean Carrie Lake's in my case?
Yes, they
Carrie
won't
Lake
hear
and
it.
Mark Fincham v. Adrian Fontes et al.
Yeah,
Yeah. So we're both on that case.
right.
Well, I don't know why the court decided not to hear the case.
But you can ask again. You can ask multiple times.
Well, that's why we're looking at going back to the Ninth Circuit and asking for a motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
That'll probably be what we do. I don't know for sure if the legal team thinks that's the best idea.
Okay.
We're not done. These people stole an election, and they're stealing more than Arizona's election. We now live in a banana republic, operated by an ongoing criminal enterprise. And as a moral imperative, make sure that Donald Trump is placed back in office so that we can literally pull the plug on the bottom of the swamp and send those who have engaged in treason to Gitmo to stand trial.
Whoa, you say that so boldly. Mark,
Well, it's the truth.
Whoa. Well, if we don't, it's going to be turned on us and we'll be in Gitmo. I mean, it's that serious now.
Waste the fuel to fly us to Gitmo. They'll put us in a bankrupt Walmart shopping center that's been turned into an internment facility.
Have you seen those in Arizona?
No, but I'm
Okay.
just kind of projecting about, okay, what would Democrats do to just liquidate their opposition? Because that's what they want to do. They want to kill people like Mike Flynn. But they want to
believe this.
like that sadistic little 13-year-old jerk off that wants to pull the legs off of a grasshopper just to see how it can. That's
Listen,
sadistic.
Mark, I think it's the CIA, honestly. The CIA controls everything.
Well, there is a fantastic, it's about a 5-minute video done by Matt Struck and Cameron Moore, two good friends of mine.
Okay.
That is about President Trump, and it's done to Aerosmith's "Dream On."
Whoa. Okay.
It's out on Twitter. If you can find that, you need to play it because it goes all the way back to the JFK assassination, and all of the players that have been in the succession of all of that. We think we live in a free country. It's a simulation. In fact, I think back on the release of the movie The Matrix. Somehow, I think the screenwriters and the producers were trying to send a warning to the people of the United States. I mean, you look back on it, it was an interesting movie. I mean, Neo stood up for the right thing, but I remember most poignant is he pushed against a wall and it vibrated. it revealed that there was something on the other side. And I think the greatest favor, if you will, that Donald Trump has done for the American people is he pulled back the curtain so that we could see the rot, the corruption, the cancer that is the federal government. And I pray that that man gets back into office so that we can start to clean this toxic waste dump up.
If he doesn't, what do we do then? If he doesn't? I mean, can you even say? I mean, we can say, but it might endanger us.
We're done.
You've got to go back to the county. The counties have the power.
Well, we're done as a nation. I mean, this is about the balkanization of the United States. This is about the breakup of the United States. That is their intention, because in division, there is a change in the balance of power. We would no longer be the United States. In fact, I question whether we still are or not. We've got states like Colorado and California, Washington, Oregon. They're okay with Marxism. In fact, they're good with it. You know, I get what I want when I want, until you don't. So they'll rue the day that they sold their soul to Satan. Arizona, I pray that we're not on the same path. I don't think we are. But there are forces within this state that would love to have us join that ilk. People like us America First folks, I'll see you in the gulag.
I don't want you to be in a gulag. That's what I cover. I cover everyone going to prison.
I don't want to be there either, but when you have an ongoing criminal conspiracy that is obsessed with forcing people to eat bugs and you know, you can't eat beef, you can't have chicken. We're going to recall tens of thousands of pounds of beef because it might have E. coli. Never mind doing a test on a couple of samples. This is all about managing people. They want to run our lives. In fact, World Economic Forum, they want to see a 50% reduction in worldwide population. How do you do that? Well, short of murdering people, you just starve them. Bill Gates.
They want to have us be transhuman. They want robots.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Yes.
Klaus Schwab.
All of the globalists. Jeff Bezos. Yes.
They look at the people, and that's why they hate the populist movement. They look at the people as an obstacle for them to get what they want. Their worldview, their idea of the perfect world. Well, I got news for you, jackasses. There's a whole hell of a lot more of us than there are you.
So people need to be active. We need to vote in person.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to participate. Demand paper ballots on election day at the precinct level, counted on election day, not in advance, and counted openly in public, not behind closed doors and not by some damn machine. I rest my case.
I love it. I love it. I just feel like this is just the beginning. Like it's going to get wild as we get closer towards November. And then in November, starting on election day, it's going to get really wild because independent journalists like me are going to be telling the truth when you tell us, okay, this is election corruption. This happened. We have so many people now who are going to watch over the elections, correct?
The number is growing. And I was recently advised, don't use the term "we are legion" because that's actually evil.
Okay.
But the legion of individuals, to use the more generic form of the word, is growing. And the people they're awake. They're tired of being lied to. They're tired of having the fruit of their labor eroded by government. I mean, it's easy for elected officials to spend OPM, other people's money, because there's no consequence.
That's what I say. That's what I say when I film different types of Congress people and their responses to me. I've interviewed over 100 people in the House and maybe like 25 people in Senate so far just this year. I say, do you want to pay their salary plus their 20-person staff plus all of their travel? Do you want to pay this person anymore? We are wasting so much money
Mhm.
paying elected officials who are actually, I mean, where does the deep state come into this? Because
Well,
obviously the deep state really controls everything.
well, they try to, but I think the populist movement, it scares the hell out of them. The populist movement has the power that it has.
Okay.
And I think to your earlier point, it's the county governments that need to start standing tall. No more can we have a county supervisor or county commissioner that hides in the shadows. You're going to be called on one day in the not too distant future to lead.
Yes.
And if you're not up to the task, you better lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way, because you're going to get rolled over by your people. We need to support our county sheriffs. We need to have courageous men in county sheriff positions like Mark Lamb, like David Rhodes in Yavapai County.
Wait,
Like,
so you're supporting Mark Lamb even though he's running against Carrie Lake?
no, that's not what I said.
Okay, okay.
He's the sheriff of Pinell County.
Right, I know, but now he's
And
running
he is a
against Carrie Lake.
solid
Okay.
sheriff.
Yes.
I'm not talking about I am not talking about the Senate race.
Okay,
Mark,
okay.
Good friend of mine, and he's a damn good lawman.
Okay.
David Rhodes, another good lawman. Dar Leaf in Michigan.
Love him.
Dar is he's like a dog with a bone. He is not going to let go of this election corruption in the state of Michigan. He is willing to go toe to toe with the very corrupt Dana Nessel, who is their state attorney general. She has committed crime after crime after crime. Yet the DOJ, Merrick Garland, that guy belongs in the Gitmo. What do we have going on here? We have descended into a banana republic. Okay, so the people are going to have to be the ones to step forward and dig us out of it. That means you need to get off your happy ass, get involved. If you're going to be an elections official, if you're going to demand that your voice be counted, you're going to go to the polls, you're going to be Overwatch, whatever you're going to do. You need to go, for example, to your county commissions. Demand paper ballots counted by hand on election day at the precinct level. You need to be there every week, every single meeting, and say you're not listening to us. And you need to begin to bring friends with you. That's where government happens, at the county level. Congress, write them off. All they're going to do is spend us into oblivion. When this whole thing collapses, what's going to happen? People are going to look to the counties and they're going to look to the state legislatures to rescue them. Well, I hate to tell you this, there's only so much rescuing that we can do. You're going to have to be prepared. Where does that happen? At the county level. Support your sheriff, support your county officials, because when it all falls apart, that is where we're going to have our salvation, in the government realm. Now, salvation happens with Jesus Christ. So that's it.
That was so perfectly, so eloquently said. I appreciate you so much, Mark.
Well, thank you very much, but I think I'm going to have to go.
Yes, God bless you, peace. I'm going to keep in touch with you. If you have anything really serious, just text me. God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. That was so beautiful. That is Mark Fincham, and he's running for his state assembly. There's so many incredible races happening across America. I want to tell you guys right now about something that I really, really love before I close this episode of the America Happens News. I love these apricot seeds. Okay, so these apricot seeds are allegedly helpful to stopping the big C. Obviously, the big C is cancer. The man on the back, his name is John Richardson. Actually, John Richardson Jr. runs the company, but his father was put in jail for actually exposing the fact that apricot seeds are so healthy and so important. I eat, seriously, 3 to 7 of them a day. Just do it like that. Takes all your cravings away. Gives you really good vitamin B. It's amazing. You go to rnc.store/Corinne, Corinne, USA. One of the most incredible products ever. I love this. rncstore.com/Corinne, CORINNE, USA. They're incredible. You eat like 3 to 5 to 7, sometimes 10. John Richardson, the owner of the company, eats 10 a day. rncstore.com/Corinne, USA. One more time, rncstore.com/Corinne, USA. Love these things. Okay, and then you have my favorite thing, the sat phone. Sat123.com. Buy your sat phone now. They are running out, and the world is in a crazy situation on the verge of World War III. You need your satellite phone. One for everyone you actually care about. This is the perfect Father's Day present. Father's Day is the next holiday coming up. Super important. Sat123.com. And then, of course, my new favorite phone is the Clear phone. So you buy the 620 Clear phone, you put my code in, Corinne USA, and you get $100 off of the 620 Clear phone. And then you hook this phone up to the phone service, phone123.com. Phone123.com. I'm giving you incredible products that are changing the world as we know it. And then get the H2. This is Kingdom H2. You put any type of water you want into this, you press the button, and it puts really good hydrogen into the water. This is the Kingdom H2 machine, and you buy this at Sherwood.tv, Sherwood.tv/Corinne, CORINNE, USA. When you use my code, you get 30% off. Sherwood.tv/Corinne, USA. This is the H2 water machine. It's amazing. It's called Kingdom H2. And then, of course, my beloved Kingdom Fuel, which I live on now. Very important to buy this. If you use my code Corinne USA, you get 30% off. And then, wow, there's so much to show you, but I think that it's very important to conclude this episode of the America Happens News on the America Happens channel. If you find it in your heart to donate to everything we do, oh, one more plug, I have to tell you this. It's time to be prepared. Be prepared. Yes, be prepared. Prep123.com and be ready 123.com. Prep123.com and be ready 123.com. Go and shop your heart out at these websites. Shop your heart out at these websites right now. Prep123.com and be ready 123.com. We are entering into very serious times in the next 6 months. That's my earphone, just so you can see. It's my earphone. You go to prep123.com and be ready 123.com. And of course, if you want to donate to the America Happens Network, you see all the donation links here, but you can also text me. Text me 917-287-1314. 917-287-1314. That is a 24/7 phone line that I have on for anyone who wants to donate and for whistleblowers. If you're a whistleblower, you can text me 24/7, 917-287-1314. I'm going to conclude this episode of the America Happens News. I shall see you next Monday at the America Happens channel. Monday. Let me give you the exact date. I shall see you Monday, May 20th, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. on the America Happens channel. May the goodness bless your life. May you have prosperity, and may you have inner peace as we fight to stand up for the U.S. Constitution. Woohoo, I love this.
Not free. If the corrupt corporations run the media, then all we get is a pile of lies. So please support truth in the media by donating to americahappens.com by simply going to americahappens.com, clicking on the support tab, and entering a generous donation. Thank you so much.